systems, and from consulting businesses to genuinely co-creating and co-investing in these solutions. Across Asia, dear participants, Helvetas has been advancing this agenda by partnering with enterprises, industry associations, financial institutions, and governments to strengthen the market systems, improve skill ecosystem, create decent employment opportunities, and most definitely promote inclusive growth. Whether in agriculture, vocational skill development, migration, the green economy, or entrepreneurship, the lesson has been very, very clear. Development outcomes are more sustainable when businesses become active partners in shaping and delivering these solutions. In Nepal as well, Confederation of Nepalese Industries, CNI, has emerged as a key platform for advancing this agenda. As one of the country's leading private sector apex bodies, CNI plays a very, very critical role of bridging between industry, government, and development partners as well. Through policy advocacy, industry mobilization, and workforce development initiatives, CNI definitely helps align economic growth with employment generation and human capital development. I'm setting this context so that we all understand why we are gathered here today and why is this regional conference on private sector engagement for inclusive growth so important. Together with Helvetas Nepal, CNI has been promoting stronger industry engagement in skill development and demonstrating the value of private sector leadership in development as well. So as we convene in this regional conference, the question before us, ladies and gentlemen, is no longer whether private sector engagement is important. Rather, it is how we move from just engagement to ownership, from consultation to co-creation, and from isolated partnerships to systematic change. How can businesses, governments, and development actors jointly create solutions that are not only impactful, but also sustainable, scalable, and locally owned? So to find answers to these questions, we are very, very glad that you have graciously given us your entire day that you'll be spending with us. We have some incredible sessions that will follow as well. We will be exploring successful case studies and proven market solutions, successful partnerships, and replicable learnings, not only from Nepal, but also from Bangladesh, Myanmar, and Vietnam. This conference, distinguished guests, will feature dynamic panel discussions, a marketplace showcasing digital solutions, and also a skill showcase connecting talent to real-world opportunities. And we definitely hope that we will have your participation and your attention all throughout the day. To formally now begin our regional conference, may I please request all our participants who are in this room to kindly rise in honor of our national anthem.
फुलका हामी एउटै माला नेपाली सार्वभौम भई फैलिएका मेची महाकाली सायो थुङ्गा फुलका हामी एउटै माला नेपाली सार्वभौम भई फैलिएका मेची महाकाली प्रकृतिका कोटि कोटि सम्पदाको आचला वीरहरूका रगतले स्वतन्त्र भूमि शान्ति भूमि तराई पहाड हिमाल अखण्ड यो प्यारो हाम्रो मातृभूमि नेपाल बहु जाति भाषा धर्म संस्कृति छ विशाल अग्रगामी राष्ट्र हाम्रो जय जय नेपाल.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. Please do take your seats. Thank you so much. पुनः एकपटक यहाँहरू सम्पूर्णलाई म हार्दिक स्वागत गर्न चाहन्छु र भर्खरै हलभित्र आउँदै हुनुहुन्छ भने हामीसँग खाली कुर्सीहरू अगाडि पनि छन्, मैले छेउमा पनि धेरै खाली कुर्सीहरू देखिरहेको छु। यहाँहरू सम्पूर्णलाई छिट्टै आसन ग्रहण गरिदिनका लागि म हार्दिक अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु। Post our national anthem, it is now my pleasure and honor to request our chief guest, Dr. Gunakar Bhatta, Vice Chair of the National Planning Commission, to formally inaugurate the regional conference with the lighting of the panas. I request Ms. Engineer Birendra Raj Pandey and Mr. Manish Pradhan, Country Director, Helvetas, Nepal, to assist and accompany our chief guest, Dr. Gunakar Bhatta, as he lights the panas and signifies the beginning of this regional conference. Our gratitude towards our chief guest, Dr. Gunakar Bhatta, Vice Chair of the National Planning Commission, for doing the honors. Thank you very much, sir. Distinguished guests, we have an impressive line of speakers who will share their perspectives on how private sector engagement can be strengthened and scaled for inclusive growth. So let's begin our inaugural session. I'd like to now invite our first speaker to the podium, who is a respected industrialist, a visionary leader, someone who brings over 3 decades of experience in infrastructure development, engineering, and private sector leadership. Throughout his distinguished career, he has been a strong advocate for industrial growth, investment, policy dialogue, and contributing significantly to Nepal's economic and infrastructure development. Please join me in warmly welcoming Engineer Birendra Raj Pandey, the President of the Confederation of Nepalese Industries.
Distinguished chief guest, dignitaries, representatives from government, development partners, private sector leaders, colleagues from the academia, civil society, ladies and gentlemen, a very, very good morning and warm welcome to you all. It is an absolute honor on behalf of the Confederation of Nepalese Industries and Helvetas Nepal to welcome you to this regional conference on private sector engagement for inclusive growth. This conference comes at an important moment, not only for Nepal, but for our entire region. We are living through a period of profound transformation. Technological advancements are reshaping industries and redefining the nature we work. Artificial intelligence is altering business models and skill requirements. Climate-related risks continue to challenge the resilience of our economies. Migration and demographic shifts are changing labor markets. At this time, expectations of businesses have evolved. Companies are no longer assessed solely by their profitability, but increasingly by the value they create to people, communities, and the society. In this context, the conversation on private sector engagement must move beyond narrow understanding of the private sector as merely an investor, employer, or taxpayer. The private sector must be recognized as a co-creator of solutions, a partner in public policy, and a driver of inclusive and sustainable growth. Ladies and gentlemen, inclusive growth cannot be achieved through government action alone, nor can markets by themselves address the complex social and economic challenges confronting our societies. The future requires a new development compact, one built on trust, collaboration, and shared responsibility among the government, businesses, workers, development partners, and the communities. For Nepal, this is particularly significant. The private sector contributes substantially to the national output, investment, employment generation, innovation, and revenue mobilization. Yet the role in shaping development outcomes often remains underutilized. Whether it is in the skill development, industrial transformation, digital innovation, agricultural modernization, green transition, women's economic empowerment, or employment creation. The private sector has both the capability and the responsibility to contribute more meaningfully. At CNI, we firmly believe the economic growth and social inclusion are not competing objectives, they are mutually reinforcing. An economy cannot be truly prosperous if opportunities are limited to a few. Growth cannot be sustained if young people remain unemployed or underemployed. Innovation cannot be flourished if women, marginalized communities, and small enterprises are left behind. And competitiveness cannot be strengthened if businesses operate in an environment characterized by policy uncertainty and weak institutional collaboration. That is why CNI has consistently advocated for a development approach that is private sector-led, government-enabled, and socially inclusive. Ladies and gentlemen, recent engagements by CNI with policymakers have emphasized several priorities that are essential for achieving this vision. First, policy stability and regulatory predictability. Businesses make long-term investment only when they can operate within a transparent and consistent policy framework. Second, investment in human capital. The jobs of tomorrow will demand new skills, adaptability, and lifelong learning. Training systems must therefore evolve from supply-driven approaches to demand-responsive models designed in partnership with the employers. Third, support for entrepreneurship and innovation, particularly among youth and women, so that economic participation expand beyond traditional boundaries. Fourth, strengthening domestic production and competitiveness, enabling enterprises of all sizes to participate in national, regional, and global value chain. And finally, institutionalized public-private dialogue where the private sector is engaged not as an afterthought, but as a trusted partner from policy design through implementation. These priorities resonate strongly with CNI's broader vision of contributing to a vibrant, resilient, and globally competitive economy. As we have repeatedly emphasized, Nepal's aspiration to build a larger and more prosperous economy will only be realized through productive partnership and enabling environment for enterprise. Friends, as we discuss private sector engagement today, I encourage us to ask difficult questions. How do we move from consultation to genuine co-creation? How do we design incentives that encourages businesses to invest in people, skills, innovation, and sustainability? How do we harness the opportunities presented by technology while protecting against widening inequalities? And how do we build institutions that outlast projects and political cycles? These are not easy questions, but they are precisely the conversations that conferences such as this must enable. Each of us bring different experiences and perspectives. Together, we can have an opportunity not merely to exchange ideas, but to identify practical pathways for action. Let us use this platform to challenge assumptions, learn from one another, and build partnerships that extend well beyond today's event. Before I conclude, I would like to express my sincere appreciations to the organizers, partners, speakers, panelists, participants, whose commitment has made this conference possible. The future of inclusive growth will not be determined by a single institution acting alone. It will be shaped by our collective willingness to collaborate, innovate, invest in shared prosperity. Let us therefore work together to build economies where businesses thrive, jobs are dignified, opportunities are accessible, and growth reaches every segment of our society. On behalf of the Confederation of Nepalese Industries and Helvetas Nepal, I wish you all the productive and meaningful conference. Thank you very much, and I wish the conference very success. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the President of CNI, Engineer Pandey, for the welcome remarks and for setting the tone for the conference as well. Our next speaker, distinguished guest, truly brings a national and regional perspective to our dialogue. A respected policy thinker and advocate for regional cooperation, our keynote speaker definitely brings in a wealth of insight on the evolving landscape of finance and economic development. It is my great honor to welcome Mr. Rameshwar Kanal, a highly respected economist, former finance minister, and former finance secretary, to deliver our keynote address.
Thank you very much. President of Confederation of Nepalese Industries, Vice Chairperson of National Planning Commission, Deputy Head of Mission, Swiss Development Corporation, Matthias Meyer, foreign delegates, industrialists, journalists, ladies and gentlemen. It is both an honor and a privilege to address this regional conference on private sector engagement for inclusive growth, a subject that I would argue sits at the heart of Nepal's future. We gather at a remarkable moment. For the first time in a generation, Nepal has a stable majority government with a clear economic mandate, strong parliamentary backing, and perhaps most critically, a leadership that has articulated a genuine partnership with the private sector as the cornerstone of its economic vision. When the people of Nepal went to the polls in March 2026, they were not merely choosing a government, they were choosing a direction. They rejected the cycle of instability, short-termism, a policy inertia that has constrained our growth for decades. Balendra Shah government, formed under the Rashtriya Swatantra Party with a near two-thirds majority, now carries that mandate. And with that mandate comes a rare window of opportunity, one that this conference and we as a private sector community must help to translate into productive reality. Let me briefly situate our discussion. Nepal's economy, despite being endowed with extraordinary natural and human capital, has consistently underperformed its potential. Chronic political instability, produced by a coalition penalty. I would call this as coalition penalty. We had several coalitions in the last 2 decades. Fractured incentives, short policy horizons, and reform fatigue that made long-term private investment a gamble rather than a rational calculation. The CNI, in collaboration with the investment board, produced a study involving more than 20 experts over 8 months that concluded our economy could reach $100 billion US. This is the target that this government also has set at current prices by 2033. That is not a fantasy. That is a plan requiring an average annual growth rate of 6 to 7% sustained over the coming decade. The government has set a target of 7% growth for fiscal year 2026-27, with inflation capped at 6%. The budget for this fiscal year stands at 2,124 billion, the largest in Nepal's history, representing a 25% expansion over the revised estimates of the previous year. These are ambitious numbers. History cautions us. Nepal has routinely achieved only 60 to 70% of its capital expenditure targets. In some years, going below 60%. But history was written under different political conditions. Our task today is to understand what the new policy framework offers and what we, as a private sector, must demand and deliver in return. Let me turn to the substance of the new government's policy framework. And I want to be specific because generalities serve neither our analysis nor our advocacy. First, recognizing the private sector as a primary driver, which our Finance Minister Swarnim Wagle has been repeatedly talking in public. Perhaps the most significant symbolic and substantive shift is that the government's budget explicitly frames the private sector as the primary engine of economic growth, not a supplement to state activity, The Finance Minister's budget speech states clearly that a new economic framework based on production, innovation, and entrepreneurship is being launched, and that the state's role is to be facilitative rather than controlling. This is not rhetoric. We should take it lightly. It must become a benchmark against which we hold the government accountable. In its very first cabinet meeting, the Balan government approved a private sector protection and promotion strategy as point 60 of 100-point reform agenda. This was welcomed by the private sector associations, including CNI, as a long-awaited and significant step. I would add, it must now be followed by the harder work of implementation. Second, tax and customs reform, reducing the cost of doing business. The fiscal measures in 2026-27 budget directly addresses two of the private sector's most persistent complaints: the complexity and weight of taxation and the unpredictability of the customs regime. Although the reforms are not full, it could have been done much better. On personal income tax, the exemption threshold has been doubled from rupees 500,000 to rupees 1 million, and the top marginal rate reduced by 10 percentage points. This is a significant middle-class stimulus measure that will expand domestic consumption, strengthen the formal wage economy, and reduce informality. On customs, few people have been explaining this as I explain. The increase in the exemption limit would strengthen the formal wage economy. On customs, the government has simplified the tariff structure from 11 tiers to 7. Excise duty has been abolished on 360 categories of goods, although there was a scope for removing excise duty on other items as well, which could promote exports. Scattered levies have been consolidated into single green levy. The customs duty on 273 categories of industrial raw materials has been reduced to maintain a one-tier differential with finished goods, a direct stimulus to domestic manufacturing competitiveness. These are real reforms. The CNI has rightly welcomed them, but let us be clear, their value lies entirely in consistent, predictable implementation. The business community must monitor and document outcomes, not merely as the announcements. Third, investment facilitation, removing the bureaucratic drag. The government has committed to operationalizing an investment express one-stop system within 3 months. They have completed 2 months, so we will have to see the results within a month. A single window through which investors can complete company registration, financial services, tax compliance, and visa applications simultaneously. The Foreign Investment Act is being amended to expand automatic approval routes, removing layers of discretionary bureaucratic gatekeeping. A Nepal investment visa will be introduced for investors above a government-set threshold. Special economic zones will be expanded, and industrial villages with shared infrastructure will be established. A Startup Nepal portal will offer same-day access to company registration, tax exemption, and seed capital. The government has also committed to maintaining industrial policies for at least 10 years, a critical signal of policy stability that private sector have long demanded. The Investment Board of Nepal is being strengthened, and projects below rupees 6 billion are to be decentralized to the provincial level, which has direct relevance for this regional conference as well. We are not talking about only South Asian regional, we also talk about the domestic regional equity. Our provinces must be empowered to compete for investment, not merely rely instructions from Simadharwar. Fourth, energy, the lever of industrialization. No discussion of private sector growth in Nepal is complete without addressing energy. The government has pledged to sign power purchase agreement for up to 13,000 megawatts of electricity within 180 days, and finalize an export strategy within 1 month. Although they have not finalized it, but they have already issued a draft for public comments. Private sector investment in energy has already exceeded rupees 1.31 trillion in energy sector. These investments must be rewarded with pricing certainty, transmission infrastructure, and expanded export markets. The Rashtriya Swatantra Party manifesto targets 30,000 megawatts within 10 years and per capita consumption of 1,500 kilowatt hours by 2035, up from the current 465 kilowatt hour. Affordable, reliable electricity is the precondition for industrial expansion, for reducing import dependency, and for making Nepal a cost-competitive manufacturing hub. The private sector should be at the table in designing this energy architecture. Just as Birendra Pandey said, private sector should not only be consulted, but should be made partner in policy making. Fifth, technology innovation and digital economy. The budget establishes Nepal's first sovereign AI compute center. Let's see how it materializes, and announces a 50% income tax exemption on export earnings for the IT sector. Dozens of government services are being integrated into Nagarik app. A fintech marketplace is being established under Nepal Rashtra Bank supervision. Foreign investment in IT is being opened. Laws enabling remote work for Nepalis employed by foreign firms from within Nepal will be formalized. This signals a genuine pivot toward a knowledge economy for a country with Nepal's demographic profile, young, digitally literate, and underemployed. This is not a luxury, it is a necessity. The inclusion imperative, growth that reaches everyone, the theme of this conference. And yet, I want to pause here with some candor. There are legitimate questions being raised about whether this budget and the wider policy direction serve the future spectrum of Nepal's people. Opposition voices have noted that the budget's benefits are concentrated in the middle class and formal private sector, and not to the poor and the deprived class. Critics point out that the rural poor, marginalized communities, first-middle farmers, and informal workers who constitute the majority of Nepal's population require specific, targeted attention beyond aggregate growth targets. Inclusive growth is not simply growth with broad participation. It is growth that structurally reduces inequality, expands opportunity, and builds resilience in communities that have historically been left at the margins. I would urge this conference to take seriously the following dimensions of inclusion in your panel discussions. First, MSMEs are the backbone of Nepal's employment structure. The budget's MSME expansion provisions, value chain development in agriculture and tourism, and startup incubation support are encouraging. But concessional credit at 3% interest must actually reach the entrepreneurs for whom it is intended, not merely be absorbed by well-connected intermediaries. Second, employment generation targets of 300,000 jobs annually, 1.5 million over 5 years, require a structured apprenticeship and vocational training architecture that connects industry needs with education system. CNI has a direct leadership role to play in co-designing these programs. Third, women's economic participation remains structurally constrained. Branding, marketing, and export facilitation for women-led enterprises, particularly in niche sectors such as pashmina, carpets, handicrafts, and agro-processing, particularly achar, pickles, need dedicated public-private partnership. The government has gestured in this direction. We must hold it to concrete commitments. Fourth, and crucially, the provinces. This is a regional conference, as I said, and I say with conviction, inclusive growth that is only measured at the regional national aggregate level is not truly inclusive. Provincial investment climates differ sharply. Far West lacks, Madhesh also lacks. The devolution of smaller investment projects to provincial government is an opportunity, but only if those governments have the institutional capacity and political will to use it. The private sector must engage at provincial level, not merely lobbying in Kathmandu. As we reflect on this landscape, I would like to propose 5 concrete advocacy priorities for this conference to carry forward. 1, implementation accountability mechanism. This is the most important. The private sector should establish a formal, independent monitoring framework to track government's 100-point reform agenda, particularly those measures directly relevant to investment and enterprise. Quarterly progress reports made public will convert good intentions into demonstrable commitment. 2. Monetize the energy advantage. We must advocate for accelerated transmission infrastructure as a condition for PPAs. As for private sector involvement in energy trading architecture, Nepal's hydropower potential is the single largest underutilized asset in our economic portfolio. 3. Fix the land and credit bottlenecks. Long-term fixed interest rates for productive sector must be complemented by land use reforms, collateral regime reform, and creation of movable assets registries. The legal framework is there, but it is not fully operational. Finance is not the only one input. Physical infrastructure for production zones must match the rhetoric. 4th, LDC graduation transition planning. The government has decided in response to private sector request, although I was advocating all along that we should not request for an extension. It has been done on the request of the private sector to voluntarily delay Nepal's formal LDC graduation. If indeed this is accepted by the relevant UN authorities, UN authority will have to accept this. It is not unilateral. If it is accepted by the UN authorities, Nepal can have few more years to properly implement transition strategy for an irreversible graduation. The private sector must use this window to build export competitiveness before preferential market access is withdrawn. A joint public-private LDC transition task force is essential, which NPC Vice Chairman here can coordinate. 5th, provincial economic compacts. CNI's regional presence is a strategic asset. CNI has associations all over Nepal. I urge this conference to recommend the establishment of provincial economic compacts, formal agreements between regional industry bodies and provincial governments setting out mutual investment commitments, regulatory timelines, and dispute resolution mechanisms. In closing, distinguished colleagues, Nepal has been here before. This is not the first time we are having this kind of transition. At the threshold of transformation, looking across at the possibility of a different future. What has differed is not the opportunity, but the will and the institutional coherence to seize it. Balendra Shah government has begun well. It has sent strong signals to the private sector. It has announced serious structural reforms. It has produced Nepal's most ambitious budget. Whether the budget becomes a turning point or another footnote in a long history of unfulfilled potential depends on two things: the government's execution capacity and our own, as industry, as regional bodies, as citizens who hold both the government and ourselves accountable. Inclusive growth is not a gift that governments bestow. It is a relationship that is built painstakingly, persistently, through policy, investments, advocacy, and accountability. CNI at this regional conference is doing exactly that. Let us leave today not merely with resolutions on paper, but with a genuine commitment to be the private sector partners that this moment and our people deserve. I wish this conference all success. Dhanyavad and thank you.
Thank you very much to our keynote speaker, Mr. Rameshwar Khanal, for that very balanced perspective as you shared the numbers that highlighted progress, but at the same time, your reminder that there's still room for improvement was commendable, and thank you for sharing the 5 points that you expect from the regional conference today as well. Distinguished guests, dear participants, let's now take a short pause for a video presentation that showcases some of Helvetas Nepal's private sector engagement models. So I request for all your attention towards the screen, please.
Nepal stands at a defining moment. Young people are entering the labour market in large numbers. There is growing demand of skilled human resources in businesses. Entrepreneurs are pursuing newfound opportunities, and every year, migrant workers return home with skills, experience, and hope. However, skills do not always match demand. Businesses struggle to find the skilled workforce and business services. Many returnees struggle to begin again. These are not only development challenges, but also major barriers to businesses. At this intersection, development outcomes and business incentives align. Through its work in skills development, enterprise promotion, and migrant reintegration, Helvetas Nepal is helping bridge these gaps by strengthening private sector engagement.
यो ह्युमन क्यापिटल भनेको यति इम्पोर्टेन्ट छ कि हाम्रो यो इन्डस्ट्रियल प्रोडक्टिभिटी बढाउनलाई यसमा हामीले सुधार गर्दै लिएर जानुपर्ने हुन्छ र यसमा एज अ इम्प्लोयर यो स्किल डोमेनमा हामीले काम नगरिकन हाम्रो यो प्रोडक्टिभिटी बढ्ने सम्भावना छैन। त्यही भएर यो चाहिँ मिनिङफुल र अब ग्रेटर प्राइभेट सेक्टर इन्गेजमेन्ट चाहिँ यो सेक्टरमा हुनुपर्छ भनेर हामीले डेभलपमेन्ट पार्टनरसँग काम गर्दै आइरहेका छौँ।
Through the Swiss-funded Ensure project, Helvetas is working with employers to shape how skills are learned.
नेपालमा यो स्किल डेभलपमेन्ट धेरै जरुरी भएको हुनाले कम्पनीहरूले अप्रेन्टिस राखेपछि धेरै फाइदा भएको छ।
हामीका ट्रेनिङ लिएको मान्छेले चाहिँ बेटर जब अपर्च्युनिटी लिएर उ बाहिर जान्छ। ट्रेनिङ मात्रै हैन, हामी जब ग्यारेन्टी पनि गर्न सक्छौँ।
Learning now happens in real workplaces, where production happens and value is created. Across hospitality, automobile, construction, mechanical, electrical, tea technology, and IT, young people are learning by doing.
Everyday school ma पढेको अनि 3 महिनापछि हामी स्कुलले एप्रेन्टिसशिप गर्न यहाँ कम्पनीमा पठाउनु भयो। सरले धेरै सपोर्ट गर्नुभयो। यस्तो केटा केटी काम गर्न सक्दैन भनेर कहिल्यै भेदभाव गर्नु भएन। त्यसपछि सिधै जाँदा अब यहाँको सुपरभाइजर भइयो।
इन्कमको हिसाबमा नि राम्रै हुन्छ। अब पछिको दिनमा इन्टरनेसनल पेमेन्ट आयो भने हामी इन्टरनेसनलको कामहरू लिएर पनि सजिलैसँग गरेपछि इन्टरनेसनल इन्कम भयो भने त झन् राम्रो नै हुन्छ।
This works because it aligns with how businesses function. Industries are not just supporting training, they are investing in it. Today, more than 1,800 industries are engaged, contributing over 3 million Swiss franc to skills development.
त्यो हामीले सहयोग मात्रै गर्ने हैन, केही लगानी गरेर त्यसबाट राम्रो डेलिभरी हामी पाऊँ भन्ने उद्देश्यले हामी अगाडि बढेका हौं।
Through sector skills committees and industry platforms, employers are helping shape skills systems themselves.
कुन किसिमको करिकुलम कुन सेक्टरलाई चाहिन्छ, फर एक्जाम्पल टु व्हीलरको लागि छुट्टै चाहिन्छ भने फोर व्हीलरको लागि फरक छ। त्यो आवश्यकता अनुसार चाहिँ अब के छ बजारको डिमान्ड, बजारको मागलाई हेरेर चाहिँ हामी त्यसलाई अगाडि बढिरहेका छौं।
Entrepreneurship grows when systems around them work and work together. Through InIlam, Helvetas strengthens the entrepreneurial ecosystem through the market system development approach. It works with banks and other financial institutions to improve access to finance. It works with incubation centers for business innovation and local governments and business associations for enabling a business environment.
किसानको प्रत्यक्ष नीड बुझेर किसानलाई आवश्यक पर्ने रकमहरुको फाइनान्शियल पार्टनरको रूपमा हामीले काम गरिरहेका छौं। हाम्रो सदस्यहरु सहकारी संस्थाले जब मेसिन पाउनु भयो, अहिले हामीलाई बिउ उत्पादन गर्ने किसानहरु अहिले 86 हेक्टरमा चाहिँ हामीले बिउ उत्पादन गरेका छौं।
New opportunities are piloted through emerging markets. One example is garment waste recycling, which transforms discarded materials into products, income, and livelihoods. Enterprises grow through partnerships, innovation, and local leadership. Through private sector engagement, more resilient livelihoods and stronger local economies are built.
एउटा कृषकले 300 घरबाट दुध कलेक्सन गर्छ। 300 घरमा रोजगार भयो कि भएन? यस्तै स्वरोजगारका कुरा र ग्रामीण रोजगारका कुरामा हामी योसँग मिलेर काम गर्न खोज्दै छौं। गरेका पनि थियौं हिजो रोजगारको लागि, अझ बढी गर्न खोज्दै छौं, गर्छौं।
Each year, thousands of returnees bring back skills and experience.
सेपको काम गरिरा छु अहिले। त्यसमा चाहिँ बाहिर पनि बसेको, बाहिरबाट फर्केर आएर अहिले स्टिल फेरि जब पाइरा छु।
Through the REMI project, Helvetas links them with employers, helping them reintegrate into the local economy and contribute to business and job growth.
रामधुनी नगरपालिकाको यो रोजगार शाखाको समन्वयमा जो विदेशबाट चाहिँ विभिन्न काम गरेर फर्किनु भएको छ, उहाँहरुको सिपलाई चाहिँ हामीले यहाँ नेपालमा एक्सचेन्ज गराउने अन्तर्गत तत्कालीय शाखाको समन्वयमा उहाँले सिफारिस गर्नुभएका व्यक्तिहरूलाई भर्ना गरेर रोजगार दिने गरिरहेका छौं।
Financial institutions and business organizations help returnees access capital, jobs, and business opportunities.
बाहिरबाट फर्किनु भएको युवाहरूलाई प्रोत्साहन स्वरूप बैंकको तर्फबाट पनि विशेष किसिमको कर्जा प्रवाह गरिएको छ।
हाम्रै देशका युवाहरूले काम सिकेर आएका कुराहरू आज उद्योगमा होला, होटलमा होला, अन्य सेवा क्षेत्रमा चाहिँ आएर फेरि यहाँ आएर आफ्नो सिपलाई यहाँ आएर काम गरेर त्यसबाट त्यो सिपबाट आफ्नो खुसीले गरेको आम्दानी गर्न सकेका खण्डमा चाहिँ यसले धेरै ठुलो चाहिँ सफल पाउने कार्य सफल हुनेछ।
Across Nepal, change is already visible. Private sector engagement is reshaping skills systems, supporting enterprise growth, and helping returnees re-enter the economy. Development outcomes and business incentives are already aligning. However, stronger policies and mechanisms are needed to make this alignment work better and scale private sector engagement.
I think that was a very powerful reminder of the impact that can be achieved when development partners and the private sectors come together with a shared vision. More than just projects or programs, the video, I think, reflected the real difference that partnerships, innovations, and maybe long-term engagement can have or make in the life of people, communities, and businesses alike. Distinguished guests, participants, our next speaker is joining us virtually to offer a wider lens on the topic. With a career spanning decades in international development cooperation and extensive experience living and working across Asia, Mr. Mers, or Dr. Jörg Mers, who is the Asia Continental Coordinator for Helvetas, is now joining us digitally. Dr. Yours, we are all set, we are ready, and the floor is now all yours.
Very much. Distinguished guests and partners, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, early good morning from Switzerland and Sapale Mero Namaste. I'm pleased to have this opportunity today to present Helvetas thinking about private sector engagement with a particular focus on the context in Asia. I would have loved to be there with you in Kathmandu in person to participate in the conference, to get to know you and to discuss this interesting topic with all of you. I hope you can see the slide. Across the globe, development organizations are increasingly called upon to collaborate with business in pursuit of the Sustainable Development Goals. The fourth Financing for Development Summit in Seville 2025, please change to the next slide, underscored this trend, placing private sector mobilization at the heart of the global financing agenda. Helvetas is engaging with this shift, assessing where private actors can play a constructive role. We see the collaboration with private sector we see that the collaboration with private sector will facilitate scale and reach, where business investment can bring projects to scale and reach more people. Collaboration can foster innovation, where companies offer technical know-how and innovative solutions for development challenges. The collaboration with private sector supports sustainability, where market-based approaches can help ensure long-term impact beyond donor funding. And finally, it can leverage funding through public-private partnerships that unlock additional resources for development. For the private sector, the collaboration with development actors and programs contributes to bridging critical skills gaps within the industries and provides access to labor force from disadvantaged groups that is difficult to reach. It creates shared values where companies gain markets, innovation and risk mitigation while contributing to inclusive growth and sustainable development. For us at Helvetas, the question is not whether to engage, but how, under what conditions such partnerships serve our mission and reach more scale, be more sustainable, innovate, and finally leverage funds. Private sector engagement translates into concrete partnership models and funding types, and how we collaborate with the private sector. The key point is that this engagement is not one type of partnership. It applies across different entry points depending on the role of the private sector. We differentiate three main partnership models. The first one being joint projects, where private sector actors co-create and co-deliver interventions. This is currently the most prominent model, and an example that will be discussed in the meeting are the Shamerto project in Bangladesh, where important agro-processing companies developed their skills development offer in the company with support of Helvetas. Another example, the In Ilam project in Nepal, where 81% of the investment comes from innovative private enterprises. The second partnership model is advisory services, where companies fund Helvetas expertise. An example for this is where the Swiss supermarket chain Coop funded the technical advisory of Helvetas in the rice project in India to develop the basmati supply chain. This remains relatively small today, but offers clear growth potential. And finally, corporate giving, where companies or corporate foundations provide funding through structured partnerships. Across all models, the private sector can take on different roles, from funding partner to co-implementer or co-steering partner, with funding typically being a minimum requirement. In parallel, we distinguish between two types of funding logics. Grant-based, which remains the dominant model. The Responsible Business Fund, or RBF Plus in Myanmar, that is present in the meeting, is a prime example for this. Private companies are supported to overcome investment challenges in a volatile environment with the aim to greening the industries. On the other hand, the investment-linked funding modalities are emerging more and more and are increasingly relevant. As an example, the rice bond facilitates a more important co-shaping role in co-investment and co-financing. In particular, impact finance introduces an important shift. Rather than only mobilizing donor funding, we aim to leverage additional private capital at scale. For example, through blended finance structures combining grants and investment capital, such as the Social Enterprise Fund in Sri Lanka. This also creates new opportunities across models, for example, technical assistance mandates and in advisory services, or venture philanthropy approaches in corporate giving, where donors provide more strategic catalytic funding. Overall, these models provide different entry points to engage the private sector, while investment-linked approaches are key to scaling impact beyond traditional funding. Next slide, please. A critical success factor for scaling private sector engagement is our ability to translate partnership models into compelling value propositions for companies. This means clearly addressing their business risk and opportunities, such as supply chain resilience, regulatory compliance, or market access, while at the same time linking these to development outcomes. Strong value propositions allow us to define clear collaboration areas, provide a credible pitch to companies, and move from reactive engagement to proactive partnership development. Based on this, we need to make strategic choices about where to focus. Not all partnership areas offer the same potential in terms of impact and scale. Our priority is to focus on areas where we can achieve systemic impact at scale, particularly through public-private partnerships and joint project models in collaboration. Areas include value chain development, green and just economic transition, and increasingly capital for sustainable impact. These areas combine strong development relevance with high potential for scaling partnerships and mobilizing resources. At the same time, other collaborations areas remain important and closely interlinked. We will continue to actively pursue these opportunities, such as responsible humanitarian engagement, inclusive business, sustainable impact, and corporate social responsibility. Next slide, please. Helvetas is implementing various private sector engagement projects worldwide. On this slide, we have put together some of the projects in Asia. You will be hearing more about the projects here shown in brown, including the Circular Economy project in Vietnam, the Inilam and Ensure projects in Nepal, the Shamorta Plus project in Bangladesh, and the Responsible Business Fund project in Myanmar. Some other projects are the projects that link informal and formal vocational skills development in Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan, a value chain project on coffee development in Vietnam, and winter tourism development in Kyrgyzstan. Two very successful regional projects have been completed, the VAPRO project on water use efficiency and the Biotrade project focusing on natural ingredients in Laos, Myanmar, and Vietnam. Next slide, please. Today, you will be discussing private sector engagement in skills development, circular economy, entrepreneurship, and digital tools. I hope of your discussions. I wish you a good, insightful, and interesting conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mas, for joining all the way from Switzerland and for your insightful presentation as well. Distinguished guests, as we move forward of the inaugural session at the Regional Conference on Private Sector Engagement for Inclusive Growth, it is now my pleasure to turn to our development partners. Please help me in welcoming Mr. Matthias Meyer, the Deputy Head of Mission of the Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation, to share his perspective on SDC's strategy and priorities in the private sector engagement.
Thank you very much. Distinguished Vice Chair of the National Planning Commission, former Minister of Finance, President of the CNI, representatives from private sectors, government officials, academia, Helvetas, other distinguished participants, a very good morning and greetings on behalf of the Swiss Embassy in Nepal. It is my pleasure to join you today and be part of this discussion on leveraging private sector engagement for inclusive growth, both in Nepal and in the wider region. The private sector is indispensable for sustainable development. We rely on it on expertise, for innovation and resources. 9 out of 10 jobs generated in developing countries today are created in the private sector. This is why Switzerland is engaging with the private sector actors across all our cooperation areas. Private sector engagement is a line of intervention across all our themes and topics in cooperation in Nepal. Development and economic cooperation go hand in hand. A dynamic economy provides commercial opportunities for businesses and forms the foundation for long-term prosperity. For Swiss cooperation, private sector engagement is not a partnership of convenience. It is a collaboration that has to be on equal footing with a common vision and a collaboration where costs and also risks are shared. To put it simply, what international cooperation can do is open the door, help de-risk, and demonstrate the possible. But it is the private sector that walks through the door, takes ideas to scale, innovates on them, and sustains them over time. That is the partnership we seek to build with you. Our private sector approach follows clear principles: respect for markets, additionality, subsidiarity, and high social, environmental, and governance standards. At the same time, private sector engagement is not a singular solution for every problem, nor is it suited to every context. But where it applies and is well designed, it greatly multiplies the impact. One prime example of this in Nepal has already featured prominently in the video. It is our support to the technical and vocational education training, the TVET. The key to success in this engagement is precisely the strong private sector participation and ownership. In this endeavor, Helvetas has been a key partner for the Swiss Embassy for a long time. Another example is Invest for Impact in Nepal. Our joint platform with the development finance institutions, the British International Investment and FMO. By helping to de-risk and crowd in capital, we aim at creating market demonstrations effect that attract commercial investors where they would not otherwise venture alone yet. This reflects a deliberate shift in how we work from a purely grants-based approach towards a catalytic investment-oriented finance that mobilizes far more than Swiss funds could do alone. In Nepal, there are many other examples how Switzerland has focused on strengthening the capacity of SMEs through technical assistance, access to finance, and by advocating for policies that enable private sector growth. We operationalize this approach through an initiative in Koshi province, which is called Udaya, which enables SMEs to grow. Let me close, ladies and gentlemen, with a word of thanks. Firstly, to our hosts, Helvetas, a long-standing partner of Switzerland, and also the CNI. And I wish to acknowledge all the business representatives and associations that are gathered here today with whom we have equally partnered. Thank you very much. Dhanyavad.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maya, for your valued remarks. And finally, distinguished guests, as we head towards the conclusion of our inaugural session, we are deeply honored to have a very special chief guest with us, who is a distinguished economist and policy leader. Our chief guest brings in extensive expertise in monetary policy, financial sector regulation, and economic development. And now, to give the final words, it is my privilege to invite Dr. Gunakar Bhatta, the Vice Chair of the National Planning Commission.
धन्यवाद, नमस्कार. Mr. Chairman of the Confederation, धन्यवाद, नमस्कार. Mr. Chairman of the Confederation of Nepali Industries, respected former Finance Minister, distinguished guests, diplomats, friends from the entrepreneur community, media person, ladies and gentlemen, I am privileged to address this important gathering organized by the Confederation of Nepali Industries. I thank the CNI for organizing this important event aimed at promoting entrepreneurship and contributing to our common goal of inclusive growth. I understand that this is an important gathering urging communities, private sector, and the government to push for inclusive and sustainable economic growth. Our aspirations to attain high growth and build a prosperous society is largely complemented by these types of events where learned and experienced personalities, they share their enriched ideas, experiences, and thoughts. I'm sure this gathering is immensely benefited by the presence and knowledge of our former finance minister, who has spent not a single decade or two, has spent almost half century in the policy design. This gathering also bears historical significance when we are moving towards the path of stability, good governance, and high growth. Discussions and findings from today's thematic sessions will be important for charting policies for inclusive growth. These types of discussions are important as we are reeling under uncertainty due to geopolitical risk, climate change, and the emergence of artificial intelligence. In fact, uncertainty has become an exogenous fact of our daily life. As we all know that Nepal has made some tangible progress in reducing poverty, improving access to basic services such as education, health, water supply, and sanitation, the unanticipated challenges in the global economy might affect our efforts in steering development. The geographic, climatic, and societal diversity of the nation has always been at the heart of economic development priorities. The government of Nepal has implemented multiple policies and programs aimed at ensuring inclusive growth. These include both fiscal and monetary interventions, including number of programs targeted different sections of the society. Along with the economic liberalization initiatives, private sector has remained at the core of the economic transformation in Nepal, and the private sector is highly prioritized by the current government as well. We have also implemented a number of programs, policy initiatives to usher in high growth and bring people out of the vicious cycle of poverty, which is also complemented by the effort initiatives of the private sector. Despite these gains, huge disparities and inequalities persist among the regions and social groups. Economic growth remains modest and redistribution seems challenging. The manufacturing sector has contracted over the years, failing to absorb surplus labor force from the agriculture to fully leverage Nepal's current demographic dividend. Poverty incidence is highly heterogeneous. Some local governments have less than 4% of population below the line of national poverty, whereas others have above the 70% population that are living below the line of national poverty. Nepal, along with other fellow economies, faces structural barriers as well as emerging challenges: digital divide, marginalized population, disproportionately affected by climate change and disaster, limiting the possibility to have a catch-up effect. Structural transformation in the least developed countries like Nepal is constrained by multiple factors, including financial, institutional, and geographic bottlenecks. Low productive capacity, high dependence on import, squeezing manufacturing sector, poor investment, climate, lack of access to affordable credit are among the key factors contributing to low-income trap. It is therefore important to view inclusive development through the lens of structural transformation, how an economy moves from low productivity, fragmented activities to high productivity, integrated industries. Ladies and gentlemen, public sector alone cannot act as the sole engine of growth. The state simply lacks fiscal space and agility. The path to inclusive growth must be paved by a dynamic private sector. But for growth to be truly inclusive, private enterprises must be systematically incentivized to integrate marginalized regions, small businesses, and underutilized labor forces into global and regional value chains. This realization is evident. Government of Nepal has expressed its commitment to bring the private sector in the lead to ensure inclusive economic development. Therefore, government is focusing on rebuilding trust and restoring private sector confidence. In Nepal, micro, small, and medium enterprises constitute the backbone of Nepal's employment, yet they face severe constraints in scaling. The government's priority is to ease the regulatory burden of doing business and remove administrative barriers to formalization. Private sectors lead on linking MSMEs into larger domestic, regional, and global value chain and integrating small-scale producers with large manufacturing firms and exporters is expected to ensure that MSMEs can transition away from fragmented survivalist operations towards a sustainable production hub. Another area where private sector's contribution is essential is the logistic services, such as the investing in dry ports, modern warehousing, cold chain networks for agriculture products, and streamlined customs automation. Upgrading logistic infrastructure, directly reduces trade friction, allowing small and medium enterprises in remote regions of the country to access national and international market effectively. The private sector's contribution in Nepal towards promoting access to finance and adopting fintech services has remained commendable. Similar opportunities are there in terms of utilizing AI and data analytics to optimize production and distribution process. Government has duly taken the concern expressed by the private sector on LDC graduation. Hence, deferral requests have been made. Deferral on itself is not a panacea and it is not a solution. So we need to focus in managing the transition smoothly. Private sector's contribution in terms of building human capital in Nepal is commendable. The education and health services extended by the private sector have complemented the government's effort. Heightened priority is to ensure that, again, quality education, quality health services is accessible to all people living in the nook and corner of the country. Public-private partnership, ladies and gentlemen, it is important in building and operating large infrastructure and bring unprecedented opportunities. Constructive dialogue and engagement in materializing the opportunity in Nepal is essential. I'm sure that today's thematic sessions will usher in the path for higher growth, how Nepal can reap the benefits of the potentials and utilize its opportunities available in the economy, particularly in the area of the digitalization that the government of Nepal has focused consistently, and the current government has given high priority to transform the economy through the digitalization, and where private sector can also engage itself. And I thank you for providing me this opportunity. And to conclude, I would like to thank you, especially the organizer, for inviting me to this event. I'm confident that today's program will be instrumental in pushing forward discussions relating to emerging as well as conventional challenges faced by the entrepreneur community. I wish you all a productive dialogue and successful event. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our chief guest, Dr. Bhatta, and may I now please request Ms. Sarita Rawal to please join us onto the stage. Sarita ji lai ma agadi manchma nimte auna chahanchu. She's an entrepreneur who's working actively in Dhaka and textile, and I request her to kindly present a token of appreciation to our chief guest. सरिताजीले हाम्रो प्रमुख अतिथिज्यूलाई प्रदान गरिदिनका लागि म हार्दिक अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु एउटा टोकन अफ एप्रिसिएसन। डाक्टर गुणाकर भट्टलाई हामीले धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद पनि ज्ञापन गर्न चाहन्छौँ। सँगसँगै अर्को गुडी ब्याग पनि रहेको छ, तपाईँले धेरै प्रडक्ट्सहरू यसमा देख्न सक्नुहुनेछ, यो पनि ग्रहण गरिदिनु हुनका लागि हामी हार्दिक अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छौँ। थ्याङ्क यू भेरी मच, धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद। सरिताजीलाई पनि हामी धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छौँ, थ्याङ्क यू सो मच। सँगसँगै रामेश्वर सरलाई पनि म माथि मञ्चमा आइदिनु हुनका लागि हार्दिक अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु, यो मायाको छिनो ग्रहण गरिदिनका लागि। अ सिम्पल टोकन, वी प्रमिस युजफुल कुराहरू नै छ त्यो प्याकेजमा, त्यसै कारणले सरलाई पनि माथि आएर ग्रहण गरिदिनु हुनको लागि अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु। र जीवन कुमारी राईज्यूलाई अगाडि आइदिनका लागि म हार्दिक अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु, हु वाज अ returnee migrant and has now established herself as an entrepreneur through Remy Project. She's also the chairperson of the Returnee Migrant Network at the local level, so I think that deserves a big round of applause. जीवनजीलाई अगाडि आइदिनका लागि अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु र उहाँको थ्रुबाट चाहिँ नि रामेश्वर सरलाई यो टोकन अफ एप्रिसिएसन दिइदिनका लागि म अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु। Thank you very much, Dede Dhanyavad. We'd also like to invite Mr. Meyer to please join us onto the stage, Mr. Matthias Meyer. र Ankita Sigdeljuलाई म अगाडि आइदिनु हुनका लागि हार्दिक अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु. She is a trainee of professional cook working in hotel management. I request her to kindly present Mr. Meyer with this token of appreciation. And if I may trouble our guests one last time, म हाम्रा प्रमुख अतिथि, keynote speaker, president of CNI, country director of Helvetas, सम्पूर्णलाई अगाडि एउटा group photograph का लागि निम्ति आउन चाहन्छु. May we also have the team of Helvetas to please join us onto the stage for a group photograph. And through this group photograph, we conclude the inaugural session of the Regional Conference on Private Sector Engagement for Inclusive Growth. Thank you very much. Thank you to our chief guest, our keynote speaker, all our distinguished guests for your valued presence and participation at the inaugural session of the regional conference. And now to take this conference forward, I'd like to invite Shraddhaji to please join us onto the stage and carry us through the important session that will follow now today.
Thank you so much, Sadiksha ji. Good morning, distinguished guests, representatives from government agencies, private sector leaders, development partners, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you've enjoyed the inaugural session and gained insights from our esteemed speakers on how private sector engagement can contribute to inclusive growth. As we transition into the thematic session, allow me to briefly reiterate on the themes that we'll be discussing today. First, we have skills, supporting young people and workers with market-relevant skills that improve employability and productivity. Second, enterprise, strengthening partnership and business ecosystems that create jobs, innovation, and local economic opportunities. And third, it's sustainable economy, promoting economic development that is environmentally responsible, resilient, and beneficial for future generations. Without further ado, let's begin with our first thematic session on private sector engagement in skills. And to guide us through this discussion, it's my pleasure to invite Mr. Rabindra Bahadur Singh, team leader at Helvetas Nepal, to moderate the session. Mr. Singh is a development practitioner with over 23 years of experience in Tibet system reform, private sector engagement, and inclusive market system development across Nepal, South Asia, and ASEAN. He's led large-scale programs, contributed to national policy reforms, and mobilized public-private investments to improve skills and employment opportunities. He describes himself as a developer, someone who combines an understanding of development challenges and has an entrepreneurial mindset. This combination enables him to align business incentives with development goals and design systemic interventions that deliver sustainable impact. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Singh to the stage.
Thank you so much, Sardaji. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. In this session, so we'll try to move beyond the usual talks in private sector engagement. So as Mr. Rameshwar highlighted in his special remark, so we'll try to move beyond the rhetoric and try to have a more real conversation. So we'll focus on what truly working on the ground, practical models that can be scaled and sustained. So we'll begin with two brief presentations, one from Bangladesh and another from Nepal, on two different models of private sector engagement. So then we'll have a quick audience interactions where we'll not only invite the questions, but also your contribution and input. So then that will be followed by the panel discussion. So where we'll shift our gear and try to take a more futuristic view of skills development. So with these brief introductions, now let me invite Mr. Prashant Verma to the stage to share his insight from his work with large employers in skill development in Bangladesh. Mr. Verma, he's the country director of Helvetas Bangladesh, and he brings more than 34 years of experience across Africa and South Asia. His work has focused on skills development, economic resilience, governance, and building private sector partnerships that create sustainable change. He firmly believes that lasting solutions emerge when communities, government, and the private sector work together, an idea that sits at the heart of today's discussion. So please join me to welcoming Mr. Prashant Verma. Mr. Prashant Verma.
Honorable Excellencies, distinguished guests and participants, a very good morning. This is Prashant Verma. I'm a country director for Helvetas, Bangladesh. In next 10 minutes, I will take you through Bangladesh. Okay. Before I talk about Bangladesh, please give me hi. How many among us have already been to Bangladesh? Okay, quite a few people, wonderful. I would advise please visit this equally beautiful country as well. Bangladesh, once upon a time, set a great example to the entire world in terms of fastest and bold economic reform. There was a time consistently for more than 10 years. And the private sectors were the main engine of that economic growth. And it did work very well. As always happens in our life, there are some surprises waiting for us. And that exactly happened in Bangladesh, to some extent even in Nepal. And those surprises came in the name of Corona crisis earlier. After Corona, then Ukraine crisis. After Ukraine, there was a political turmoil in Bangladesh, led for a political vacuum. And then now we have a new government. And we are trying to re-strengthen the whole private sector environment. And this Gulf crisis started. Increasing fuel prices, electricity, labor mobilities, all those big surprises eventually become shocks. And these shocks, of course, they were external, but internally they were creating two major significant challenges. As you know, Bangladesh is one of the youngest population in the world. More than 50-55% population are still very young. But because of those shocks, quite a number of young population were unemployed. At the same time, many private sector, especially the medium and small scale enterprises, could not survive those shocks. And those who could survive were struggling to maintain their resilience. With this kind of scenario, Helvetas came in picture. We didn't want to be a normal partnership that we are coming with funding and supporting the private sector and creating some short-term goals and finishing and say bye-bye. No. We thought this time that we would like to make a very long-term strategic, and we call it blended finance approach. The concept of blended finance approach that the selected private sector partner and Helvetas, we are bringing our resources together equally. And of course, we were supported by another donor called USAID. The beautiful part of this whole blended approach model was that there are 5 key factors. The first factor was, it's not about Helvetas and private sector. There were multiple stakeholders were involved. Private sector, Helvetas. We also involved the different government ministry departments, those who are responsible for curriculum development, technical education department, those who are responsible for certification of courses. We also included another third actor who is very experienced about digitalization of this whole curriculum. And then we also engaged with other like-minded organizations who start believing in this whole discourse to create an environment to support this kind of private sector partnership model. The private sector contribution was equally very important. And we selected 2 major private sector companies. One is known as Pran. I believe you must have seen their product even in Nepal market. And the second one was Rani, both food processing factories, enterprises. And they were not looking Helvetas that we are giving them financial support, but they started giving their contribution in terms of health insurance for the new workers. They were giving accommodation support. They were giving food vouchers. They were giving them more kind of a space where people can learn so that they are earning and learning, and that's how they were growing. So all those things came from those private sector people, and that was their contribution. The role of Helvetas was also related to 4 label, as I said. One is about the strengthening the system of this private sector. We were also talking about creating an enabling environment, means we were also involved in some kind of advocacy at national and subnational level. We were also talking about the, sorry, it was a mismatch. We were also talking about the mobilizing the resources and also capacity building of the government departments, those who are responsible for curriculum development and also for TEBET skill development. And of course, we were talking about digital innovation. In this whole approach, 2 important things were very important. One is about flexibility. We just can't carry out one-size-fit kind of model. We had to maintain the flexibility because Pran is like a global international level enterprise, whereas Rani was like low medium scale enterprise. And therefore, we made a tailor-made approach to fit along well with the requirements of those private sector people and also the people as well. And the impact, we were looking at 2 points. The first and the most important impact we were looking is the economic resilience of large number of people, those who are unemployed. And we were aiming for young population, mainly the women, because we realized that women empowerment is equally very important when we are talking and addressing the situation of unemployment. And the second important point is about system strengthening. If we don't strengthen the system, things may collapse after 2 or 3 years. And that was the 2 important values we were keeping in this blended finance model. Now, why this model becomes so successful or how this model works? There are many factors, but to highlight a few. First, this kind of model works very well with labor-intensive processing plants, where quite a large number of laborers are required on a quite a regular basis. Companies, they also need to have a system and procedures about the skill forecast. So if we were knowing that what kind of labors, what kind of skills and competence are required in next 6 or 8 months' time, we were able to select the people and able to train those sets of people and put them in a right place with the right job. Curriculum is very important. Traditionally, in Bangladesh market, when government institutions developed the curriculum, they were very traditional, very black and white, what you call teacher-centered curriculum. Those frustrated, unemployed youth, when they are looking for a job, they want incentive quickly. They don't have the patience to wait for 6 months to gain the skills, then get the money. They want something tomorrow because they are so vulnerable. And therefore, when we started this process, day 1, when they were selected, their financial cycle started. So they were learning, they were securing the funds, and most of the learnings were practical plus theoretical. Practical, they were attached to different types of jobs according to their interest and capabilities while they were learning. At the same time, using the technology, we gave them tablets, and we made this whole curriculum digitalized so that in the evening, using this animated version, because most of them were not very highly educated, using the animated version, they were able to learn and able to compete and clear the course. So while they were having job, skills, knowledge, at the end, they had a certificate, which was accredited by the government. So all things were working together. That was the most important part, how this model worked. Nurturing talent was quite an important point about selection of the people. If you go simply in the outreach communities and pick the people, many people there, if they do not have long-term aspiration to learn and grow, people come and do the job and leave within 2-3 months, which is a big loss. So we had a very strong appetite tool to identify the real needy people who really looking forward for long-term job and skills and more consistent. It took a long time, but using this systematic approach, we could select a very right people, and as a result, those people who were selected around 4 or 5 years earlier are still consistently working and growing. Blended training, as I said, combination of practical as well as theoretical learning worked very well, and the important point is the equal partnership, value-driven partnership. Helvetas and our 2 private sector people, we were keeping ourselves at the same footage, and we were maintaining important values as well. These are some impressive figures for you, but 2 important factors. One is about the increased production. These 2 private sector people, because they could manage to secure very skillful people doing the right job, as a result, their productivity increased by 25%. So we are talking about individual production as a labor, and we are also talking overall productivity of those enterprises as well. And the second important point is about economic resilience. Those people who were consistently doing the job, they were getting the incentives, their economic growth was significant, and we are very proud of that. Those people are literally walk out of poverty within 2 years of time. And this whole thing is not only about new freshers, labor forces, but those who were already existing labor forces were also using the digital technology. They were supported to upgrade their skills so they can move forward within the hierarchy of those industrial promotions and their new opportunities. Inclusion, of course, as I said, we were aiming that 50% target must be women and youth as well, which we maintained very well. Some of the key lessons, if we talk about how this model can work and how this model can be replicated, first, as I said, we have to be more smart. And that's why we convinced the different ministries and departments to change their curriculum, and we also introduced the digital form of curriculum so that people can learn in the evening hours because they didn't have time during when they were working 9 to 5 hours. The flexibility and the tailor-made approach according to the requirements of each individual industry or factory is very important, which we maintain ourselves. The value-driven partnerships, and the most important, the whole package, is skills, knowledge, and incentive. This is the most important, especially when we are dealing with the vulnerable people. If we talk only about skills and knowledge, no money, so no honey at the end. So we have to give them money, otherwise their motivation to continuously working with us would be lost. Some of the core evidence, as I said, in our life when everything is beautiful, some shock comes. When everything was working well in this project, suddenly Trump administration decided to terminate all the USAID supported project, and as a result, we were in the middle of the project, things collapsed. But thanks to our great work, thanks to our team, thanks for our values, what we established in the system, the model is still working despite 1.5 year gap, and that is a proud moment for us. And the most beautiful part of this, more than 80% of those workers who were trained and engaged through this process, they are still working very happily. And those 20% people who are not yet there because they had a skills and certificate, this migrated successfully because they had skills, and migration is still a preferred option in Bangladesh, same like Nepal as well. The second important point, that these partners are able to retain the system what we have established for them, and they're still investing to continue their beautiful system. So people have got economic resilience, job security, system is also working, and the third and important thing, that the kind of curriculums, the digitalized version, the support what we have offered to the different ministries and departments, they are still very keen, and they are still continuing to evolve and improvise, and we are still supporting them without having funding support from USAID. Key lesson learned, there are many, but broadly we are saying it is very, very important that we always talk about blended model, blended finance. If it is only one side, love, then the true love will not happen. It has to be both parties should come together and put their resources together, then there is a good achievement. This kind of model works very well in the labor-intensive factories or labor-intensive industries, where there's a significant demand on a regular basis to engage quite a large number of people. And the third and the most important thing is about the location and the selection of the private sector. There are a range of private sector, and that is also our lesson. We have to pick those private sectors who really believe in the values. We know that private sector are very keen for making profit, but profit is important, but profit should be made on the values. Those people who are compromising on their values, this kind of model will not work. And it took us a long time to understand this model and concept and some kind of tools to identify value-driven private sector, and that's very core for the success of this model. I think I have finished. I hope I have not overshoot the time. Once again, thank you very much for your patience for listening, and I hope, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prasant. You're just on time. And thank you so much for sharing very interesting case and for the powerful presentation. So we'll take questions after the second presentation. So we are doing good with the time. So I hope we can take a few questions after the second presentation. So now I would like to invite Dr. Ghanshyam Oza. He's the Director General of Confederation of Nepalese Industry. So he will walk us through what it takes to move from the rhetoric to the realities, so in the private sector engagement. So with extensive experience in public policy, infrastructure, investment, private sector leadership, he brings a unique perspective on the role of industry in shaping Nepal's development trajectory. Having worked across institutions such as Investment Board Nepal, Nepal Infrastructure Bank, he has consistently focused on building bridges between industry and government. He strongly believes meaningful progress happens when the actors work together rather than in silos. Dr. Oza, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the kind words bestowed on me. So basically, I will walk you through all the distinguished guests. I will walk you through basically private sector engagement in Tibet from rhetoric to reality. Because, the paradox in Nepal that we have been witnessing is so many of our youths, brothers, sisters, they are leaving Nepal for jobs abroad. Every day, at least, the data says around 2,500 to 3,000, they are leaving Nepal for uncertain future, basically looking for jobs. Whereas industries in Nepal are looking for workers. So it's a really very big paradox in Nepal. Industries are looking for workers, whereas workers are leaving the country. So where is the mismatch? So there is a real mismatch between the needs and the supply, requirements and the supply. So this is where I think Tibet works. Tibet really is really very integral here because it tries to bridge that gap. Okay, so I think strong rationale for private sector engagement. I think I don't need to say much about it because there is skill mismatch, as I already said. The workers who are coming to market, they are not being absorbed by the market, largely because they don't have skills that is required by the industries. The second, it was already discussed in our first session also, there is low productivity. The workers don't have much, our workers have low productivity compared to workers in many other countries. That's why, the cost of production is really high. And our workers are not getting wages even abroad. When they go abroad, They are not getting wages at par with workers from other countries because there is so much low productivity. It's all, it boils down to the skill gap. Unemployment, definitely underfunding. Our constitution, all documents that are produced and owned by the government, there is a strong ownership of the private sector engagement, private sector participation in whether it is in development, in skills. So even Constitution of 2015 and major education skills labor policies formulated after 2015 recognize the importance of private sector for inclusive development, for inclusive growth. But if you see if you see it in action, I think there is a gap. So the books are good, documents are good, all policies are good, but when it comes to implementation, into actions, there is a gap. So where is the gap? So gap is here. Gap is in the model. All the trainings are institution-based trainings here. Therefore, they are way, they do not really, the trainings are not aligned with the industry needs. So we have so many training institutes. Our youths are taking trainings, but the lessons, the core, the training materials or manuals are not developed in line with the industry needs. So maybe they are developed by academics, by experts, but I think they do not really carry the needs of the industry. So that's why, there is a problem in the model. The another problem is in mechanism. So if you see City Vitae Council and many other boards, there is a private sector, there is a provision for private sector representation, but it's just a representation. So it is not owning the private sector participation, whereas how private sector can participate in the decisions. So let's say decisions are made and private sector representation is called, representative is called, and any private sector representative goes, signs it, well, then the government says, look, we have private sector representative in this document. So I think there is this problem. The private sector engagement needs to start right from the inception, right from developing the curriculum, course, any training materials or manuals, and then that private sector representative should be from the industries or from the real, industries. Then that person can contribute to the training manuals, training materials, and then that perfectly aligns with the private sector needs. So there is this problem, mechanism. So there is a problem in mechanism, and there is a problem in mandate. So I see 3M problem, MQ problem. So model. So from the institution, it should be taken to the industries. Training should take place in the industries. Well, how it can be done, whether it is 50% industries and 50% classroom, that can be discussed, kind of apprenticeship model which is happening. But I think it should be moved to the industries. There are some progress, some signs of progress as we have observed. The government in partnership with private sector and development partners have, particularly with Swiss-funded Insure NBQS projects are some of the examples. We have this apprenticeship, which is a wonderful concept. So 70% of the learning takes place in industries. And this needs to be really escalated further, across the country, whether it be it in provinces, districts, apprenticeship model. And in our conversation with industries, they share it with us that the industry owners, they are saying that, look, apprenticeship model has been really a wonderful gateway for us to get the best resources, these workers, because they are trained there, they understand the industries, technical aspects as well as values. And they are really important asset for the industry. And this needs to be really escalated. And you can see more than 1,800 industries have participated in it. And industries themselves have invested a lot. More than 3 million Swiss franc they have invested here in this apprenticeship model. Next is Sector Skill Committee. There are 9 sector skill committees. CNI is leading manufacturing committee. And we have conducted a lot of training as well as curriculum development of many manufacturing sectors, such as very recently, I think we've done this shoes and sleepers, related to shoes and sleepers. And in Nepal, I think we have become really self-reliant on this sector. NCS development, occupational sector map, but the mechanisms are yet to be recognized by the law. So sector skill committees are there, that needs to be recognized. And another concept that we have recently started is, Tibet Industry Council. What we have realized is, in all the bodies, in all the government bodies, as I previously said, the private sector representation is there, and the government or the head of the relevant bodies, they just call the private sector representative, at 7 o'clock in the morning for 9 o'clock meeting, and the private sector representative goes and signs the document. But we want to change it. So CNI has taken this initiative in collaboration with 5 other associations. FWIN, we have HAN, we have FNCSI, FCAN. So 5 of us have started this initiative, and we are going to register it. And this is going to be a platform for private sector associations, Tibet Industry Council. So formally registered in Nepal. And this platform can become an interface for the government. So let's say if the government wants a representative from the private sector on any of these boards, a representative from the TIC, Tibet Industry Council, will go. And the representative in the TIC is from the industries. So all these private sector associations will send their representative to any of these governing bodies. So this is what CNI is working, and we hope to get it registered very soon, formally registered, and it will be functioning as an independent body. It's not a part of CNI. It's an independent body where all these private sectors can come, FNCCI's, Chamber, all these other associations can come later. And the founding members are 5 private sector associations. So the others, legal mandates in Tibet, apprenticeship guidelines are there, National Tibet Curriculum Framework. So there is a Tibet Draft Act. We have recently, CNI has recently provided suggestions to the Draft Tibet Act. And we have requested the government to incorporate a provision of TIC, Tibet Industry Council, in the Tibet Act, so that, that then will be formally recognized, legally recognized by the government, and then it can function, efficiently. So this is what we have requested the government. So, rational is not enough. It needs win-win training model with PSC built-in private sector engagement, formal mechanisms that ensure sustained and structured private sector engagement, and a strong legal mandate with clear model. So I have come to my final slide. Before I conclude, I would like to reiterate that this is a global fact that, out of 10, 9 of the employments are generated by the private sector. And if private sector is engaged adequately, properly, through legal mandate, the private sector, the job creation, employment creation, along with the government and private sector can work together, and that will be really, that will generate more jobs, and that will remain a sustained job creation process. Otherwise, it won't be a very sustained model. Therefore, the single entity cannot really function well. The private sector and government needs to work together, but the private sector should be engaged adequately. Finally, I would like to conclude with a question: how can we embed meaningful incentives into the models, mechanisms, and mandates, policy framework of skills, systems, so that private sector engagement becomes a sustained driver of inclusive, future-ready outcomes? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Oza, for highlighting 3 M's for the private sector engagement. So he highlighted that it needs to be built in the model. So there needs to be a mechanism so that enable structured private sector engagement. And there also need to be a legal mandate, so with clear role and the responsibilities. And he also left us with a question: so how incentive can be inbuilt in all 3 M's, in the model, mechanism, and the mandate, so that the private sector engagement is sustained and scaled. So as we open for the quick Q&A, so I would kindly request you, so not only ask the question to the presenter, so because all of us are the presenter or the contributor in this workshop, so I would also kindly request you to provide your input, so on the question so that Dr. Oza has posed. So with this, we open the floor for quick question answer. So we can take only 4 questions, very focused question, and if possible, 2 question and 2 inputs. So volunteer, can you please, so can you please raise your hand? So there, and after that.
Namaste.
Yeah. So now can I invite both Dr. Oza and Prasant to the dais? So because the question would be for you.
Namaste. I represent United Nations Industrial Development Organizations, UNIDO, GMAP Nepal. And I also represent, used to be the former Joint Secretary, Director General of Department of Environment. So now, my question is maybe both of the presenter, that if we see the situation of private sector engagement in private sector engaged in the development sector or the job creation, then we see that actually it contributes 85% of the job creation. The job is engaged by the private sector, and also contributes 80% to the GDP. But is that formally, as we see in the presentation, that although there is a presentation from the private sectors in the human resource development or the job creation, the main thing I see here, the mismatch. I also would like to ask that if we see the volume of job creation here in Nepal, or if we see the entrants, that is 5 lakhs each year, the new entrants in the market, and also we see the flow of the labor force, outgoing labor force, then it certainly demands that there has to be certain motivation based on the demand sector, and then it would be the demand of motivated factors which would create the real job creation in Nepal. We can also learn from Bangladesh, that is which has been based on this demand, that is government sector where there has been women sectors.
Sir, can you please keep your question brief?
So my question is that actually, can the volume of absorption which has been being created as a market, in the market, would be possible for to absorb, the entrants in the market in Nepal? And what can we learn from Bangladesh, which is a similar country where we can have our
thank you so much
private sector engagement. Thank you.
So we'll take one more question and then presenter to respond. Yes, the ma'am, she was first. And in the meantime, volunteers, can you please, I see a lot of people in the marketplace, so we'll have opportunity to observe marketplace. We have a dedicated section there. So can you please invite all the guests inside? Yeah, please, ma'am.
Thank you very much. My name is Basanti Pradhan. I'm from the Federation of Women Entrepreneurs Association of Nepal. I'm the second vice president. So we are with Tibet. We are there along with.
Can you speak a little bit louder, ma'am? Little bit louder.
Okay. I think it's audible. Yeah. So the question is for Mr. Ghanshyam Ojha. His presentation was really good, We really liked it. And the private sector problems put very well. It was very commendable. And we thank you for that also. So from moving to good policies to implementation, I think that is also the responsibility of the private sector to keep on knocking the doors of the government. So I hope Tibet does that again and again to get these policies to be. Then in the slide of the associations who are associated with Tibet, you said 5 of them. I saw the logos were not well put there, I think the logos of everyone should be put well so that there is no confusion in that. Then another thing we can put in Tibet is a just because we are talking about inclusive growth and employment generation also. And as Nepal is going into green economic businesses, with hydropower and energy sector. So we have to think about just transition of employment in the green economy also when we talk about Tibet.
Thank you,
so
ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Now I'll ask the presenter to quickly respond as briefly as possible. Prasant, you can start from you.
One question on logos. I apologize because unfortunately we used AI to put those associations in that slide. So that's our mistake. So I apologize for that.
we don't. Next is, I think you are absolutely right. You know, implementation is a big thing. I think of late the government seems to have realized it. Government agencies, institutions have realized that we need private sector real participation to generate jobs in Nepal. That's why I think Tibet relatively has been really successful. But with the TIC, I think that will transform the landscape of Tibet in my view. Thank you so much.
I would respond only one point which, ma'am, you have raised is about the advocacy to the national institutions. Yes, you're absolutely right that private sector should do a systematic advocacy to inform the government for the challenges they are facing, so that not only the curriculum, the training, the Tibet, the model, the latest skill orientation can be improved, but to be honest, in reality, private sector are so busy, they don't really have time. And that is how the role of the civil society comes in picture. It is very important for civil society. I understand whether it's in Nepal or in Bangladesh, NGOs particularly, they have been in this whole aid ecosystem, a very traditional model of working with the donors preferred options and working with the communities. But when it comes to the private sector engagement, it's a little gray area. I think this is a growing field, not only for the local NGOs, but for the international NGOs such as Helvetas. We should start taking a lead role for advocating, because we are connected with government as well as with the private sector, and we should play a role to do a systematic advocacy to bring the issues to the government and inform them. Thank you.
So much. Thank you so much. Okay. So due to time constraint, we can take just one more question. So, but you will have opportunity to provide your input and responses. So you might have already seen QR code on your decks. So we have created a form where you can, not only ask the question to the panelist, and then also provide inputs. So we'll really request you to access the link. So we have like 1 week's time for the response. But for now, I will take only one question. So there.
Thank you very much. Good morning. This is Kailas Rizal from DEPROX, Nepal. DEPROX is a civil society working in the entrepreneurship development. I just would like to make 2 points. One is, I could draw a common factor from both of your presentation. That one from Dr. Prashant, he mentioned that the modules developed in Bangladesh was in participation of private sector. That's why it has been largely worked for the people, for the industry and for the people. And that was what exactly missing from Dr. Oza's presentation, that we had to work on that part. So probably developing the industry-friendly, industry-needed capacity and technology friendly human resource is very much a big gap where we should work. And secondly, probably out of those 3 mechanisms, we need to really build it at the Palika level. Because whenever we talk about, the things come at the national, provincial level, but the real matters, the things takes place at the Palika level, because the private sector working at the community level is not that really linked with the whole government mechanisms that has been placed at the Palika. So probably we need to work at that level. I just would like to make that 2 points. Thank you.
Okay. Quick response, please. Any of you? Do you have any response? 100% agree. Okay.
Absolutely.
That's very quick.
Absolutely. I think the private sector can also provide this opportunity, not only waiting for government to change. In fact, they could come forward and they can offer their premises. So those young aspirant students who are learning academic courses into different Tibet courses, academic knowledge is equally very important to understand the theory, the formula and processes. But at least for last 1 or 2 semesters, they should be then transferred to the private sector and they should learn more practicalities. And therefore this course should be completed. only theoretical based debate or theory based trainings will not make people perfect and job ready. I think it is important to make a blended approach, theory with practical knowledge, and I think private sector should come forward for that, and they should charge for this. We're not asking private sector people to offer it free, charge it. And if, for example, myself, if I know that if I learn this knowledge after putting my fees and investment, I would be able to secure a better job, I would be very happy to do that. But opportunities are missing. So I think we all have to come forward to find the solutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our two honorable presenters and the audience. I would kindly request you again, we have created a work, so for your inputs, so kindly do act. We should be in your table. So we'd really love to hear inputs and your response. So with this, we'll move to a very interesting panel discussion. So if there are any guests outside in the marketplace, so can you please invite them inside the room, because they wouldn't want to miss this very interesting panel discussion. So now we move to the panel discussion. So in the panel discussion, we'll take a more futuristic view, ask some more fundamental and uncomfortable questions. So we'll be asking, does the idea of skill, as we know it, have a future? So amid the AI disruption, increasing global mobility, and climate change, if it does have, so what will the future look like? And what model of private engagement? Today we discussed two models, and there could be other models as well. So we'll be asking what model of private engagement will matter in the new reality. So to explore these questions, we have thought leaders with us today. So we have with us 4 thought leaders today. So I will invite them on the dais alphabetically. First, Dr. Amrita Sharma, researcher and digital landscape expert at ADB. Ma'am. Dr. Anuj Bhatrai, he is the office-sitting member secretary at CTEVT. Mr. Pankaj Parajuli, Senior Program Officer, SDC Nepal. Mr. Swagat Raj Pakurel, Director, Group of Companies. Let's give them a big hand. Our esteemed panelists. So we haven't Thank you. Thank you so much. So we have very carefully selected the panelists for today's session, not just for their role, but they bring both diversity and shared drive in private sector engagement in Tibet. Anuj represent the government. Maybe I can also say. Sorry. Anuj represent the government. Amrita, researcher. She has other hats also, but today, so we'd like to see her more research perspective. And then the Swagat is from the private sector, and Pankaj is from the development partner. So, but I actually have a bit more personal reason also to bringing them together. So because I have and had the good fortune of working with all of the panelists. And at different stages of my career, so they had really asked me a challenging question. So today is my opportunity to return the favor. Pankaj, who oversees the project I'm managing from SDC, and he often asks, and people who knows Pankaj knows this, his favorite question is what is not working and how we are adopting. So today I will ask him, So how development partners are supporting skills transition in a time of disruption. Amrita briefly taught me research. I remember her challenging. So are we using the right tools? Today I'll ask her so whether we are using the right lens to understand the future of skills. We have a great partnership with CBPI, which Swagat is part of. So when I first approached CBPI and Swagat asked me like, should we, as an industrialist, should we care more about running our business or building the skills? I'm sure he remembers this. So today I'll ask him, so whether skill development is still a public responsibility or it is increasingly a business imperative. Finally, CTVT, which is the line agency of my project, often asks me, so are we putting the cart before the horse? So today I'll ask Anuj, so whether we can afford to wait or whether this is the moment to act. So before I pose this hard question to the panelists, so I have a simple question to the audience. And the simple question is, so because we are talking in two themes today, so one is AI disruption and the next theme would be the mobility. So we'll start with the AI disruption. And the simple question to the audience is AI threatening the conventional job? So for that, we have created a poll. So you might have already seen on your table, so there are QR code. So with the link to the poll, so can you please, because I think you can access the internet here. So quick poll, it should not take more than 30 seconds. So we'd really like to hear. So what do you think? Is AI threatening the conventional job? So while the audience is busy with the poll, so can I request somebody to bring me a note? I seems to have forgotten. Anybody can bring me a notebook? No. No. Okay. So we get it. We get it. So I think we get it. I think I get the partial answer already. No, but I would still like to hear from the audience what they think, and then we'd discuss in more detail with the panelists. But I sure get a partial answer. Oh, it's still trying. It's consistent. Okay. Okay, I think we can leave it there. It's trying. Okay. Thank you so much. So now let's see how the poll results looks like. So can we display the results of the poll? I think resounding as 60%, 68% of the audience think that as the AI is posing threat to conventional job, and 32 things like, we still do not need to worry. So we also saw the demo. So, but before I asked the panelists, Actually, I was very curious, so many of us think that AI is disrupting the existing jobs. So what the AI himself or herself think? So hello, Robert, can you hear me? Hello, Robert. So we had a poll here. So and 70% of the people think that you are disrupting the existing jobs. So what do you think? So are you really a threat for the conventional job? So what does the trend looks like? So can you answer within 1 minute? Please answer in English.
Sure. I'll rotate left 90 first, then walk forward 1 meter. Wobbly robot stride activated.
Sorry, let me try once again because he's already here. So we really want to hear his perspective as well. So hello, Robert. So do you really think you are posing threat or AI is posing threat to the existing jobs or conventional jobs? So what does the current trend here? So can you tell me within 1 minute in English?
Sure. I'll rotate left 90 first, then walk forward 1 meter. Wobbly robot stride activated. Okay. Motion halted, like a robot called Mate Sense by its mom. Not replace, but redefine. Empathy, and weirdly good coffee making skills. The future? A team up. You handle the big ideas, I'll fetch the data, and maybe dance during meetings. Want me to demo a job interview with myself?
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. You can leave now. Okay, now, I mean, we had little bit of fun, and also, we get a partial answer. So first of all, I would start with Dr. Sarma. So as a researcher, so we heard the perspective from the AI also, and the audience also seems to be a bit nervous, 70% think that, so it is threatening the conventional job. So are you as a researcher, is worried about your job as a researcher? Let's start with that.
Okay. Namaste, everyone. And then thanks, organizer, for this opportunity to be here. And I didn't know, Ravindra, that you'll surprise me with two things. One is, of course, you plan to revenge of the classes we have taken. And then second is, of course, with the robot and Robert's answer. So yeah, and maybe in a few months or year time, we don't need the panelists anymore, and we'll have more time to focus on our work, maybe. So to your question, actually, as a researcher, I mean, there are kind of range of work we can think of. And then, of course, in the entry-level work, data mining, and then the survey, and all those things can be taken up by AI. But there are few things like analytical part which we still have to work. So the first, to answer your question, I think I want to connect it to the international scenario and what others are talking about, especially in terms of our 70-30%, which is really scary because this is our perspective, right? So McKinsey has already kind of given a data that says more than 30% of our work will be affected by 2030. So 2030 is not that long. And then we have been not only in the panel, we are kind of used to with the They used to be the AI systems at this moment. And then if you talk about the South Asia and Southeast Asian context, one of the ILO report says that more than 58% job are in risk actually because of the AI disruption. So, but in case of Nepal, we have not done the study yet to really come up with a number. But from some of the interaction with the private sector, especially, we can say that there are some kind of like the effect that is already happening in terms of like entry-level job, and then data processing, and even in the software, especially on the junior software side, because I can see lots of like LinkedIn posts now saying, okay, it's the I have done work of 5 developers in 2 hours or something like that, especially focusing on the UI, UX side, and then the data entry side. So this is already evident. Fortunately, we have already started one study, so that will be focused on the AI adoption in the context of Nepal, and it will maybe be completed by like 6 months or so. So after that, we will be able to really say the real exact evidence-based numbers at that point. But like the real question at this time is not like, you know, because we always compare it with the blue-collar job and white-collar job who will be impacted. Of course, I mean, the very preliminary, the evidence shows that the most hard-hit are on the digital side. ICT sector is already like hit hard, especially in the low or let's say entry-level positions are really affected already. But it is more than the blue collar versus the white collar than the the repetitive work or versus the adaptive work. So I think we have to more focus on the adaptive work at this moment. And if it is analytical or adaptive work, then we still have job, and I believe on 30%. I'm more inclined toward the 30% of this audience. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Okay. So you are not much worried about your profession, I guess. So, but audience seems to be nervous, and you also presented the global research, which also seems to be a bit scary. Yeah. So though we haven't have a formal the study on it, so but we have industrialists with us. So Swagat, Mr. Swagat, I would like to ask. So are we seeing in the ground or in the industry? So any difference? So are we already, the feeling the heat, or let's say the benefit of this, AI disruption? So can you please share a real example if you have in your industry or in your fraternity?
Thank you. In terms of belief, I think I'm more of a humanist. So I always believe in the collaborative power of people. So whatever comes first, whatever comes through in terms of technology, in terms of all these assistance systems, these are actually tools that can help us improve our efficiency. Let's remember the time before computers. Let's remember the time before mobile phones. We are equally excited. We are equally threatened in some respect. The typists are not there any longer, but there are computer operators. So I think that the people with skills will always be needed. They will not be redundant. The only thing required would be to adapt to the new situation. And in my experience, what I've seen is, the worker or the employees or the all the workers, their efficiency will go up with the use of these AI-assisted technologies. Because what we have to differentiate between these users and the developers is the users will have a simple interface that they can easily understand. It's now easier for a person to use a mobile phone than to use a computer, which has been around for much longer, because it is more intuitive. So I think that is where it is going. I'll just share a recent example. I was fortunate enough to experience it before I came here. We recently had an addition to our plant's capacity. We installed a new line. physically it looks same to our previous lines, but when we started the operation, what we found out was the machine is self-learning. The molds that the settings that we have put in, it is optimizing the system. It is doing minor adjustments, which would have taken my supervisor, my operator, almost 3 hours. It could do it in about half an hour, and then it was like adjusted. The efficiency was higher. So these are the real world examples. So looking at that perspective from the efficiency increment perspective, I think it's not a threat. It's a beneficiary, but it also depends on how we decide to use it. We should be ethical. We should be willing to learn. We should have an open mind, and I think it will be much more beneficial than a threat. Then there should be the skill conversion should happen, upgradation should happen, because people will always we'll always need accountants, we'll always need financial analysts. It's just the way that they work might be different. The tools that they use might be different.
Thank you, Mr. Swagat Pakurel. So the industry has a the positive perspective on it, as I understand, because it is increasing the efficiency, so which is good. But so we are also equally worried. I think the government. Is it clear? Is it clear? Okay, thank you. Yeah. So the industry seems to be happy, and because it is improving the efficiency. And also he highlighted it is also complementing. Yeah. So, but as a government, so we are also worried about the youth employment, and the increasing unemployment in the country. So how the government see it? So do the government recognize the speed of scale of AI disruption as it? So, and if it does, what is the government doing about it? So to Dr. Anuj Bhatt, CTVD.
Hello? First, AI should not be considered as threat or disruption, but rather it is a challenge to conventional job. In our context, the impact is gradual. Actually, AI is reshaping how work is done and the skills or the competency required rather than causing a large-scale job reduction. Second, the government of Nepal recognizes this shift through various policies and plans. For example, Digital Nepal Framework 2019, National AI Policy 2025, and directly and indirectly by various plans such as 16th Periodic Plan and Tibet Sector Strategic Plan 2023-32. At the same time, recently, the government has announced to establish a fully autonomous national AI computing infrastructure. So it was announced in the recent, for next year's fiscal budget 2026-27. So overall, we are moving from, we have realized this shift and we are in the transition phase and we are moving from policy recognitions to action. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Your last point is very important, the policy recognition to the action. But so in the morning, we also discussed, we are very good at making policies. So, but it's the action which matters. But I also understood that, there is recognition, so, but there is no urgency as such. So in the part of the government, and as we highlighted, we see it as a gradual process, so rather than the urgency. So now I would like to bring in Pankaj. So we kind of, heard a bit of contrasting views. So audience is nervous, research are scary. the industry is optimistic because it is improving efficiency. So government have started realizing it. So the first question would be like, the urgency versus the gradual process. So how do you see it? And how the development partner are helping the government or the stakeholder in that transition, this AI transition, let's say.
Thank you, Ramanji. So I have a toddler. She's 3 years old. And like most 3-year-olds ask a lot of questions. So yesterday I was driving, and then she was like, why do you need to drive a car? I was like, we don't. There are technologies now that you don't actually require to drive a car. My point here being is the first self-driving car was invented in 1925, right? And we still do not have self-driving cars in Nepal 100 years down the line. So how the technology evolves is something that's very difficult to judge. And when you were talking about the transition to support AI-assisted jobs, it's the same thing. It's very difficult to predict. 2018, around 2018, 19, 20, there's a lot of talk about being prompt engineers or training AI models. So those jobs have kind of disappeared because AI has learned to do self-teach itself, right? So again, because the evolution of technology and how it impacts the labor market is so difficult to judge, how to help the transition, it's about creating systems that responds. And when we talk about creating systems that responds is how can we have employers engaged in the ways the education system or the TVET system is designed, like what competencies are changed, and like who teaches where. So if we can have employers, the system becomes responsive and self-adapting, like how machine learning in Swagat sir's example did, right? So you need to create a system that learns by itself, gets informed by the employers on the changing labor market transitions. And I think the other part of how we can assist how the transition can be supported is it's a tool that has been in place for the last 50, 60 years. It's about how do you do work-integrated learning. So where the learning for any learners, be it a bachelor's level or be it like a TVET secondary qualification, also takes place in the workplace. So for example, it's easier to see, to look at the history and predict the future. So I think the first coffee place in Nepal was founded in 1999. But the boom in the coffee culture outside Kathmandu only happened around 2020, right? So if we had to look at the curriculum of like a bachelor's hospitality course that was designed outside Kathmandu, it probably did not have a coffee mechanism, like a barista training incorporated. But if you had work-integrated learning, the employers would teach them how to make that coffee, regardless if it was in the curriculum or not, right? So it's about creating systems that respond.
So thank you, Pankaj. So actually, you partially answered my follow-up question. So which was around, as you highlighted, there is technology is evolving. So we don't know as it, what sort of the skill we would need maybe in 10 years down the line or 15 years down the line. So then as a development actor, so development, representing the development project or the partners. So are you not sometimes nervous? So maybe we are investing in the training system, so which might, misalign with the evolving job in 5 years' time and 10 years' time. So what could we do, to avoid that?
I mean, if you want to be if you want to take a half glass empty perspective, then you're like, okay, the AI is going to take all the jobs. Let's start investing in universal income, right? But that's probably not the direction everything is going, because we have seen how technologies evolve, the efficiencies that brings in, the inefficiencies it brings in. like as well. So are we investing in the right directions? I mean, with every business, I think Sagat sir can say, like, there's always a risk, right? It might not work. And it's the same with the development partners as well. We know it might not work, but what is the best that we can do? Or what is the lessons from the past? What is the research saying that would be the future? And it's not about predicting the future, but it's about like making sure you're not completely off. Like if you have to go east and not going west, right? So it's trying to get those within that channel. So I think in that respect, I think we're in the right direction, or we believe it is the right direction, till you tell me that it's wrong and it's not working, and then we adopt.
So now, I mean, this is the interesting, like, the contradiction we have. So in this, this discussion, because the audience is enormous, as we saw, and the research, the international, let's say. So maybe it will take a while to, to have that scary situation in Nepal, but the global shows that urgent actions are required. So, but the panelist seems to be, not that worried. Yeah. So, and that then that get to me the kind of thing. So so we need to educate people. So maybe because it is creating like unwarranted, let's say, the urgency among the normal people. Or maybe it's a time to act urgently. So on the part of government, on the part of the private sector, on the part of the development workers. So because I would see it as a very, the initial beginning. So because we haven't talked so much about AI disruption in the skills development, because we're stuck in the skill mismatch. Do the private sector engagement really need or not? So we haven't have a very futuristic view so far. So, but I think it's a very good beginning, and this contradiction also warrant that. So we need more of this discussion. So now I think it's the good time to shift to the another thing. So which is the labor mobility. It's not only the AI which is threatening the conventional job, so but the labor mobility is also shaping the skills and the jobs, so at the global scale. So for this thematic session also, before I move to the panelists, so we'll take a quick poll from the audience and see how the audience see it. So is labor mobility a challenge or an opportunity for skills development? So you have a QR code again on your table. So please take your 30 seconds or so to quickly have your response. So it will be helpful to ignite the discussion. So I'll wait 10 more seconds to see if there are any no's. Okay. So we're getting some no's there. Yes or no? Is labor mobility a challenge or an opportunity for skill development? Yes, good. Is it a... Oh. Okay. No, I'm so sorry for that. So, but... yeah. Okay, so but I think a majority of them has voted for the S. So, and this one, I will start with the industry. So when we talk about the labor mobility, so we often, label it as a brain drain. So as an industry, so do you see So there is, brain gain as well from the increased mobility. And what role should private sector play? So in making the, let's say, the mobility and migration as a structure opportunity rather than a loss?
I'll again start with my experience. When we were setting up the factory in Hetauda, the machine that we had just procured was the first time in Nepal. So we did not have any experienced people to operate it. Fortunately for us, there was a person in Hetauda who was working in a similar industry in UAE, in Dubai, and he had just returned home for a vacation. He found out about our factory, he approached us, and that's how we were able to get a qualified manpower without poaching it elsewhere or going the international route. So here is my practical answer, and I would like to reframe the whole brain drain and brain gain, the debate. Let's call it brain circulation. Let's call it a brain circulation.
Brain circulation.
So you have people coming in, going out, again coming back. So that is how it is working actually in reality. You can find migrant workers in Nepal as well. It's not just Nepalese people are going as migrant workers abroad. There are migrant workers coming into Nepal as well. So what happens now is, we are in an interconnected world. We cannot say that, okay, I will teach my workers something and I'll just make them stay with me. In that, if you do that, what will happen is only the people who are not willing to learn or who cannot learn will remain with you, impacting your overall efficiency and your competitiveness. We cannot survive in a bubble. So we have to have that confidence. We have to have that kind of a vision and insight to invest in training our workforce, even as a private entity, so that we get maximum efficiency for the maximum period of time. If someone is moving abroad, I think that reflects well on us as well. What happened is, I'll share again another example on this one. Two of my operators who we have trained in our factory have now found similar job in Europe. And there is an engineer who is working with us who has now found an opportunity to pursue higher studies in his relevant field in Australia. There were two people who were working with us. They went abroad, they went to the Middle East, worked in similar factories. When there was a disruption due to the war, they returned back to Nepal. Now they don't want to go abroad. They are willing to join us back, and we are looking forward to welcoming them back with added experience working abroad in a better, maybe, I hope, in a better and more equipped facility. And they might have gained, I believe that they have gained, if nothing else, more sense of discipline and more sense of quality awareness. So the whole brain drain and brain gain concept is invalid in today's context. That's what I feel. And I don't think that as a challenge. I mean, we should be able to at least be this much confident to run industry in Nepal. So all the industries are managing. We say there's a challenge, but we are managing. So I think the whole system has to move from retaining the workers to training them and giving them enough motivation to stay. How do we do that? Again, by making our overall system more cohesive, making it more fulfilling for them, with all the worker and workplace balance as well as the theoretical aspect. I mean, roughly 10-15% of our graduates are from the technical field. We cannot industrialize with that kind of a graduate output. We cannot do that. Simply cannot do that. So if you look at all the developing countries, all the countries that have done well in the last 20 years, 25 years, last 50 years, 100 years, they invested heavily in technical education. And it has to come from school level, where you teach the skills so that they have more options when they grow up to take up the jobs accordingly. And I mean, we have to be a partner in that.
Yeah, I will come in, Mr. Pokhrel. So, I mean, it's very inspiring to hear the story you share. So I'm kind of bit afraid that that this might be the island of success in the the ocean of problems. So because so many of the industries we work with are a bit nervous to take in apprentices. So because they're afraid that so after the training they will leave. So I really appreciate your idea. So how to help them to adopt. So but
just add one thing. What confidence it has given me again is people who have worked with us, worked in our system, are globally competitive. So it gives us that sense of pride as well.
So I think that is the good point why I should move to the government here. So he said I'm not globally competitive. Our government policies frequently speak about developing globally competitive human resources. So at the paradox is every year hundreds of thousands of young Nepali leave for foreign employment, and many still migrate without formal skill and ending up in low-paid and high-risk job. So mainly in Middle East. So why has this policy provision and the inspiration we have, like developing this globally competitive human resource into reality?
Thank you very much. So I would say first, the labor mobility in Nepal is both an opportunity and a challenge. On opportunity side, it plays a vital role in our national economy with remittance. Around 25% remittance of national gross GDP. And it also exposes our workforce to international labor market. This is opportunity side. And however, it is also equally a challenge. So in challenge side, as I said, over 500,000 people every year go abroad, and they are forced to compromise with low-paid job and high-risk job. So if they could have gone with some adequate skill competencies, they could earn 2 to 3 times more than that. So the problem is not the mobility itself. The problem is the lack of preparation. And if you scrutinize our curricula, our training programs, you will find that most of the training providers, they emphasize on technical competencies only. And the industry demands not only technical competencies, but also the employability skills or the 21st century skills that help them to acquire, succeed, and acquire, sustain, and succeed in the workplace or the job market. That part we have to work. That's why the policy is not transforming into the actual achievement.
So when you say the policy is not working, is it only the policy, or the how we design, let's say, the training, or how we engage the private sector, or even the labor governance?
Yeah, I can smell your question. So yes, of course, we need to incorporate industry from the very beginning of the training cycle. And present practices up to the design stage, industry engagement is there. We claim for that. And yeah, during implementation as well as job placement, practical activities, we need to have industry engagement. So because of the lack of that part, so but we have plenty of policies which talk about the skill-based safe migration. That is there. So the industry engagement.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bhattrai.
Yes.
Thank you so much. So I will move to Pankaj again. So because we talked about the globally competitive human resource. So when we say the globally competitive human resource, so my question would be like, so if you are talking about globally competitive human resource, is the skills development now moved from being the the national agenda to the regional or the global agenda? Yeah. So yeah, you can, and I'll have a follow-up question.
Yeah. I think skill development was never only a national issue, and never has been, or never will be. So two things, right? Like first, even globally, 5% of the global workforce works in countries other than the countries that they were born in. And in Nepal, I think the figure is around 15%. And that's on the human side. On the technology or the capital side, technologies transform boundaries. It probably originates somewhere and transforms boundaries, right? So as I think Swagat sir raised the issue, like it was the first time we imported this machine. So we imported a new technology. So when you do that, you also need the human capital to be able to operate those machines. So it is not a national issue. And the ways I think development partners or how it can be globalized or what has worked elsewhere is one way has been the regional qualification systems. So for example, like there is this European qualification systems where 40 European countries recognize the qualifications being awarded by another countries, and the employers recognize the degrees. We have the similar system in Asian, which also has the Asian qualification reference systems, which would have mutual recognition of arrangements, right? So this is where the whole qualification is being done. And on engineering, especially bachelor's and master's degrees in engineering, there has been this Washington Accord since 1989, where right now I think more than 25 countries recognize each other's qualifications. So it's not the duration of the curriculum, it's not what is taught, but the system responds to the needs of that particular nation. And that's where the recognition is coming through. I mean, that might be a larger way of doing this cross-border recognition. But the smaller way, or something that can probably be started immediately, or that has worked here, is adapting of these foreign degrees or foreign qualifications, right? So if we are, so there's this UK-based certification mechanism called scissors for scaffolding of buildings. So with this international certification being where the training happens in Nepal, the certification happens in Nepal, we can see that the wage premium is already 30% for the migrant workers, right? So of course there are these methods that has worked elsewhere, and allow me one more example. So the secondary benefit of globalizing the skills is this technology transfer. So I don't know, I think many of us, when we're building our houses or repairing, we've seen that the pipes have changed from, it used to be green pipes, now it's white pipes, right? So from PVC to CPVCs. So initially when the trainings were being designed, we used to train plumbers in Nepal on GI pipes, then PVC pipes, then CPVC pipes. But then if you were training the same plumbers for employment in destination countries like the Gulf countries, then you would have probably adapted those things much quicker, and then you would have trained the people for the future skills that's required. So it has this connotation of what works also domestically, and adapting regional context also works for the domestic market.
Thank you, Pankaj. And he highlighted that, that the skill has never been a national agenda. It's so borderless. And he also highlighted, so as a way of mitigating the impact of the mobility, the aligning national qualification frameworks with the regional or the international qualification framework. So, but so I want to come back to Dr. Sharma. So, if a skill is a borderless, so who should be defining the qualifications? So if you are talking about borderless, so is it the companies, so not the countries? So who should be defining this, the qualifications and then the competencies? So if so what will happen to the national qualifications and national debate programs?
Interesting. To some extent, yes, to your question. Like future of employability basically will be determined by three major components because we already talk about AI disruption, right? So first, of course, domain expertise. Second, human capability, as Swagat ji rightly said that we are more inclined towards human still. So third one is, of course, on the AI capability as a tools to some extent at this moment, right? So considering all these three, major pillar, degrees and qualification will of course remain kind of like important, but employers will increasingly be asking for more evidence. For example, now in the digital sector, I think Swagatji will also do the same. They ask for portfolio instead of your CV, right? So it has been started like long time back already. So in that sense, employer will be assessing the experiences, their qualification, their ability to solve the real problems. So in that sense, historically, what we did, employability standard were largely determined by the academic institution on what we think, right? What we think would be right, but now the framework would be, of course, will be shifted by towards the employer side. So in that sense, the global platform and employers increasingly will be major factors for these standards and then the qualifications, I guess. To your second question, especially in line to the national qualification still matters or not, right? So, yeah, I mean, national qualification, of course, will matter. That will help to provide legitimacy and then provide the quality assurance and then social mobility and, of course, the recognition part. That will not change. But the shift is now towards the micro-credential. The shift is towards the experience, learning-based, the experience-based no longer be sufficient. So we need to think differently. We need to think from the larger perspective. So the future of work, I think, would be mostly, I see the future where global certification will still be valid. National qualification framework will still be valid, but we have to be focused mostly on the credential more than we have to focus more on the capability than the credentials. I think that's the way forward for us. And but of course, national qualification frameworks will give us some guidance, but we cannot just rely on that for the workforce. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll not go for the third round of questions because we are running out of the time. I'll already get the sign. And there has been some technical glitches. I'm very sorry for that. And this also highlights, so AI is not going to replace human anytime soon. So it still need the guidance. Yeah. So that is one. And yeah, thank you so much. Today we had a very rich conversation. So we touched upon some very prominent issues. And if there is one clear takeaway from whole session, not only from the panel discussion, it would be private sector engagement in skill is no longer a nice to have. So, or a policy statement. So we repeat in strategy and policy. So it is already happening in different forms. Through apprenticeship, we saw in Nepal presentation, factory-based training, we saw in Bangladesh presentation, industry partnership, blended model. So now the question is whether we are able to connect, sustain, and scale what is already working. We also heard very clearly that the context around skill is fast changing. So maybe not as fast as we are very anxious and worried about, but it is indeed changing. AI, labor mobility, and climate change transition are not anymore future trends. So they are already reshaping jobs and the nature of work. So that means skill system cannot remain static. They will need to be more adaptive, more responsive, and much more closely linked to how industries actually evolve. So, so perhaps the real shift we need in this is moving from asking whether the private sector should engage in skill development to how we design system where the private sector engagement become more routine meaningful, and future-ready. So with this, thank you so much, wonderful panelists, and the audience for being patient with the technological glitches and also very active participation in the poll. Unfortunately, we could not take your question due to time limitations. But as I said, we have created a form. So for your response and input, which we'll be circulating, we'd really like to hear your response and the discussion going. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Saradaji.
May I kindly request the panelists and moderator to stay on stage for a small token of love from Helvetas and Sinai. In this thematic session, we heard how we can create a meaningful partnership with private sector, especially in terms of skills. And we also discussed about the models and mechanisms and frameworks that needs to be integrated to the system. And the robot was, of course, a hit, I would like to say. And this was personally, for me, the first time that I heard a robot saying that what it feels when it comes to humans losing jobs. With this, may I now request the country director of Helvetas Nepal, Mr. Manish Pradhan, to kindly join on stage and present a token of appreciation to our distinguished presenters, panelists, and moderator. And I kindly request Swastika's help for this and Ashaji's help for this. I would also like to request Mr. Prashant Verma, Country Director, Bangladesh, to join us on stage. While we are arranging ourselves, I would also like to inform you that all the products in the basket was developed by our entrepreneurs. And I also would like to resolve your curiosity by answering what's in there, what's in the basket. There's a coffee, there's a bottle, as you can see. There's honey, herbal essential oil, and ceramic burner in the basket that were all developed by our entrepreneurs. So he is Mr. Prashant Verma, Country Director of Helvetas Bangladesh, who's joined us for this session, and we'd also like to thank him. Please give him and everybody a round of applause, guys, please. Could I also remind everybody for a group photograph? Could I also request everybody to stay on stage for one photograph together? Please look out for the cards. Thank you once again. Let us all give them a warm round of applause. With this,
We now move to our second thematic session of the day. That's private sector and entrepreneurship development. And to moderate this session, I'm pleased to invite Mr. Suman Shakya, founder of Tangent Waves. Mr. Shakya is an entrepreneur, certified trainer, and consultant of small businesses with more than 25 years of experience in entrepreneurship development, public-private partnership, and business resiliency in Nepal. He's also the founder of Tangent Waves and co-founder of Nepal Entrepreneurs Hub. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Shakya on the stage.
I was checking my time to see whether it is a good morning or a good afternoon, but now it's already good afternoon. So, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the second session. This session on entrepreneurship, development, and private sector is not looking at for a generic discussion on entrepreneurship. It is specifically looking for insights on how the private sector engagement can create sustainable and inclusive economic growth through entrepreneurship, where businesses become long-term partners, co-investors, ecosystem builders, and job creators, rather than just beneficiaries. To begin this session, there will be two thematic presentations, followed by a question and answer, which you already saw the format being followed. Thereafter, we'll enter into a panel discussion. Since we are short on time, I will go directly into the subject. I would like to welcome our first speaker, who would be presenting Sustainable Business Ecosystem for Entrepreneurship Development, business case of In Ilam project of Helvetas. I would like to invite Mr. Sandeep Paudel, who is the team leader of In Ilam project. Mr. Sandeep Paudel is an entrepreneur as well as a private sector development professional with a strong focus on enterprise development, job creation, and inclusive economic growth. He works to support micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, as well as youth and women entrepreneurs in building sustainable and scalable businesses. His presentation time is 9 minutes, and I will be helping him to keep time with time alerts at 8 minutes and 9 minutes. I would encourage and request our presenters to please keep time so that we can have lunch on time as well. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Sandeep Paudel with a huge round of applause, please.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to share our In Ilam business model. In Ilam is an enterprise development project of Helvetas, Nepal, mainly focused on sustainable business economy and job creations. Main area of the Ilam is to bring innovation in terms of to enhance their capacity, production and productivity by using technology, process, approach, model, process. Let me begin one simple question. How we can create the economic opportunity for young people? Job creation and employment creation is one of the major priority, as well as we have a lot of opportunity, untapped resources and opportunities, mainly in agriculture sector, forest sector, hydro sector, IT. We have already talked about the AI, as well as we have a lot of area in green economy areas, circular economy-based enterprises. But as the entrepreneurs, they have faced a lot of barrier. Mainly, one of the major barriers, access to finance. One area, particularly to those they don't have a credit collateral, particularly for youth and women. And another area, because there are different complicated ecosystems, mainly for registrations, legal, in every aspect. So there's a need to improve. This all silence hit to our enterprising activity. In Ilam, focus on market system development. We collaborate with different market actors. We do not provide any subsidy and support. We support to our entrepreneurs, private sectors, and our partners to enhance their capacity so that they can localize the whole approach model process. We bring them to all our partners from exploration, innovation, product development, testing, and expansion and replication. And institutionalization of the business service is our another priority area. And strengthening the local capacity of the different market actors, focus on continuous, and we focus on to continuity of the business beyond the project, so that entrepreneurs can run the business beyond the project support. I would like to share our instrument, how we create the sustainable enterprises. First, I would like, we use area potential survey. Area potential survey is a tool to identify the potential resources, market, as well as the government priority, local infrastructures, and people interest. And based on this analysis, we highlight this. This is the area, is our intervention area. Once we identify the area, then we provide the business services through our enterprise service provider. One of the major challenges in business at local level as a rural setting is access to business services. Who provide the business services? Those who want to start a business. So in this model, we have developed a private-led service provider who provide the business services for a startup and growth. And based on these enterprise models, we support to our entrepreneurs in two levels, a startup level and growth level, and value chain approach models. Each model, we have a different modular course up to 6 months, so that continue follow up through our service providers. And circular waste-based enterprise is another our area. To enhance the resource efficiency, we are not only creating the livelihood, we are also responsible for the resilience environment and climate resilience enterprise development. And we also facilitate financial linkage and innovation. I already mentioned that innovation is our priority area. Innovation to enhance their capacity, production, productivity by using technology, process, approach, models. So innovation is continue our process so that private sector use these innovations results. Now I would like to share about this our ecosystem enterprise logic. So whole idea comes through the area potential survey to bring the ideas. Then we support to our service provider with startup and growth. There is a different area. For the startup, there is a different package. For the growth, there is a different package. So modular-based package we have developed, and web-based monitoring we have also developed so that we can track our entrepreneurs to their production and productivity. And we also collaborate with the different market. We believe in the partnership. Alone organization cannot develop the whole ecosystem, so we do the partnership with academia, financial institution, investment company, service provider, local government, provincial government. So partnership is our major area. One of the components in our project is incubations. We in our Helvetas through this project have a partnership with Madras University and Purvanchal University. So whole our enterprising model is inbuilt with their course and curricula and for action and action research. With these incubations, we develop the potential entrepreneurs who provide the business services to other rural area, those who are running a business in rural area, so that incubation is our major area of intervention. The incubation run in collaboration in partnership with academia. I already mentioned that we are building an ecosystem of the enterprise. We are not focusing on the number, but number is also important. The project was established, the first phase of the project was initiated in 2021. Up to 2025, we have created more than 100 enterprises, SME and micro enterprise, and we created around 5,000 plus employment. So ratio is one enterprise created additional 3 employment. One of the interesting things I would like to share, recently we have conducted our treasury study and impact assessment of the first phase. The report says that 21% private investment comes through the private sectors to start their business, either equity or share. We do not provide any subsidy or support. We facilitate to connect for the investment. So that 21% investment comes through the private sector in our project, and 11% around from government, and 8% is our cost. So innovation is our continue. So and additional, next phase we have 1,000 enterprise we are going to develop. Now I would like to share some basic learnings I would like to share because time is running out. So bringing a youth in enterprise is challenging. So we motivate to our entrepreneurs in technology, processing enterprise, as well as different types of the marketing-based, IT-based enterprise. These types of enterprise support to our entrepreneurs. And exposure visit found very effective as B2B skills. We support to our entrepreneurs to go within national or a nearby city of the India, so that this exposure visits support to our entrepreneurs. And what we believe that only one component doesn't work for the enterprise development. Enterprise development is a process, and all people cannot be entrepreneurs. So need a continuous support for entrepreneurs from identification to graduation or to enhance their business. And financial literacy part also is very important. All bank and financial institutions giving a financial literacy to the entrepreneurs, but this financial literacy is not sufficient. Need to combine with the enterprises or business services to capture the critical mass, so that we can promote the entrepreneurial culture within the local area or rural setting also. And I already mentioned that entrepreneurship development is not overnight, we cannot develop. Selection of the right entrepreneurs is very important. So we use personal entrepreneurship character analysis to select the right entrepreneurs. And all business model, blanket approach doesn't work in the business. Need a specific, context-specific, business-specific business model we have to develop to promote our enterprises. And academic partnership is very effective. In collaboration of academic partnership, there is an opportunity to institutionalize whole business learnings. And private partnership brings not only the investment, they also bring the knowledge, management, skills, market to support our SME, micro enterprise. So that private partnership is very important. We believe in private partnership. Last, I would like to share that in whole ecosystems, alone project or alone only one organization cannot do. We have to collaborate with many organizations in the ecosystems. If we develop the positive ecosystem for enabling business environment, of course, enterprise and entrepreneurs can be developed. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjeevji, for your presentation. Sorry, I had to get up and show you time, so please don't mind, because we have to be on time as well. I'll move on very quickly to our second speaker, who will be presenting concept on responsible businesses for SMEs promotion, business case of Myanmar. I would like to invite Mr. Amarnath Reddy, who is the Chief Technical Advisor of RBS Plus in Myanmar. It is a crime just to give him 10 minutes to speak, because he comes with so much of experience and knowledge. He currently leads a Euro 17 million EU, STC, and Denmark-supported matching grants fund designed to strengthen the economic resilience and environmental sustainability of agri-food MSMEs. What distinguishes his approach is the conviction that lasting private sector development requires building market systems, not just funding individual firms. A philosophy that runs through 3 decades of program, design, and implementation across South Asia, Eastern Europe, and Southeast Asia. Working with the Danish Ministry for Foreign Affairs and multiple bilateral and multilateral donors, Mr. Reddy has designed and managed challenge funds and matching grants mechanism across a wide range of domain. He brings a lot of experience to the stage. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Amarnath Reddy with a huge round of applause.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. First of all, I'm so pleased this morning because if I go back in time, 34 years ago, when I started my career in development as a private sector development advisor at the Embassy of Denmark in India, I felt very lonely because at that time, the development sector only believed that people within the government, people within the NGOs, are the ones who could add to the development of the country. So we were the very first ones, thanks to Denmark's either initiative or the push from the Confederation of Danish Industry, which pushed the Danish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, or DANIDA, to get into the area of private sector development. And today we have this whole big gathering where everyone believes, I don't think anybody is questioning whether private sector is in a position to contribute to the development of the country. We're only looking at methods and ways by which we could do it better. It's such a nice feeling at the end of 34 years to see that as something that is being adapted by everybody. So it feels very good. Thank you very much. Today I'm not going to be talking about India or what happened elsewhere, but this is about Myanmar. But before I do that, can I ask a question? How many of you have been to Myanmar? Okay, that's very nice. There are some few people to stay. But just to let you understand the context, Myanmar is one of the lowest ranked countries in Asia when it comes to the corruption index, when it comes to the conflict, when it comes to the democracy, when it comes to the human rights. It has the august company of Afghanistan, North Korea, Syria, and Yemen, just for you to understand the context. So when you see the context, anywhere else that you come from, whether it's Nepal, India, or one of these countries, I think we should call ourselves to be blessed to be in these countries, not to be in the context in which they are in. And it is in that context that we are trying to work on private sector development, where they don't have a government which is really trying to work towards the development of the people. On the contrary, you may have read about the government actually bombing civilian establishments in different parts of the country just to keep the rebels out. So that's the kind of context. Almost about 70% of the country, we cannot even physically go. It's not because I'm a foreigner. It's because anybody in Myanmar would not dare to go in those areas because there's an ongoing battle happening in all these areas. It's only the rest of the 30% that people can work. It doesn't mean that the economy is not working in the rest of the 70% of the area, because there are people who are living there, they have to make their livelihoods, and that's exactly where the MSMEs, because the big businesses will hardly venture into areas like that. In fact, they would retreat, but the MSMEs would still continue to work in those areas. And this is what I would try to present to you as our experience of how do we use small grants to make a large impact, which is a little bit different from what others have been trying to do or what has been presented. Okay. First of all, the question, why MSMEs for inclusive growth? I don't think I need to spend a lot of time. It's because we all know that a large part of the growth comes from 80% employment, GDP, and stuff like that. But there's one thing to remember, because whenever we talk about MSME growth, most of the MSMEs tend to take the not-so-responsible path, and they try to grow in any method. Now we can lecture to the MSMEs, but if you look at the history of the rest of the world, everybody did it the wrong way. Before they got big enough, they got responsible enough. And that is the reason why we tried to develop this program, because MSMEs today, compared to 2 or 3 decades ago, have the opportunity to use technologies which allows them to be responsible, but at the same time not get hit on the bottom line, because there's a tendency to think that if you're responsible for the planet, for the people, then you can't make enough money or your bottom line gets hit. And that is not true anymore. It's possible quite a bit to do. It's just that MSMEs doesn't have knowledge, especially in a country like Myanmar, which has language barriers, and they have been closed from the rest of the world. They do not know. I mean, young people here in Nepal can know exactly what anybody else is doing in the world, whether they adapt it or not, but they have a knowledge of it. But if you go into a country like Myanmar, they wouldn't know. Especially when you go into the rural areas, they would know nothing. It's also because they have the capital and the risk barrier, because if you have to use unproven technologies, unproven from their point of view, but unfamiliar technologies, they would not take the chances. So a lot of what we did in this program, this has its origins in 2017. Those were the good times when the darling of Myanmar, Aung San Suu Kyi, was in power, and she was trying to move the country in the right direction, and that time this program was designed. This was designed to be able to support MSMEs adapt innovative technologies, innovative from the country's point of view, not necessarily innovative in other countries, because they may have used it for 5 or 10 decades. The idea is that if you have to tell the enterprises how to be responsible, they may not do it all by themselves, but if you demonstrate that with somebody within the country already adapting, and the first mover is given a certain amount of push with the help of subsidies, is what we try to build. As you can see, there are 3 areas in resource efficiency, energy efficiency, water efficiency, waste treatment and recycling, and occupational safety and health, food safety, which is to prepare the country better for exports, because that was the time when the country was really thinking that would go out into the export markets, and then the skill development. This is what was the basic structure, but when the military coup happened and then they could not continue further, and Denmark decided to move away, that's the time when we had the European Union who came to us and said that, look, you guys have developed a model of how to support small and medium enterprises in a manner where you can deal with a lot of them. We would like to utilize this within the agriculture sector, because the agriculture sector is the backbone of the country. When the country is shut down because of the military coup, the only way these farmers would be able to get their produce to the market, mostly domestic, not necessarily exports, would be if you have agri-food MSMEs afloat. So we had a simple mandate: how do we keep the agri-food MSMEs afloat, contribute to the economic resilience with environmental sustainability? And that's where we designed a program which sort of, the window 2 is what you would have seen in the previous phase, which continues to help investments in resource efficiency and export promotion, whereas the window 1 is to be able to adapt and localize technologies within the agriculture sector. And then the window 3 is improved market access. So primarily, we support enterprises with grants, provided they increase, or what they do contributes to increase in the productivity and quality of primary producers, who are the farmers, decrease the operational cost, or improve market access to the primary producers. And mind you, we never support anything which is not financially feasible. So it's a balance between something that is financially feasible with a fairly long-term, long payback periods, but not short payback periods, because if it is short payback periods, then they can do it themselves. And usually these technologies have never been done, at least either in the country or in the region or state, or at a minimum at the township level, so that they have the demonstration value. Just to let you see how the mechanism works, it's purely by call for proposals. It's a 2-stage screening process through grant agreements. The MSMEs implement them by their own money, and then we verify and reimburse them. The core principle is that either the state or the donor, in this case the state is not capable of doing this, but what we do is easily replicable by the states. Some of the states in many countries do give these kind of subsidy programs for the MSMEs. But the key design features is it's a reimbursement space. We don't give advances to anybody. It's a 50% cost share, but in many cases we've done cost share of only 25%. Average grants is around 15,000 euro. It's an open call for proposals. We don't choose who would be the ones they apply, and based on the merit. We know that when we get to this level of enterprises, they cannot prepare their proposals themselves. So we have an external help to make proposals, even though it's a donor-driven project in 3 currencies that we get our money, but we actually ended up doing contracts in the local currency so that the entrepreneurs can do it by themselves. Just to see the scale, between 2017 and 2023, we had supported 692 grants, and all of them are something that is innovative. It's not anything routine. Between 2024 to date, we have supported 594 plus grants. It's a euro 25 million that has gone out in grants over the whole period. And it's a 10 times leverage. That means if we have put in 25 million, the entrepreneurs have put in 10 times, 250 million in these kind of investment. So that's the kind of leverage that one can get with these kind of grant programs. We are covering all the country with 15 states. Typically, they have reduced their operational costs by 36% and improved profitability. This is what is contributing to the economic resilience that the European Union and the donors have asked out of us. Also, for the current phase, what we are doing, as I said, it's 594 grants, around 27,591. This number is increasing. That is the number of farmers. There's a fairly good amount of productivity gains, cost reduction. It just shows that even at the scale that we are talking about, the matching grants can be run. You just need a good system to be able to deliver that. And MSMEs, even in the conflict situation, are responding. We are having so many more applications than what we can support. The environmental gains are real. These are really small enterprises which are contributing to substantial environmental gains. And the agri-food focus, which is actually narrower than what we were before. I was a bit skeptical, but it has worked happily for us. And then the idea as to why this model works, it's volume over the size. You could take an approach that we support a few big enterprises and let it spill over from them. But we took the contrary approach that the big ones can fail, the big ones can change. But if you support a lot of small ones, if some of them die or fail, there would still be a lot of them surviving. And this is where the private skin is in the game. They don't get money in advance. They have investments that are being made. The key part of it is the demonstration effect that if you show somebody some innovative investments, then the others will learn from it and replicate. We were touching the critical parts of the value chain. And the very important thing is we have a very lean administration. 75% of the project money has gone towards, we are still working towards making this even better. By using generalist grant managers and not having a lot of technical people which were then embedded into the projects, and built-in sustainability because we don't support anything which doesn't have a commercial feasibility, at least in a long-run part. Just to see how it has evolved, in the beginning we used demonstration and replication as the key theme to support. When that method was working, then we had the European Union asking us to support economic resilience and environmental sustainability. We are already working on the next phase, which is to scale innovative technologies, and that's where I think maybe there are lessons from Nepal also. As a country, if you continue to depend on imported technologies, A, it's expensive, B, it is not serviceable well. So we're going to make much more focus on how to adapt and localize international technologies relevant to agriculture sector. And each part of it is building on the next phase and trying to make it better. What are the key lessons that you can learn out of it? I know a lot of you may be involved in designing some of the programs. You could be as best as an expert as possible. You could have spent 3 decades, but you would still get wrong if you do it yourself. And I think there was one speaker who was mentioning how everybody in the government decided how the vocational training should be, and then private sector partners should come and sign. No, what we do is it's the MSMEs who we define the areas, but they identify exactly where that investment is going to be made, and we follow them. It's a design for volume. It's very, very hard to run a program like this with so many grants in so many places, in so many different technologies, but it definitely outperforms giving grants to a few large ones. Reimbursement over advances that ensures that quality projects sort of self-select, and then the fiduciary risk that we carry in managing a program like that, whether that's government or donor, is much more manageable. We have also tried to get geographic equity by supporting some of the conflict-related areas. It's a 2-stage screening process. Okay, I think I'll jump these because The last thing I wanted to say is if the public good institutions, which are, let's say, the government or donors, if they try to de-risk the first few steps that are important for the enterprises, you can be sure that these people are going to take 10 different steps forward. And that's the theme that we are trying to sort of use and promote. You can see how difficult a country that we are working in. If this works there, I think it can work in any other context. I'm here the whole day. If somebody wants to have a conversation about how this could be useful, I'm more than happy to share it with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reddy. I did not have the heart to stop you at 10 minutes, so another 5 minutes was important because I feel this was a very important subject that you were sharing and something very replicable in Nepal as well. I would also like to invite Mr. Sandeep Paudel on the stage and open the floor for any questions if you have to both these gentlemen. I may have time only for a question and a half or two if the question is short. Anybody? The presentations were very, very clear, it seems. Everybody is absolutely on board, or you must be hungry. Thank you, Mr. Reddy and Mr. Paudel. I don't see any hands coming up. We'll move on to the panel discussion. Let's give both of them a huge round of applause, please. Sorry. We have just heard and saw two very interesting presentations. From Mr. Sandeep Paudel, I loved what he talked about, the area potential survey APS that he had done, and the private sector-led enterprise service model as well, and how the project of Inilam has created 1,709 new enterprises and giving 5,140 direct jobs as well. It highlighted entrepreneurship development required more than training programs, which I have been saying for a long time as well personally. It requires a functioning business ecosystem where entrepreneurs can access market skills, finance, networks, and opportunities. The second presentation, I would really want to take back that presentation and possibly have a deliberation later with Mr. Reddy also, who introduced the concept of responsible business and reminded us that the business success and social impact do not need to be competing goals. In fact, the most sustainable businesses are often those that create value, not just for shareholders, but also for employees, communities, suppliers, and the wider economy. Today, moving forward, we have a distinguished panel representing academia, banking, women entrepreneurs, and young entrepreneurs. Together, they bring 4 different but equally important perspectives on how we can build stronger ecosystems and deeper partnerships that create both business value and development outcomes. Moving forward, I would like to invite our panelists. First up is Professor Dr. Sandesh Das Shrestha. Please join me in welcoming him to the stage. Professor Dr. Sandesh Das Shrestha is the professor at Purvanchal University School of Management, PUSOM as it is called, at Biratnagar, and served as the Dean of Faculty of Management of Purvanchal University. His bio goes a very long way. I'd try to shorten it. Welcome, sir. I studied in Kalimpong, so I resonated that the fact that he studied in both halls in Khorshong and did in his MBA from TU, PhD in India, faculty development program in management from IIM Ahmedabad. In the professional front, he has multiple roles at Purvanchal University. He's also the first faculty of Lion certified instructor and proud recipient of Nepal Vidya Bhushan, Class A, by the President of Nepal, and Dirga Seva Padak from Purvanchal University. Thank you for coming on board. Yeah, a good round of applause will do for the panelists, sir. It will provide you that energy to listen to what they have been saying and also fuel your stomach as well later on as we move to lunch after this. Next, we have Mr. Suman Pokhrel, who is the Deputy Chief Officer, Executive Officer of Global IME Bank. Mr. Suman Pokhrel, please join us on the stage. He has more than 20 years of experience in banking, financial services, and digital payments. He leads key functions, primarily SME and retail lending, which I'm sure you'd like to listen to. Second question. Mr. Pokhrel holds a master's degree in business studies from TU, and he has done several leadership training from MIT, Indian School of Business, Indian Institute of Management, AOTS Japan, and IDI of USA. Next up, we would like to invite on the stage Ms. Darshana Shrestha, who is the president of the Federation of Women's Entrepreneurs Association Nepal. A big round of applause, our audience, please. Let's give her a round of applause. And a leading advocate for women's economic empowerment. She holds a master's degree in sociology from Tribhuvan University and began her career as a sociologist before moving into entrepreneurship. In 2006, she founded Nature Nepal, promoting sustainable handmade skin care products and local enterprises development. Since joining FWEEN in 2012, she has played a key role in supporting women entrepreneurs and advancing inclusive business growth. Next, our fourth panelist is Mr. Sudeep Ghimire. Mr. Sudeep Ghimire, please welcome on the stage, please. If he's there, let's give him a round of applause as well. He is currently the president of Nepalese Young Entrepreneurs Forum, NGC, of the governing council as well, and he has been an entrepreneur. He's been in business for over 10 years and leading growth within the areas of energy, manufacturing, agriculture, and investment in Nepal. He is with the SG Group, who's known for their petroleum businesses in Nepal for a very long period of time. Their family business investment spans 67 different companies. And he's been on the threshold and taking leadership in the SG Group. So I'll now move to my seat and then take up the moderator role from there, if you allow me. Check. We have discussed between the panelists and myself that we would like to keep the question also short and the answers also short so that we keep time as well. And we'll also want to draw some insights from the two presentations that has been made earlier on. The examples shared from Nepal and Myanmar reminds us that entrepreneurship development does not happen by chance. It requires a supportive ecosystem, responsible business practices, and meaningful engagement in the private sector. More importantly, entrepreneurship is not simply about creating startups. It's about creating opportunities, jobs, innovation, and inclusive economic growth. And none of this can happen in isolation. To move forward with my questions, I would first like to start with Professor Dr. Sandesh Das Shrestha. I think I'll have to hand over my mic, or you can take that. I also taught in universities, especially Kathmandu University School of Management, since 2000. And one of the major challenges has always been that when we teach management, we have to use case studies that is not of Nepal. And especially now, around the world, universities are increasingly expected to become innovation hubs rather than merely degree awarding institutions. From your perspective, sir, what are the biggest gaps between academia and industry in Nepal, and how can universities contribute more effectively to entrepreneurship development and private sector engagement?
Thank you very much, Sumanji. It's a pleasure to be amongst this esteemed panelists and all the participants over here. I represent Purvanchal University, which is situated in Godgaon, Moram. As you've asked, this is, a catch-22 question for us. We always talk about the relationship that needs to be developed so that our academic degree that we award should not just be a certificate that is hung on the wall. It should be something that would be practical for the industry to accept from day one when he or she is hired, or from the day one when he or she thinks that he or she is going to be an entrepreneur doing some work for themselves. But the dilemma is, if you notice how the academic and the industry in Nepal is working, it seems like we are the two banks on the same river. We are going parallel, but the partnership is not there. We talk about it lots often, and then we deliberate more often, but then when it comes to implementation, I think the industry, they have their own ways of hiring people. They have their own logic of who is to be hired and how they are to be trained and developed. And we as academicians, we think that we have created a sphere where our syllabus, our curriculum, our pedagogy of teaching, learning, that has inculcated into the mindsets of the students that they're ready for the market. But this never has happened. There's always this gap that has, as you mentioned. Now talking about why this has happened and why entrepreneurship development mindset cannot be installed into our students, or even if they are made to approach as a job holder in some organizations, why are they not given due respect to the degree that they hold? Because we, as a banker, he's here. We have our students who are MBA degree holders, and when I ask them, what are you going to apply for? And they say, junior assistant. Maybe there's some gap between our understanding of our MBA level and what the banking sector thinks, or maybe his industry or her industry. That's why I think the gap is there. But the gap is not solely because of us. Okay, it's not because of the university only. In our university, in Purvanchal University, it is mandatory that our subject committee has 2 people from the industry. It is mandatory that our faculty board has 2 people from the industry. That gives us inputs, and in that 2 people from the industry, we have in each of our subject committee as well as of our faculty board, 1 from the banking sector, because for us, especially in the context of management studies, we think in Nepal the banking sector is a big job creator, right? And that's where we focus our students to be. But again, what goes wrong is that we get the input from the industry that they want certain type of industry-ready professionals that we prepare. But again, then when the industry tries to hire, the whole ecosystem of this hiring is different. So I think there is a lack. Now, the only thing that I would like, for example, we have an internship program for our BBA students on the 7th semester. It's a 2-month internship program that we do as a credit hour course. But then what happens is that they go to the bank. What are they made to do? They sit in the CSD and they do some photocopy. They are allowed to just do some KYC filling forms. They're not even given access to anything. And what is that internship value then? For any, she's from FWEN or you're from the SG group, I'd like to ask you, if my student would come to you for an internship, what access would they get? Would it be just an internship or an apprenticeship or a study case learning modality? We're not defined as yet. So I think bodies like FNCCI, CNI, who is hosting this event, or FWEN, maybe NYEF, these all actually we need to come together and understand that what type of internships, what type of industry-ready students, academicians, students that we graduate or postgraduate, how are they going to be incorporated into the whole ecosystem of learning? So that collaboration has to be there, which is lacking. I guess that's the gap. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you raised some very interesting points as to how universities are trying and making efforts to be more compatible with the industry, but at the same time acknowledging that there are some discrepancies or gaps that needs to be addressed. And I like the question that you put across to our fellow panelists. Hopefully when they answer, they may want to incorporate some of the elements there as well. Moving forward, I would want to move to Mr. Suman Pokhrel. I think the mic is there. Please check if it is working. Thank you. For entrepreneurs, access to finance continues to be one of the biggest concerns for SMEs and entrepreneurs. Many businesses feel that collateral requirements often prevent deserving enterprises from obtaining finances. We have seen some interesting examples during the presentations as well. Why do these challenges persist, and how can the financial sector balance risk management with the need for more inclusive growth? Sumanji.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. So this is a very interesting question, and this is the question I normally get in this kind of forum. So why collateral? Why fix such collateral? So, okay. So yes, that's the biggest challenge. One of the biggest challenges that we have, especially in SME financing. But we have to see the industry, banking industry, how it evolved. If you see the numbers, the growth, in terms of penetrations, in terms of, a number of customers getting loan facilities. So it's amazing, if we see the numbers in last 10, 15 years, the number is 8x or 10x growth. So growth is there. There are some problem both in the demand side and supply side, So it's a big question, it's not that easy, So how we built our industry, how the industry, evolved in last 50 years or so, because our whole society is basically property based. So everything is related to property. So how banking evolved is, is evolved in a similar pattern. So when you go for any loan facility, doesn't matter whether you go for a bank or any individual or any kind of institutions. First, what we do, okay, I have this much of land, now I need the money. So that's a demand side problem. Supply side problem is somebody is coming with, let's say, 2 crore of value of property and they are asking for 1 crore rupees. Why not? It's very easy, right? So that's how it evolved. But there are some initiatives, that have been taken on the both sides, supply side and demand side. Talking from the supply side perspective, yes, we really want to transform this. We don't want this collateral-based lending. And this is not possible. This is not the banking, in fact, right? So we really want to have a cash flow-based lending. We really want to have a score-based lending based on their financial transactions, their behavior, their credit scores, and so many things. But especially in SMEs, there are some restrictions. Few of the restrictions is, for example, if you see my book at the moment, Global IM Bank book, the average NPA of the industry is around 5.6. My NPA is less than 5%, so hovering around 5%. And if I see the book and the portfolios, the biggest sector where I am having a large number of this NPA is SME. So that's my problem, because I'm a trustee, right? I'm holding public money, so I can't just throw away the money, because if there is a risk, then I have to be very careful. And another thing is, government, central bank, everybody is focusing so much on SMEs, and they want banks to provide loan on a very subsidized rate to particularly that segment. So is it possible? Because pricing should be a risk-based pricing, right? So you can't put any restriction on that. If you put any restrictions, there will be no motivation. There will be no motivation to go into that sectors, and there will be no motivation for me to innovate, right? So there are a few problems. For example, like Professor said, there is a real problem, especially in a HR gap. There is a genuine problem, especially on demand and supply side again. Last time I had a vacancy for management trainee. By the way, management trainee, we appoint them as a junior officer to start with, and we make them officer after a year. I was completely involved in the whole process, from the vacancy announcement to the final selection. It was such a rigorous process that I was involved in, and looking at the quality that I was looking for, in a banking, there was a huge gap. If I see their certificates or marks at 4 GPA, wow, very good, excellent. Then if I ask few questions, normal questions, because I don't know, yes, Kathmandu University, finest university, and we always look for the students from Kathmandu University, so that's the first option always. But still, somehow quality is, it's very sad to say that quality is getting some sort of, deteriorated. So there is a gap in HR because it's very competitive. We are working very thin margin. We need some good people to work in the industry, in the bank. And there is a technology gap as well. Though now Nepal government and central bank, they are coming a lot of initiative, especially on technology, enabling technology, especially focusing on SMEs. I think that will help, but at the moment there is a big gap, especially credit scoring, that platforms, and there's supply chain financing, discountings. There are a lot of things that we need to consider. And on demand side, there are a few problems. I'll just give you one example, one short example. I launched one tech SME product. That product gives up to 5 million rupees to the tech companies, startups and tech companies, without collaterals. And so I work with NAS IT, so we are a banking partner with NAS IT, and we get presentations and so many things, and a lot of companies came, And I was surprised. One of the leading in IT companies, they came to us and asked for the money. I said, okay, you are the biggest company, no problem. But when I saw the documents, it's pathetic. They are not keeping any records. It's all manual, no records of their receivables, payable, fixed assets, nothing. So how can I give loan, So that's one example. And another example I gave, especially on SME financing, I launched another business model where I want SME to get the loan without collateral based on their cash flow basically. So what I offered them is, if you allow your ERP, your accounting system, to be integrated directly with my CVS, that means I can have a clear visibility of your cash flow. I can see your sales. If there is something unusual pattern going on, there will be a flag. I can, immediately take action. So what happened is I proposed that. Even I provided them that solution free of cost for first year. But there was a lot of pushbacks. They don't want, to have that integration. And especially their auditors and all other stakeholders, they don't want bank to have a direct access to the accounting system. So this kind of mindset, these are the problem on supply side, demand side as well. So there are issues in demand side and supply side, but the good thing is everybody is now really want to go into a new dimension of SME financing, especially cash flow based lending, and that is the goal. And automation is another area where we're really focusing on. Thank you.
Thank you, Sumanji. I almost stopped you because of the time, but I would appreciate the examples that you shared about how you do have collateral-free loans, especially for IT companies, up to 5 million. Hopefully that can be extended to other sectors as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Right? But I also acknowledge the fact that documentations are very weak, especially even when I work with entrepreneurs. And it's almost like having a student who has a 4 GPA, but is still not compatible there, right? So I think there are very visible gaps that has come up, and I'm sure that if those gaps are worked on collectively in the ecosystem, things will move forward. Thank you for your answers, Sumanji. I'll move on to Darshanaji. with the first question. Many women-led and small enterprises struggle not because of lack of ideas, but because the surrounding ecosystem, which includes product testing, quality standards, market access, mentorship, and networks, is still weak. From your experience, what are the biggest gaps today?
Thank you, Sumanji, and thank you, organizer, for inviting me to represent women entrepreneurs across the country. Yes, we definitely discuss lots of time about these gaps that you mentioned, about access to finance, access to market, mentorship, and it goes on, the list goes on. But what I would like to highlight here is more serious, is about the challenge that is structural, and that is less heard. So having said that, it is about the women entrepreneurs who work in isolations that we heard in the presentation also, from other speakers also. Most of the women entrepreneurs, they work in isolation, and having said that, they miss all the, they miss entering into the whole ecosystem of entrepreneurial ecosystem. And here at this point, we need to work on going into the clustering basis, the clustering women entrepreneurs, where they can easily penetrate the market, they can easily work for the huge procurements, and like we always used to complain about quantity, quality, and I think this clustering can help them to meet all these gaps. Second is we always talk about physical infrastructure. And when we talk about women entrepreneurs specifically, and we never talk about their mindset infrastructure, that is their confidence, risk-taking capacity, their leadership goals, their negotiation part, everything lies within their mindset infrastructure. So these are the gaps, and the remaining others are, like we always talk about, is digital divide. And when we talk about digital divide, we go with digital literacy. And is that enough at this stage when the whole world is talking about digitalization and the whole industry is running towards this? Women, if not at the same pace, they are left behind. So we have to think about being digital competency. The other gap, like you mentioned, is market, because they enter the market without the data, and they have that market intelligence gap. So there needs to be, in the ecosystem, the intelligence gap tools where it should be available for women entrepreneurs, and who are mostly at the very basic business level, although they are in formalized state, and most of them are informal. So this is very difficult to understand when we always talk about the bigger things, like the bank said. So we need to go to the grassroots levels. And while saying this, the another important part that we see is the network, the opportunities. We talk about opportunities, we talk about, 33% in political, scenario, and we talk about women participation in every portfolio. But this network opportunity is very much important for women to get all the opportunities in terms of procurement, in terms of getting the market positions, knowledge, everything. So they are basically led behind in everything. So having said that, we need to really work on structural that comes within the structure and ecosystem where the academia lies, where the bank's financial institution lies, where even the government policies. So it has to be prioritized, I think.
Thank you, Darshanaji. It's so good to see that clarity of what is required and what is missing in supporting and helping women entrepreneurs. And I'm sure that these points can be deliberated and discussed so that FWEEN can be the leader as it has been to help and support women entrepreneurs. Thank you for your points, Darshanaji. I'll move on to Sudeepji. He has been patiently, quietly listening, waiting for his own turn, and hopefully he'll be able to share with us his thoughts. Over the last decade, we have seen tremendous growth in the number of young people interested in startups and entrepreneurship. From your interaction with young entrepreneurs across the country, now that you are leading NYEF, what major shifts are you observing, and what opportunities excite you the most?
Good afternoon, namaste. Well, me personally, coming from a conventional business background and being a generational entrepreneur, so it has been really exciting to observe over the past decade and leading or being involved in NYEF. Actually, I have been engaged with so young people, especially the first generation entrepreneur and their mindset. So regarding your question, actually, the biggest shift that I've seen, and the other thing is that I've studied in Nepal itself. So back in the days when I was studying in college, in management college, so most of my friends, my circle, went into the banking industry. So that was the situation back then. But now if you see, the people are opting for entrepreneurship. They are considering business or entrepreneurship as also a career, actually. And Nepal being like, there were a very limited group of people who were into business or entrepreneurship, right? So I could see that shift in mindset of young people. They are willing to embrace entrepreneurship. They are willing to step up and do something new. So that is one of the major shift I have observed. Apart from that, I think recently what I've observed is people are looking to go global. So that they are willing to explore the market beyond Nepal. Even if you see people out of Kathmandu, so the entrepreneurs, they are willing to explore market in the neighboring countries or even to other countries as well. So that has been another major shift that we can say. Apart from that, I could see like a lot of, especially academic institutions, they are like, especially management colleges, they are like promoting entrepreneurship, the incubation center, actually not even, not only these academic institutions, but also local governments, provincial governments, so they are stepping up to promote entrepreneurship. I think that is a significant change that we could see in past decade. So regarding the opportunity you were talking about, I think one opportunity that I personally see is digitalization even in conventional business. I think that is one of the major opportunity that we could tap in for Nepal. Like we can imagine a human-less hotel being opened in Kathmandu in near future. So operating from the robots and all the digital systems. I think that is where that opportunity excites me the most, I think. And regarding Dr. Saab's question, why are you not hiring interns? Actually, there was a program of Kathmandu University a couple of months back. I don't remember the exact date. So they were willing to hire interns. They were willing to give interns to our institutions. They were trying to tie up with NYEF, and we circulated those forms to all of our members. And interestingly, we did not find any sign-ups. Very interesting. And I questioned most of my friends, like, what's happening? And the question, whether they will be staying back here or not, we're not sure. So that was the major reason probably from the industrial side, from the enterprise side. Maybe from the young people side, I don't know why, but they are more willing to engage with like some glamorous business sector, right? Like banking sector or even a few glamorous business sectors. So I think that could be the reason why there's this huge gap.
Thank you, Sudeep. It is very interesting to note that. Check. Check. Hello. It's interesting to note that the excitement amongst the youth is not just to access the local market, but also go global, which I think is very, very interesting as well. I'm sure that many Nepali products and services will find global markets, as it is being available from the grey market area that Nepali products are there, whether it is in Australia or Europe or anywhere else, but maybe a more concentrated effort will also help so that at least there is a lot of private sector engagement and development moving forward. And among, again, going back to Dr. Saab's question, as Sudeep said, there's always that a water and an oil syndrome as to how whether people will mix or not. But I think collectively we'll have to find a way in which we'll have to engage so that there is entrepreneurship development, and it's not just about being glamorous and coming in media and saying that, wow, this person is doing so well, but also the fact that they are doing excellently. I also acknowledge the fact that SMEs and small businesses can take advantage of digital technologies that is there, which we also saw in the previous two presentations as to how it can be done. I know a client of mine who is just using digital platform to sell their products, and from their sales of 2-3 lakh rupees a month, it has gone up to 70 lakh rupees a month in less than 2 years. So, and quietly, people don't even know the product, and once they get into branding and other stuff, I think they'll do very well. And maybe these are the companies that maybe the university students can also look forward to, because they are small, they are growing up, they are growing very fast, and also have access to finance from the banking industry as well. Moving back to Dr. Saab. Our second question. We are on time, so we have 4 minutes each to answer. So I think we can do it within time. Many universities are now emphasizing entrepreneurial mindset and industry interfaces. How can Nepali universities go a step further by bringing successful local experiences, such as we have seen today, Helveta's Inlam project, and other proven enterprise development models into academic literature, case studies, and classroom learning, so that the students learn from Nepal's own success and not be limited to theory?
Thank you. First of all, thank you, Helvetas, for inviting Purvanchal University, because this is a regional conference on private sector engagement for inclusive growth, and we're having a session on entrepreneurship development and private sector. So when everything is and was designed to be for the private sector, having us from the university also acknowledges that we are also a private sector. And I think we need to, as universities, also like pull up our socks to understand the dynamics of how the new age education and the new age of our curriculum will be accepted by the industry, or for that matter, whether entrepreneurship could be developed or not. In that scenario, if you look at how this whole program has been designed, in the earlier presentation, I just took down a note when Sandeep ji, as team leader from Helvetas, Nepal, he was presenting on the In-Elam dynamics. He talked about the interventions that has happened and the facilitation that has been going on. And he talked about 3 things: area potential survey that leads to business support services, and expansion and replication. And I'm very happy to note that when he was talking about these things, he had categorically mentioned about partnership with Purvanchal University. And Purvanchal University is very proud to be a part of the curriculum where we designed on our entrepreneurship this thing for our BBA students of our 5th semester. In our entrepreneurship subject, we have incorporated this area potential survey. And for that, our teachers, our faculties are getting trained, where Helvetas and we are doing a partnership and getting trained as to how this area potential survey could be taught to the students so that the practicality could be enhanced. Not just a theoretical knowledge, but the practical implications of it could be enhanced so that it leads to business support services and naturally the expansion and replication. Today, at this forum, from the university, I'd like to say that although I represent the management stream or the faculty of management, but management we sometimes consider is like, you need management for everything. But we have to work in collaboration with every other discipline. So on that note, Purvanchal University, earlier, like my School of Management, Purvanchal University School of Management, we had an incubation center. And then we had certain cohorts which were promoted from the various industries of Kosi province, earlier Kosi province, then Purvanchal, and now this whole dynamics has enhanced. But then we realized that just management in one factor like HR or marketing or project management is not sufficient. There needs to be a collaboration. Like for example, someone is a student from the agriculture sector or from the IT sector. He or she also needs to collaborate on the management aspect. So that's why our university has set up an integrated central incubation and innovation center. It's situated at our central office premises at Gurgaon. And then it is a multidisciplinary innovation and incubation center. It's not just for management. It's a multidisciplinary where we are incorporating all our disciplines so that we can work on it. But one thing that I'd like to point out is that we as from the university, yes, I would like to acknowledge that maybe our research is not much inclined towards applied research. It's more fundamental. If we could go into applied research, maybe we could go into commercialization also. These days, we are trying on that model, but yes, we can accept that there is very weak commercialization. And the most important thing that I'd like to point out is when you talked about how innovation and incubation should be a part of the rigorousness of our curriculum, it's not just studying the theory. As I said, like you cannot teach someone to fly by just telling him to fly. You need to give the dynamics of all this. So that is why our aim right now is, and we are developing our courses. Earlier our curriculum was a little static. Once the course cycle is prepared, maybe like 2-3 course cycles, we used to go with the same syllabus, with the same curriculum. But these days, our Purvanchal University syllabus, at least I can vouch for in terms of management faculty, we are incorporating the changes after every year on the feedback that we are doing. So I think that's the new dynamics that is happening. And to take on this, I'd like to request if there were any government institutions over here, or if there are government institutions in the audience over here, as an university, yes, we are autonomous, but remember, we need to also follow the government guidelines, the ministry guidelines, right? If, as you said, incubation, innovation, or for that matter, internships or apprenticeships, or whatever you call it, the practicality, because as rightly pointed out by our NYF president, he said that, Sudeepji said that, and also by a banker friend, yes, these days, degree is important or skill is important. There's a big debate going on. And there are certain universities that have come up in foreign countries, especially in India, which do not promote degrees, but they promote skills. And the industry is readily accepting those students who have the skills with good pay. That is why maybe we also need to realign our focus of how our academics move ahead. And in that, the government should at least, industry, the government, and we call it the triple helix method, we should sit down together. And in that, I would like to request CNI, FNCCI, FWEN, Nepal Bankers Association, all these bodies, because for us as an academician promoting curriculum, it's, sometimes it's a paradox. And I'd like to not take it, please do not take it otherwise, but it's a paradox. See, this is organized by CNI. We talk so much about curriculum and this and all. But suppose we have a meeting with FNCCI, they're on a different book, right? The chamber is on a different book. Then there's so many bodies like FWEN and then so many bodies, they're on a different book. We need also the industry to come together on one book so that their requirement from the university should also be defined. And I think that is what I think should be a framework that we could work together on, and that's how we can go forward. Thank you.
Wonderfully said, Dr. Sandesh. Every word needs to be captured and possibly translated into actionable activities that can take this forward. And I also subscribe to your integrated incubation center, which is multidisciplinary. That is the only way to go. And hopefully with the industry, academic, and the government coming together, things will start to happen. We have been seeing a lot of changes, and hopefully this will continue to move forward. Thank you, sir, for your inputs. Sumanji, I'm coming to you back again with the second question. Commercial banks today have significant liquidity, yet many entrepreneurs still feel underserved. But still, it's again another paradox, I guess. Beyond traditional lending, what alternative financing models can be thought of, or is there in play? You did mention two of them already as to what is happening, but what could be your pointers as a leader in the banking sector with your experience, and how Nepal should explore and ensure that finances reach a more broader and a more diverse group of enterprises? Sumanji.
Thank you once again. Yes, so market is very much liquid. So base rate, average base rate is around 5%. So bank are offering retail loan, like you can get a car at 6% or less than 6% interest rate. So this is the I think rock bottom. So I think it will not go down further. So, but still, government, central bank, they projected we'll have a 12% credit growth, but unfortunately it's hovering around 6% after 10 months. So there is a big competition, especially on the supply side among the banks to provide the loan, but we are not seeing any growth in the portfolio. So that's very interesting. So if we see it from a different perspective, so there is a big structural issue. There are other factors like market is not having that much of confidence. There is a transition going on. People are going abroad. Market is going down. Consumption is going down. There are also other things, but structural. There are a few issues, and especially on SME side, so many institutions, so many stakeholders, they are working on different projects, and they are taking so many initiatives, especially on SME side. Just to give you example, for example, in Global IM Bank, we have this Vision 30, and our ambition is to have a 65% of our portfolio is within retail SMEs. So that's our goal, 65%. So, and we are doing a lot of activities, and we are very soon launching one incubation program. We call it Uddham Shala. So it's initiated by Global IM Bank, primarily focusing on new startup and young entrepreneurs and retail immigrants as well. We are also taking one initiative, and we have launched last year, and we are doing this year also, in probably in next 20 days. So last year we had a hackathon. So basically it's focusing on AI and machine learning hackathon. We are also doing the second edition of this, primarily focusing on young IT startup and entrepreneurs. And we are also working with a lot of other stakeholders at the provincial level. We are working with municipality. We are working with province government, for example. We are working with this Koshi Pradesh Sarkar in one Uday project. So it's a big project we are working with. And we are working with a lot of municipalities, primarily focusing on SMEs. We are also working with big DFIs like IFC, where we borrowed 56 million of USD. And the condition was 50% of those 56 million to be allocated for the SMEs, and 50% for gender financing and climate. So, and we also work with OPEC for 25 million USD borrowed fund primarily for SMEs. So a lot of things happening, So we also work with institutions like Helvetas, just to promote entrepreneurship. So I think
just a pointer there, since so much of fund is directed towards SMEs, why is that access still a challenge?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a structural issue. There is not a single issue because supply side is ready, demand side is ready. As I said, there are challenges on demand side, there are challenges on the supply side. The integrated approach is not there. Now government is coming up this year, few points this government has announced in this budget, especially on credit scoring and P2P lending model. They have also planned for the DCGF strengthening, this deposit and credit guarantee funds. They are strengthening that. They are also building sovereign AI compute centers, and they have announced they will be building fintech marketplace where a lot of fintech startup can really access all the informations, and they will also have a that demand side access. There is a provision for this startup first loss recovery positions, 25 lakhs startup loan at 3%, without collateral for 7 years. And there are a lot of initiatives being taken. So what I suggest is, if we really connect these dots, if we have an integrated approach, if all the stakeholders, including academicians, institutions like, Purvanchal University, if we really work together, I think initiatives are there, steps are already taken, just to have an integrated approach, focused approach, then this problem will be definitely resolved, and the gap, 3 billion or 3.5 billion something gap is there, as per the different reports, especially on SMEs, MSMEs, so that we can fulfill going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Sumanji. It seems that there are dots, and we just need to connect the dots, right? And things can move forward in that direction. Coming to Darshanaji, are you aware of these dots that Sumanji just talked about?
Certainly not.
And who would then take the lead to connect these dots? Because if the dots are there, and if Sumanji is saying that the dots needs to be connected, Dr. Sandesh is saying that we need an integrated approach. That is very important. I think there are opportunities galore for FVN. We have seen several integrated approaches where collaborations have worked between business associations, business partners, financial institution, market has produced encouraging results. Why do successful models often remain isolated projects? It's something that is there but not replicated anywhere. And what would it take to replicate and scale these approaches across Nepal?
Yes, actually, we do have lots of successful models. The thing is, we do not think about the scaling up and sustainable part. There are lots of successful models that we do. The problem we see here while designing the projects or the models, the number one is that we just design it for the sake of completion of the project. And we lack implementing into our systemic, the system within the organization. So with that, after the completion of the project, who would take the responsibility? Who is the owner of that model? Yes, that's the successful model, but there lacks the responsibility of that model, that lacks the ownership of the model. So at this point, so FWIN, like organizations like FWIN or NYEF, who does all those successful models, takes the responsibility. Proudly, I can say that, because I can share you a few of the examples that we have done right away. The first one is a few months back. It was a very short intervention with the support of ILO, and that was through EWPN, and we were working with the vulnerable groups from Sudur Paschim, Karnali, and Madhya Pradesh, and we intervened in developing the entrepreneurship skills. And since we are very strong in our system, and we do have chapters there, we didn't leave them just like that. After 4 months, we link them to our chapters so that they are directly linked to our networks, to our interventions, to our whatever the interventions we take, they are the part of our family now. Second is we started as a project with the partnership of one of the development partners, and we developed Business Development Service Center at our premises at FWIN. And the project is already done a few years back, and we are sustaining that project because we are looking into scaling the businesses of women and looking at sustainable of the organization itself and the women entrepreneurs. So that Business Development Center provides overall services to women entrepreneurs, and that is the point where we link the gaps that he mentioned about to access the finance, to access the market, to access, mentorship, like we mentioned, everything, the gaps that we talked about earlier, we do from that Business Development Center. Third example we did is you all must have seen or heard, or you must have been the part of that project that is International Women's Trade Expo. That just began as a project with the support of academia, support of development partners, government, different different private sectors. And it continued because we talk about sustainability and scalability when we talk about bringing up new projects that helps women entrepreneurs to go, years beyond. So the problem right now is not about successful models. It is about we need to think about the success and scalability and sustainability. So we need to think about it very seriously.
Thank you. I think the key words have been spoken multiple times, that you need to be sustainable and also scaling up. Hopefully the industry interface will be there, working with the industry as well, working with the academia, and also now, as Sudeep was also saying, he's excited about how the local government and government is also coming forward to do something about entrepreneurship, and there are some good initiatives there as well. Hopefully this dialogue can continue, and I'm sure that there will be more opportunities for women entrepreneurs, especially from the marginalized communities, and to be more inclusive. Sudeep, this will be the last question on this round, and then we'll take it forward. Opportunities often appear concentrated among those who already have the network, exposure, and access to resources. NYEF is also called from outside a group of young individuals who already have the privileges. And how can they influence other young individuals? How can we make entrepreneurship more inclusive so that young people outside major cities and those without strong connections also have a fair opportunity to participate and succeed? Sudeep.
Yeah, NYEF is often considered as rich boys club. We have heard that many times. Well, actually, that's very, very fair. Like there are like a bit of confusion regarding the opportunities that people from rural areas or outside major economic centers do not get proper access to finance or even, you can say, mentorship. Like Suman sir mentioned that if you see the books of even like startups in Kathmandu that are operating in Kathmandu, it's horrible, right? So but that means they do not have proper mentorship or guidance towards finance. So that has been one of the most challenging thing. But that's where we should come into play. Like the development sector come into play, FWIN, NYEF. For example, if I talk about NYEF, 5 years ago, we were just concentrated in few major cities of Nepal. But we have, I think, in past 3 to 4 years, we have the reach, the members has been like there has been tremendous growth in members, and we have included members from different parts of the country. Even we have reached to Surkhet, to Kanchanpur. So we have reached to those places, and I'll share a simple example. I think a year back, when I went to Surkhet, there was a guy doing strawberry farming, somewhere in Surkhet. And the problem he was facing was a very simple problem, that was logistics issue. He was not able to market that fresh strawberry even to Nepalgans. Right? So that kind of hurdles, that kind of challenges do prevail. But institutions like us, development sector, and I think those dots that were mentioned before, I think those dots need to be connected to bridge that gap, I guess. That's the best way to do, and I think this panel we are the dots, and we need that connect, actually.
Well said, Sudeep. We are our dots in our own way, smaller ones, bigger ones, and we help in connecting and creating an ecosystem that entrepreneurship can thrive on. I'll now move on to the next segment, which is the question and answer. We do not have much time, maybe just a question or two. I do see a hand there too. Possibly those are the ones that will take. Would anybody like to help in taking the microphone or the mic to our Mr. Amarnath, sir?
Thank you very much. I mean, when Suman Pokhrel talked about the demand and supply between the MSMEs and MSMEs not having the kind of documentation and transparency for them to serve them, we tend to see everybody in this ecosystem would argue, be easy on them, try to help them, which I don't think will work in the long run. But what we have done in Myanmar, basically in many of our projects, our grantees did not have the transparency and documentation. So we worked very hard with them, developed those capabilities, and they were able to get the loans. The loans was not a problem. So it's not a question, it's something for consideration in Nepal. The donors are very interested in a specific area called as SME digitalization. The World Bank has done it. I've done some work in relation to World Bank in Cambodia. And I think many other donors are interested. So if it is possible to put together a kind of a matching grant come challenge fund, which focuses on SME digitalization with the intent of making them as much transparent and as much documentable as possible, especially with a lot of IT technologies that are being available. Today, you can just take a picture of a voucher, handwritten voucher, and then it'll go and post debits, credits, and run it for you. So I think it's for the consideration of the community here to see how do we get donors to support this? Because if we get that momentum, if you get the volumes, then I think the banks would be extremely happy, instead of asking the banks to be more easy on the MSMEs, which is not going to be sustainable.
Thank you for your comments, sir. I think this is something to be discussed and internalized in Nepal. And possibly, I guess the main important part would be the motivation for the banking sector to actually go into providing that time, which also becomes a cost for the financial institution to see whether there's an opportunity cost there. But I'm sure something that is done in Nepal comes to, done in Myanmar comes to Nepal as well, where even the undocumented but having that potential would also be able to access to funds as well. Thank you, sir. Question.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Arvind Shrestha. I represent Birganj Public College. We have also an incubation center over there. That's the Buddha Incubation Center. I'm very happy to hear from actually Darshana Shrestha ma'am. So more than a question, I would like to have your opinion that as I belong to Madhya province, what is your opinion that how can we expand the entrepreneurial opportunities mainly to the marginalized communities and the rural areas where even the female or the woman, they live on the four walls of their house. So I would like to hear opinion from you.
Darshanaji. So after this, we'll take one more question.
Thank you for the question. So I mentioned about the structure of FWIN. The FWIN doesn't, it is not centered only in Kathmandu, so our structure is across the country. So we also work in Madhya Pradesh also, and we do have our chapter there. So chapter there, and we have our board representative who works solely in that area, Madhya Pradesh. And definitely it is very difficult to bring women entrepreneurs from Madhya Pradesh into the mainstream that what we work right now. So like we talked earlier, it doesn't happen overnight, but we have intervened with lots of activities there, and we also went through different projects and also with different partners also. So how we work on that is like we have a structure at provincial level, then chapter level, district level, then municipal level, and even at the local level. So those who are interested to be as in the part with us, then they can easily avail through our networks. And I think that is the easiest way to do it. And as per their need, we have worked in advocacy also to bring these women into the mainstream. Last month, we went to Madhya Pradesh, and we had gathered women entrepreneurs across the region, and also from local, there were also people from there were local representatives, and from government part also. So we do link these women entrepreneurs to local representatives, local government, in the government structure, so that they can come up easily, and we are there to support them as well.
Yeah, this will be great because I know about Birgunj Public College. They have an amazing incubation center running up. I've been there, seen what they have done, also incorporated many of the learnings that in ILAM has been done. And I'm sure a connection or connecting the dots with FWIN will also provide that opportunity that you are seeking to work together. And I think this kind of forum will help that connection and make that bridge to make sure that everybody succeeds. One last question there. Monisha ji, if I'm correct? Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Monisha Rajbandari, and I lead the private sector development component of the GRAPE 2 project at GIZ. My question today is directed to Mr. Suman Pokhrel. This is about access to finance, that we hear that SMEs are a big market for the banks. There's surplus liquidity. Women entrepreneurs specifically have added challenges in accessing finance. These are the backdrops. Against this backdrop, I hear from you that Global IME Bank now has plans to increase your portfolio lending to 65% to SMEs. Now that means you're definitely doing something innovative and creative. We heard from Darshanaji right now that the need here is to scale up successful models. Now, I would like to know from you what kind of innovative financial products or delivery mechanism that Global IME Bank has used for those who cannot afford collateral, specifically women and youth who don't have collaterals in their names. What are those specific innovations that can be scaled up by the entire banking industry in Nepal? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think it's a very interesting question and very important question, in fact. Yes, that the goal that Global IME Bank has set is 65%, not only in SME, but it's a retail and SME, so it's basically a retail financing side. So we'll not be focusing much in corporate, basically focusing on retail lending, especially on SME and other retails. So that's the thing. And yes, so it's a very interesting, so as I said before in answering first question of Sumandai, there are some issues, especially on the demand side, supply side and bank. So we really want to focus on women entrepreneurs. We really want to help them grow, scaling up and make them very sustainable. In the similar fashion, as I said, we work with IFC also. The major objective is to uplift women entrepreneurs. So that is there. But there are a few difficulties. Cost of doing business,
ROI from that particular segment is very less. Because we have to focus on the branches outside Kathmandu Valley, on rural areas where the cost of operation is very high. There are restrictions in terms of pricing, so we can't go beyond that limit that has been set by the central bank. So because we are a profit-making organization, we are not a social organization. So we have to give return to our shareholders and we have to give returns to our depositors. So we have that obligation as well. But having said that, since we, as a largest commercial bank, we are an obligation towards society and to our stakeholders. For that matter, we really want to contribute in the society and contributing society through upliftment of SMEs, and moreover, SMEs run by women would be our top priority. And we are doing a lot of innovation on that side. We have already launched one product, Mo Udyami Karza, which is primarily focused on women entrepreneurs, run by women entrepreneurs, where shareholders of that entity should be, more than 50% should be by women. So that product is already there. So as I said, we are really trying to focus on shifting towards cash flow-based lending, rather than focusing on traditional fixed assets-based lending. So we have already launched, we have already done pilot in few projects, and we will replicate that thing into this SMEs, primarily on women SMEs. And just to add few things that government has also started few projects, I think that will really help. For example, one project government has announced in this 100 points of that government priority that they want to shift that few centers, employment centers or that kind of centers into a private sector protection and promotion centers. Basically, it's kind of incubations, providing guidance, support, and they are also launching integrated SME platforms. So this kind of infrastructure and score-based model. So if those kind of infrastructures are there, as envisioned by the government, and aligning with our objective to support those segments, so I think going forward we'll have an impact. It's not that easy. I totally agree with you. There are a lot of problems in that, and women entrepreneurs are really struggling. But for that, as I said, it's not like, as a stakeholder, one of the stakeholders, I can't do much. If we work together, and I'm really, very much interested to discuss with you further on this. So we are moving into that direction, and our objective is very clear. And we are very much hopeful that we will see the, sizable impact going forward in near future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We can't take more questions because everybody is hungry and we have to finish time. One follow-up question. Are you sure? Will that be short? Yes. Okay. So.
Loud enough. I'm Neelu Basnet. Hi. Do you on-lend the money that IFC or any DFI gives for enterprise development without collateral? You have to do collateral?
Yes.
So what is the financial inclusion aspect?
That's a commercial borrowing. That's not a grant. And we have to follow the central bank regulations, our own procedures while providing loans. And having a fixed asset collateral is one of the major conditions. And we want to change that. Financial inclusion doesn't mean we are providing loans at free of cost. As I said, we have started the pilots. We really want to go into that direction. But at the moment, yes, 65% of total banking industry lending is based on land and buildings. 14% is around current assets and rest in other sectors.
So why are the DFIs giving certain banks money to help enterprise development?
For example, IFC, it's a commercial entity. They are a profit-making entity, and they are giving that. We are making that commercial deal, and we are borrowing the money.
I think we can take it bilaterally during lunch as well. This is an important question as well, because Neeluji represents that side of the spectrum which encourages inclusiveness and brings funds to the table. So I think this will be a wonderful conversation. Moving forward, I would like to end this with a takeaway question, 30 seconds each for each of the panelists. If there is one bold change that Nepal would prioritize over the next 5 years to strengthen private sector engagement and accelerate inclusive economic growth through entrepreneurship, what would that be? Dr. Sandesh, 30 seconds, sir.
I think the best way forward would be to encourage the youths to stay back, the policies, as rightly said, and most importantly, make a policy framework where we believe in the system rather than people.
Wonderful system.
What I would say right now is let's not build only entrepreneurs. Let's build the entrepreneurial economy that supports the whole ecosystem through entrepreneurial ecosystem, right? Ecosystem. Just create entrepreneurial ecosystem that supports entrepreneurial economy.
Great. So the ecosystem word is being repeated many times. In 5 years, we should have that. Sumanji.
Bold move, I think we just had a bold move in the country, so we don't want any further bold moves. So whatever plans or policies that has been envisioned from the government sector, private sectors, and initiatives from the other stakeholder, I think we have to strengthen, we have to expedite, and we have to get it implemented as soon as possible. That is very much urgent.
So the expeditation of whatever is being discussed. Zadipji.
So for me, 2 years down the line, Nepal has to be the best in terms of ease of doing business in Nepal. It has to be ranked, I think, one of the best in Asia at least.
So we want to be the best in Asia at least when we're moving forward. Thank you so much, dear panelists. Let's give them a huge round of applause. We have seen that entrepreneurship does not work in isolation. We need an integrated approach. And hopefully, as we move forward, we'll be doing that. Thank you, Helvetas Nepal, for giving me this opportunity to moderate this. I'm sure you have had a handful of thoughts to take forward and discuss as we move along. Over to our MC.
Thank you
very much.
Mr. Suman Shakya. I really love the confidence that everybody has shown, the discussions and the conversations that happened today in this stage. Now, I'd like to, again, thank our presenters, panelists, and moderators for sharing their valuable experiences and perspectives. As we discussed about entrepreneurship development, the discussion revolved around finding out the gaps, especially the conversations noted that entrepreneurship development also means about access to credit, access to digital services, access to opportunities, access to resources. And with that note, I'd like to now request Mr. Lekhraj Pokhrel, immediate past president, Confederation of Bagmati Province, to kindly come forward and present token of appreciation to our presenters, panelists, and moderators. And I request every one of you to please remain on stage. I would also like to request our presenters to join us on stage to receive the token of love. Mr. Sandeep Paudel and Mr. Amarnath Reddy. Before we conclude this session, I request all the presenters, panelists, and our moderator to stay for a group photograph, please. I request everyone to stay on stage for a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached to the most important agenda where everyone's attention naturally spikes, I guess. So we've reached the lunch break. In addition to the lunch break and networking, we invite you to explore our marketplace and the really interesting skill competition. In the marketplace, Helvetes and private sector partners are showcasing innovative digital services and tools that are improving inclusive access to services like skills, labor market information, business services, career guidance. In the skill competition, which has been organized in collaboration with Confederation of Bagmati Chamber of Industries, young apprentices from the hospitality, automobile, and IT sector are showcasing their skills. You could also try your hand at momo wrapping and setting up network cables. I had to rush because I know everyone's hungry, so let's go for the lunch. But I will have to press this that we have to reconvene to this hall at 3 p.m. sharp. Thank you so much for your patience.
हामीले स्थलगत निरीक्षण गरेर बैंकको हरेक नियमहरू पूरा गर्दै लगानी प्रवाह गरेका थियौं। त्यो लगानीको सदुपयोग उहाँले यति मजाले गर्नुभयो कि उहाँहरू आर्थिक स्तरमा निकै राम्रो गर्दै अहिले पनि यस बैंकको सपोर्टलाई उहाँहरूले पनि रुचाउनु भएको छ। हामीले पनि सही सदुपयोग भएको देखेका छौं।
नेपाल उद्योग वाणिज्य महासंघसँगको सहकारीले निजी क्षेत्रको सहभागितालाई अझ सशक्त बनाएको छ। यस साझेदारी मार्फत निजी क्षेत्रका विभिन्न संस्थाहरू सहभागी भएका छन्, जसले देशभर फर्किएका आप्रवासीहरूका लागि रोजगारीका अवसर विस्तार गर्न महत्त्वपूर्ण भूमिका खेलेको छ।
जुन वैदेशिक रोजगारबाट फर्केका युवाहरूलाई चाहिँ स्वदेशमै उद्योगहरूमा काम गर्न पाउने र उहाँले सिप सिकेर आएका सिपहरू पनि यहाँ आएर प्रयोग गरेर भोलिको बेलामा रोजगारी पनि पाउन सक्ने र पछि स्वरोजगार पनि बन्न सक्ने खालका चाहिँ रिमी परियोजनाले ल्याएको कार्यक्रम चाहिँ यो चाहिँ आज कोशी प्रदेश र एफएनसिसिआईसँग चाहिँ मिलेर चाहिँ हामीले यो कार्यक्रम गर्दै आइरहेका छौँ र यसमा हामीले 9वटा स्थानीय सरकारसँग बसेर पनि हामीले चाहिँ छलफल गरेर चाहिँ अगाडि बढाइसकेका छौँ। भनेदेखि एउटा कार्यक्रम हामीले चाहिँ 30वटा रोजगारदाताहरूलाई राखेर चाहिँ हामीले चाहिँ एउटा कार्यक्रम पनि गऱ्यौँ र उहाँहरूलाई कस्तो किसिमको चाहिँ आज युवाहरूको रोजगारीको लागि प्रदान गर्न सक्नुहुन्छ, रोजगारदाताहरूले दिन सक्नुहुन्छ काम श्रमिकलाई भन्ने हिसाबले पनि हामीले उहाँसँग विस्तृत छलफल गरेर चाहिँ हामीले योजनाबद्ध रूपले चाहिँ यो कार्यक्रम चाहिँ अगाडि बढाएर लिएर गइरहेका छौँ। यस्तो कार्यक्रमले गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ हाम्रा आजको दिनमा वैदेशिक रोजगारमा गएका युवाहरूले आज स्वदेशमै आज केही चिज गर्नुपर्छ भन्ने सरकारको नीति र बमोजिम आज रेमी परियोजना ल्याएको कार्यक्रम चाहिँ यो बहुत सफलपूर्वक यो चाहिँ कार्यक्रम चाहिँ भइरहेको छ।
यी संयुक्त प्रयासहरूले फर्किएका आप्रवासी श्रमिकहरूको जीवनमा सकारात्मक परिवर्तन ल्याइरहेका छन्। उनीहरूलाई आफ्नै समुदायमा योगदान पुर्याउँदै स्वदेशमै सुरक्षित र सम्मानजनक भविष्य निर्माण गर्न सक्षम बनाइरहेका छन्। रेमी परियोजना समृद्ध र सशक्त नेपाल निर्माणका लागि आप्रवासी युवा जनशक्ति, अवसर र निजी क्षेत्रसँगको साझेदारी जोड्ने अभियान। सुनसरी रामधुनीका विष्णु पौडेल 2 पटक कतारमा बेकरीमा काम गरेर फर्किएका हुन्। फेरि विदेश जाने कि स्वदेशमै केही गर्ने भन्ने दोधारमा रहेका बेला रोजगार सेवा केन्द्रका सामाजिक परिचालक उनको गाउँमा पुगे। केन्द्रले सञ्चालन गरेको अभिमुखीकरण कार्यक्रम तथा उद्यमशीलता तालिम लिएपछि उनले सुरु गरे आफ्नै घरमा बेकरी उद्योग।
वैदेशिक रोजगारमा हुँदै गर्दा हामीले सबै मेजर कुराहरूलाई त थाहा थिएन। यहाँ आइसकेपछि उहाँहरूको त्यो तालिमबाट चाहिँ हामीलाई एक तरिकाले कस्तो भन्नुहुन्छ भने व्यवसाय कसरी गर्ने र व्यवसायलाई कसरी सुचारू गर्ने र यहाँ कसरी स्टेबल हुन सकिन्छ भन्ने कुरालाई पनि उहाँहरूले त्यो खालको कार्यक्रम एउटा तालिम दिनुभएको थियो। त्यो लिइसके पछाडि चाहिँ अलिकति माइन्डमा के भयो भने म पनि नेपालमै व्यवसाय गर्न सक्छु है भन्ने खालको भावना चाहिँ ममा पनि आयो। नत्र त्योभन्दा अगाडि चाहिँ म पनि विदेशै जान्छु भन्ने भावना थियो।
वित्तीय साक्षरताको कमी वा भविष्य निर्माणको सही मार्गनिर्देशनको अभावमा अन्योलमा रहेका वैदेशिक रोजगारीबाट फर्किएका विष्णु जस्ता अनेकन श्रमिकहरूलाई स्थानीय तहको रोजगार सेवा केन्द्रले भरपर्दो सहयोगीका रूपमा साथ दिँदै आएको छ। रोजगार सेवा केन्द्र मार्फत सहयोग पाएका मध्ये एक हुन् इलामका कर्णबहादुर मुखिया। कर्णबहादुरले 12.5 वर्ष विदेशमा बिताउँदा अनेक हन्डर खाए। एक पटक त डिपोर्ट नै भए, तर अहिले आफ्नै भूमिमा सपरिवार कृषि कर्ममा रमाइरहेका छन्।
विदेशमा काम गर्दाको अर्काको हन्डरमा काम गर्नुपर्ने, हाम्रो नेपालमा भनेको आफ्नै काम आफै मालिक, आफै काम आफ्नै लगानी, त्यसमा धेरै फरक छ होइन। रेमीमा हामी आबद्ध भई त्यसमा हामी सिप विकास तालिम होइन, यो व्यवसाय तालिम सबै हामीले हासिल गरेर फेरि यो योजनाहरू बढाउँदै हामी काम गरिरहेछौँ। उहाँबाट हामीले केही लाभहरू पाए, त्यसबाट हामीले फेरि बढाएर अगाडि बढाइरहेका छौँ।
वैदेशिक रोजगारीबाट फर्किएका मध्ये रोजगार सेवा केन्द्रको सहजीकरणबाट आफ्नै गाउँमा आर्थिक रूपमा स्थापित भएका मध्ये एक हुन् इलामकै बिजु तामाङ। मलेसियामा पिज्जा बनाउने काम गरेर फर्किएका बिजु अहिले गाई पालनमा जमेका छन्।
सुरुमा के गर्ने, व्यवसायिक योजना बनाउने, तर्जुमा बनाउने हामीसँग ज्ञान थिएन, सिप थिएन। अनि सिप विकास तालिम अब पशुपालन कसरी गर्ने, के गर्ने हामी त पौराणिक तरिकाले पुरानो तरिकाले बाबुबाजेदेखि गर्दै आएको गरिरहेको थियौँ। सिप विकास तालिम र 10 दिने व्यावसायिक योजना बनाउने तालिम पछाडि चाहिँ उहाँहरूले निर्व्याजी रूपमा चक्रिय बिउ पुँजी भनेर चाहिँ उहाँहरूले हामीलाई 1 लाख रुपैयाँसम्म प्रोभाइड गराउनु भएको छ। उहाँहरूले चाहिँ बाहिरी फिल्डमा साउसँग लिनु पर्दाखेरि चाहिँ साउबाट लिइहाल्यो भने चाहिँ मेरो 3 रुपियाँ ब्याजले लाग्थ्यो। जस्तै मैले 3 वर्ष चलाउनु पर्यो भने त मैले ब्याज धेरै नै बुझाउनु पर्ने हुन्थ्यो। अब त्यो ब्याजबाट पनि सहुलियत पाइयो।
रेमी परियोजनाले सहयोग गर्दै आएका कोशी प्रदेश र मध्य प्रदेशका 20 स्थानीय तहका रोजगार सेवा केन्द्र मार्फत सञ्चालित कार्यक्रमका कारण विदेश जानै पर्ने बाध्यता क्रमशः कम हुँदै गएको छ। 18 वर्षसम्म विदेशी भूमिमा विभिन्न काम गर्दै सङ्घर्ष गरेका धनुषाका नन्दु यादव अहिले गाउँकै उदाहरण बनेका छन्। श्रीमतीको नाममा कृषि फार्म दर्ता गरेर सञ्चालन गरिरहेका यादवको सबै परिवार यही पेसामा संलग्न छन् र राम्रो आम्दानी गरिरहेका छन्।
उद्यमशीलताको तालिम पायो, 8 दिने तालिम पायो, त्यो तालिम कृषिको तालिम पायो। त्यहाँबाट पाउँदाखेरि मलाई पनि मनमा लाग्यो अब बुढो कालमा के जाने विदेश, यतै बरु काम गर्दा ठिक हुन्छ। अनि एउटा यो सानो फर्म खोलेर जिम्सी कृषि पशु पंक्षी तथा माछा पालन फर्मको नाम हो मेरो बुढीको नाम जिम्सी यादव हो। त्यसैको नाममा फर्म दर्ता गराएछु। यो फर्ममा मेरो गाई छ, भैँसी छ, बाख्रा छ, माछा छ, हाँस छ, परेवा छ, कृषि पनि चल्दैछ, तरकारी खेती मजाले चल्दैछ। अनि त्यो चलाएर अहिले म काम गर्दैछु।
रोजगार सेवा केन्द्रले वैदेशिक रोजगारीबाट फर्किएका व्यक्तिलाई आर्थिक रूपमा पुनः एकीकरण गर्नुका साथै सामाजिक तथा मनोसामाजिक रूपमा समस्यामा परेकाहरूलाई पनि सामाजिक पुनः एकीकरण गर्नका लागि सहयोग तथा समन्वय गर्दै आएको छ। त्यसै मध्येका एक हुन् राजकुमार यादव। धनुषाकी लीलम देवी यादवलाई आफ्ना श्रीमान राजकुमार यादव विदेशमा बिरामी भएर खाली हात फर्किँदा अब जिन्दगी कसरी चल्छ भन्ने चिन्ताले सताएको थियो। गाउँपालिकाको सम्पर्कमा आएका उनीहरूलाई रोजगार सेवा केन्द्रले परामर्श दिएर सम्बन्धित निकायसँग जोडिदियो। उनले अपाङ्गता परिचय पत्र, उपचार सेवा र सानो व्यवसाय सुरु गर्न आवश्यक सहयोग पाए। उनी अहिले परिवारको भविष्य केही सुरक्षित भएको महसुस गरिरहेकी छिन्।
पहले से तो बढ़िए है, अभी का सब कुछ चलिए है, बहुत सब नंबर भ गई, पढ़े लिखे जाए है, तब अपने रहलिए मान लो जाल रखने छी तो घास भूसा कैलिए, कभी काल अपनो दुकान से ले, कभी काल हमहूँ रहलिए, अपन सामान सब किन के लैलक, वही में से 1-2 रुपया बचा के सामानों किन के ले लिए कि ऊपरी मुँहे को बढ़ावे चाहलिए। दुकान में नहीं कछु रहे तो दुकानों में दिल की तो सामान सब भेलिए, सर सब दिल की तो चलेलिए। ओकर तन कैला से ये सब में रहलिए फोहर सहूँ तो वह सबके ढलान के लिए भैंसी रखनी छिए, दूध दही बेची छी तो वह बुआ सबके खियली पियली रखलिए। दुकान केने छी तो वहू में से बेचली और सामानों सब किन के ले लिए, किन बेच के लिए। वही में से 4 गो बालो बच्चा के परवस्ती छ, प्राणी के खर्चो चली है।
नेपालका अधिकांश गाउँ बस्तीका कथा उस्तै उस्तै छन्। स्वदेश फर्किएका श्रमिकलाई स्थानीय तहका रोजगार सेवा केन्द्रको सहयोगबाट उनीहरूको सामाजिक र आर्थिक अवस्था मजबुत हुँदै समाजमा उल्लेखनीय योगदान पुर्याउन सक्षम भएका छन्। वैदेशिक रोजगारीबाट फर्किएका व्यक्तिहरूको दिगो र सम्मानजनक पुनः एकीकरणका लागि नेपाल सरकारले सञ्चालन गरिरहेको स्थानीय तहमा आधारित प्रणालीको प्रमुख सेवा बिन्दु रोजगार सेवा केन्द्र हो। यस प्रणाली सुदृढीकरणका लागि रेमी परियोजनाले समन्वय र सहयोग गर्दै आएको छ। यो स्विस विकास तथा सहयोग नियोग SDC को आर्थिक तथा हेल्बेटास नेपालको प्राविधिक सहयोगमा नेपाल सरकार र स्विजरल्यान्ड सरकारको द्विपक्षीय पहलबाट सञ्चालित परियोजना हो।
Introducing the Nepal Labor Market Information System, or NLMIS, a visionary digital platform designed to transform labor market governance across Nepal. NLMIS offers an integrated, inclusive, and future-ready ecosystem that delivers real-time, accurate labor market insights to citizens, employers, policymakers, and partners. At its core, NLMIS covers the entire life cycle, from education and skills development to employment and reintegration. Supporting this transformative effort, REME has developed a comprehensive digitalization blueprint. This blueprint guides the seamless integration of key labor and employment systems through interoperable, standards-based digital services while ensuring data security and privacy. REMI also supports the Returnee Management Information System, RMIS, enabling effective profiling and reintegration of returnee migrant workers. Complementing this, the AI-driven iLeader app, supported by REMI, is currently being piloted in selected locations, which empowers users to build essential soft skills. Together, these initiatives pave the way for modernizing Nepal's labor market governance, fostering transparency, efficiency, and inclusive growth.
आफ्नै केही गर्छु भन्ने सोचका साथ वीरेन्द्र शाहले 8 वर्ष अगाडि युवराज हर्बलको सुरुवात गर्नुभयो।
पहिला त केही हामी विदेश गएको थियौं, मलेसिया गएको थियौं, मलेसियाबाट फर्केर आएर अब यस्तो काम गर्दा गर्दा अलि नै माथि गइरहेछ हैन।
पहिला जंगलमा खेर जाने र डरेलोले नष्ट गर्ने युक्यालिप्टसका पातहरू आज आय अर्जनको माध्यम बनेका छन्। तिनै पातहरूबाट निकालिने हर्बल ओइल विक्स, सन्चो जस्ता उत्पादनहरूमा प्रयोग हुन्छ।
अब पहिला त्यो गाडी साडी केही थिएन, अब लोनमा लिएर गाडी साडी सबै किनेर यस्तो यस्तो भइरहेछ। सबभन्दा खुसी कुरो के हो कि हामी 20 जनालाई यस्तो काम दिइरहेछौं।
यस उद्योगले वीरेन्द्रजीका परिवारलाई मात्र होइन, गाउँका धेरै महिला दिदी बहिनीलाई समेत रोजगारीको अवसर प्रदान गरेको छ।
अब 2 कोई से 3 कोई के खटैली, 3 कोई से 4 कोई के खटैली, 4 कोई से 10 कोई 8 कोई, अब 15-20 कोई पुर गेली ना।
उत्पादन प्रक्रियामा संकलन गरिएका युक्यालिप्टसका पातहरूलाई सफा गरी डिस्टिलेसन प्लान्टमा राखिन्छ। बाफको माध्यमबाट पातभित्र रहेको प्राकृतिक तेल निकालिन्छ र त्यसलाई पानीबाट छुट्याएर शुद्धिकरण गरिन्छ। गुणस्तर परीक्षणपछि तयार भएको तेल बजारमा पठाइन्छ। स्थानीय स्रोतको सदुपयोग गर्दै सुरु भएको यो प्रयास आज सफल उद्यमको रूपमा अगाडि बढिरहेको छ। दस वर्ष अगाडि बुबाले सुरु गर्नुभएको यो व्यवसायलाई आज सुजन तिमल सिन्हाले अगाडि बढाइरहेका छन्।
हामीले खुवाली, जनकपुर, वीरगञ्ज, पोखरा र चितवन सबभन्दा बेसी जाने नि काठमाडौँ हो।
निजगढ 6 मा रहेको सर्वहितैषी डेरी उद्योगमा पहिला धेरै कामहरू परम्परागत तरिकाले गरिन्थ्यो।
पहिला जस्तो कहाँ हामी तपाईको धुवा धुलोमा बसेर धुवामा बसेर हैन, अब त्यही बस्नु पर्यो, अलिकति हातहरु बन्द राख्यो भने जोडिहाल्थ्यो।
तर समयसँगै अरू ठाउँमा भइरहेको प्रगति देखेर र नयाँ प्रविधिको बारेमा बुझ्दै सुजनले डेरीमा आधुनिक मसिनहरू भित्राउने निर्णय गरे।
घोड्नलाई हातमा घोड्दा 10 जना मान्छे लाग्थ्यो भने मिसिनले घोड्दा 1 जनाले भ्याइयो। खुवाहरू राम्रो निस्क्यो, सफा निस्क्यो।
आज तिनै मसिनहरूले उत्पादन बढाएको छ, काम सजिलो बनाएको छ र खुवाको गुणस्तर पनि झन राम्रो र एक नासको बनाएको छ। तर यो सफलताको कथा फ्याक्ट्रीसम्म मात्र सीमित छैन। गाउँका धेरै किसानहरूको बिक्री हुन नसक्ने दूध जुन खेर जान्थे आज आम्दानीको भरपर्दो स्रोत बनेको छ।
अब मिसिन झारियो, झारेपछि अब किसानहरूले पनि अब मिसिन झारे यहाँ दूध सप्लाई हुने भएन, किसानहरू एट्याच हुनुभयो।
प्रविधिको सही प्रयोग गर्दै सुजनले व्यवसाय मात्र होइन, सम्पूर्ण समुदायलाई नै अगाडि बढ्ने बाटो देखाइरहेका छन्।
Introducing the Nepal Labor Market Information System, or NLMIS, a visionary digital platform designed to transform labor market governance across Nepal. NLMIS offers an integrated, inclusive, and future-ready ecosystem that delivers real-time, accurate labor market insights to citizens, employers, policymakers, and partners. At its core, NLMIS covers the entire life cycle, from education and skills development to employment and reintegration. Supporting this transformative effort, REMI has developed a comprehensive digitalization blueprint. This blueprint guides the seamless integration of key labor and employment systems through interoperable, standards-based digital services while ensuring data security and privacy. REMI also supports the Returnee Management Information System, RMIS, enabling effective profiling and reintegration of returnee migrant workers. Complementing this, the AI-driven iLeader app, supported by REMI, is currently being piloted in selected locations, which empowers users to build essential soft skills. Together, these initiatives pave the way for modernizing Nepal's labor market governance, fostering transparency, efficiency, and inclusive growth.
हस्बैंड वाइफ मिल के काम करे नहीं सन तो अच्छा लागेला कैसे कि ये बाहर ना गई नहीं ओकर खुशी अलगे रहेला आज बाहर चल गई रहती तो आज हमरा साथे ना रहती अकेले रहती सन सब परिवार।
मेरो नाम संजीव कुमार पंडित हो।
मैले चाहिँ सरकारी ब्याचलर सकेपछि मेरो काही सोच थियो कि म अब काठमाडौँ जान्छु र म अफिसरको तयारी गर्छु, किनभने पहिला चाहिँ हाम्रो अब पूजाआजामा काम लाग्ने मात्रै सामानहरू बनाउँथ्यो, त्यसमा अब खासै आम्दानी त्यतिको थिएन र ठ्याक्कै त्यही बेला हामीले चाहिँ दिल्ली गयो। अनि त्यहाँ दिल्लीबाट सबै मेरो पुरै माइन्डसेट नै चेन्ज भइसक्यो र सरकारी अब जागिर के खाने, म आफै जागिर अब दिने बेलामा छु। म अब विदेश जान पनि मलाई अब इच्छा छैन, मसँग आफै मान्छे अब जागिर खोज्न आउँछ, म आफै जागिर अब दिइरहेको छु। अहिले चाहिँ मेसिन थपिसकेपछि यतिको सबै प्रोडक्सन भइसकेसँगै अहिले चाहिँ आम्दानी एकदमै हातै बढिसकेको छ। पहिलाको तुलनामा हेर्ने भने अब मेरो 200 देखि 300% मेरो बढिसकेको छ। अनि दिनदिनै बढिरहेछ त्यो पूजाआजामा काम लाग्ने डेकोरेटिभ आइटमहरू र हाम्रो किचनका पनि प्रडक्टहरू, थुप्रै किसिमका माटाका भाँडोहरू हामीसँग उपलब्ध छ। यसलाई तपाईँ अनलाइन पनि अर्डर गर्न सक्नुहुन्छ। मेरो कम्पनीको नाम चाहिँ कृष्ण विद्या फोटो इन्डस्ट्रिज, जुन पोखरा नगरपालिका वडा नम्बर 1 मा अवस्थित रहेको छ।
हरेक वर्ष लाखौं नेपाली श्रमिकहरू सिप, अनुभव र उज्जवल भविष्यको सपना बोकेर स्वदेश फर्कन्छन्, तर उनीहरूका लागि उपयुक्त रोजगारी र सम्मानजनक पुनः एकीकरण अझै पनि चुनौतीपूर्ण बनेको छ। वैदेशिक रोजगारीबाट फर्किएका व्यक्तिहरूका लागि पुनः एकीकरण परियोजना रेमी मार्फत स्थानीय सरकारहरूले रोजगार सेवा केन्द्रहरूलाई सुदृढ बनाइरहेका छन्। यसले फर्किएका आप्रवासीहरूलाई रोजगारीका अवसरसँग जोड्दै स्थानीय अर्थतन्त्रमा पुनर्स्थापित हुन सहयोग गरिरहेको छ। यसै क्रममा सुनसरीको डियर जिन्दगी क्याफेले पनि रोजगार सेवा केन्द्रबाट सिफारिस गरिएका वैदेशिक रोजगारीबाट फर्किएका व्यक्तिहरूलाई रोजगारीको अवसर प्रदान गर्दै उनीहरूको आर्थिक पुनर्स्थापनामा योगदान पुर्याइरहेको छ।
म चाहिँ मलेसिया 4 वर्ष काम गरेर अनि त्यसपछि 2 वर्ष फेरि रिटर्न घर फर्केर त्यसपछि कतार गएको हो। कतारमा पनि म होटल व्यवसायमै काम गरेर आफ्नै देशमा केही गर्छु भनेर डियर जिन्दगी क्याफे सञ्चालनमा ल्याएको अहिले 4 वर्ष भइसक्यो। हाम्रै विदेशमा रिटर्न आएको साथीहरूले धेरै साथ र सपोर्ट दिनुभयो उहाँहरूलाई होइन। उहाँहरूले पनि गर्दाखेरि बढाउँदै जाँदाखेरि हाम्रो अहिले झुम्गामा 3टा शाखा छ डियर जिन्दगीको, 2टा चाहिँ रेस्टुरेन्ट हो अनि एउटा चाहिँ हाम्रो बेकरी सञ्चालनमा ल्याएको छौँ हालै। त्यो बेकरी सञ्चालनमा ल्याउँदाखेरि हाम्रो रिमी शाखाबाट पनि सहयोगहरू गर्नुभएको छ। उहाँहरूले हामीलाई अलिकति धेरै साथ सपोर्ट गरेर एउटा डिप फ्रिज पनि यही हालसालमै दिनुभएको हो होइन। 15 जना रोजगार पनि दिनलाई अहिले सकिरहेको छु। त्यसमध्येमा 4 जना हाम्रो विदेशबाट रिटर्न भएको पनि हुनुहुन्छ र विदेशबाट रिटर्न भएको फ्यामिलीहरूलाई पनि रोजगार दिइरहेको छु अहिले।
अहिले म चाहिँ डियर जिन्दगी क्याफेमा जो सेफको काम गरिरहेको छु अहिले। त्यसमा चाहिँ बाहिर पनि बसेको, बाहिरबाट फर्केर आएर अहिले स्टिल फेरि जब पाइरहेको छु म यहाँ चाहिँ जस डियर जिन्दगी क्याफेमा। जस राम्रै लागिरहेछ, आफ्नै ठाउँमा काम गरेको आफ्नै ठाउँमा जस राम्रो हुँदो रहेछ।
परियोजनाको एक प्रमुख पहल भनेको निजी क्षेत्रसँगको सहकार्य हो। रोजगार सेवा केन्द्रहरूले स्थानीय व्यवसायी तथा उद्योगीहरूसँग सक्रिय समन्वय गर्दै फर्किएका आप्रवासीहरूका लागि रोजगारीका अवसर सिर्जना गरिरहेका छन्। सुदर्शन सेक्युरिटी सर्भिसेज, रिलायन्स मिल्स तथा स्थानीय रेस्टुरेन्टहरू जस्ता धेरै निजी संस्थाहरूसँगको साझेदारीले उत्पादन, आतिथ्य सेवा र सुरक्षा क्षेत्र लगायत विभिन्न क्षेत्रमा रोजगारीको ढोका खोलेको छ।
चेक माइक चेक। हेलो चेक चेक चेक। हेलो।
जुन व्यक्तिहरू वैदेशिक रोजगारमा अनुभव प्राप्त गरेर आउनुभएको छ उहाँहरूको उपस्थितिमा उहाँहरूको सहकार्यमा हामीलाई काम गर्नु अलिक सहज भइरहेको छ। किनभने उहाँले विदेशमा यो सुरक्षा सेवामा, सुरक्षा विभागमा काम गरेको कारणले गर्दा र उहाँको एक्सपिरियन्सको कारणले र कामप्रति डेडिकेटेड देखिने भएको हुँदा हामीहरूको काममा चाहिँ उहाँहरूले विशेष सुविधा प्राप्त गर्नुभएको छ अथवा हामीलाई थप सहजता भएको छ।
यी सहकार्यहरूले केवल तत्काल रोजगारी मात्र प्रदान गरेका छैनन्, विदेशबाट फर्किएका श्रमिकहरूले आर्जन गरेको सिप, अनुभव र क्षमताको सम्मान समेत गरेको छ। दिगो पुनः एकीकरणका लागि रोजगारीसँगै वित्तीय पहुँच पनि अत्यन्त महत्त्वपूर्ण हुन्छ। यस परियोजनाले नबिल बैंक जस्ता वित्तीय संस्थाहरूसँग सहकार्य गर्दै वित्तीय सेवामा पहुँच विस्तार गरिरहेको छ। फर्किएका आप्रवासीहरूलाई बैंक खाता खोल्न, व्यावसायिक ऋण प्रवाह गर्न तथा उद्यमशीलताका अवसरहरू खोज्न सहयोग पुर्याइएको छ, जसले उनीहरूको सिप, आर्थिक उपार्जन र बचत दीर्घकालीन जीविकोपार्जनमा रूपान्तरण गर्न मद्दत पुगेको छ।
रेमी प्रोजेक्ट अन्तर्गत सूर्योदय नगरपालिकासँग आबद्ध रहेको रोजगार सेवा केन्द्र मार्फत चाहिँ बाहिरबाट फर्किनु भएको युवाहरूलाई ब्याङ्कसँग कन्ट्याक्ट गराइदिनु भएको हुँदा हामीले त्यही अनुसारले लगानी गऱ्यौँ। उहाँहरूको आर्थिक उन्नति, उहाँहरूको सोच अनुसारको उत्पादनमूलक क्षेत्रमा लगानी गरेर त्यसलाई कसरी आर्थिक रूपमा उहाँहरूलाई विकासोन्मुख तर्फ अग्रसर गराउन सकिन्छ भन्ने हिसाबले हामीले स्थलगत निरीक्षण गरेर ब्याङ्कको हरेक नियमहरू पुरा गर्दै लगानी प्रवाह गरेका थियौँ। त्यो लगानीको सदुपयोग उहाँले यति मजाले गर्नुभयो कि उहाँहरू आर्थिक स्तरमा निकै राम्रो गर्दै अहिले पनि यस ब्याङ्कको सपोर्टलाई उहाँहरूले पनि रुचाउनु भएको छ। हामीले पनि सही सदुपयोग भएको देखेका छौँ।
नेपाल उद्योग वाणिज्य महासङ्घसँगको सहकारीले निजी क्षेत्रको सहभागितालाई अझ सशक्त बनाएको छ। यस साझेदारी मार्फत निजी क्षेत्रका विभिन्न संस्थाहरू सहभागी भएका छन्, जसले देशभर फर्किएका आप्रवासीहरूका लागि रोजगारीका अवसर विस्तार गर्न महत्त्वपूर्ण भूमिका खेलेको छ।
जुन वैदेशिक रोजगारबाट फर्केका युवाहरूलाई चाहिँ स्वदेशमै उद्योगहरूमा काम गर्न पाउने र उहाँले सिप सिकेर आएका सिपहरू पनि यहाँ आएर प्रयोग गरेर भोलिको बेलामा रोजगारी पनि पाउन सक्ने र पछि स्वरोजगार पनि बन्न सक्ने खालका चाहिँ रिमी परियोजनाले ल्याएको कार्यक्रम चाहिँ यो चाहिँ आज कोशी प्रदेश एफएनसिसिआईसँग चाहिँ मिलेर चाहिँ हामीले यो कार्यक्रम गर्दै आइरहेका छौँ र यसमा हामीले 9वटा स्थानीय सरकारसँग बसेर पनि हामीले चाहिँ छलफल गरेर चाहिँ अगाडि बढाइसकेका छौँ। भनेदेखि एउटा कार्यक्रम हामीले चाहिँ 30वटा रोजगारदाताहरूलाई राखेर चाहिँ हामीले चाहिँ एउटा कार्यक्रम पनि गऱ्यौँ र उहाँहरूलाई कस्तो किसिमको चाहिँ आज युवाहरूको रोजगारीको लागि प्रदान गर्न सक्नुहुन्छ, रोजगारदाताहरूले पनि दिन सक्नुहुन्छ काम श्रमिकलाई भन्ने हिसाबले पनि हामीले उहाँसँग विशेष छलफल गरेर चाहिँ हामीले योजनाबद्ध रूपले चाहिँ यो कार्यक्रम चाहिँ अगाडि बढाएर लिएर गइरहेका छौँ। यस्तो कार्यक्रमले गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ हाम्रा आजको दिनमा वैदेशिक रोजगारमा गएका युवाहरूले आज स्वदेशमै आज केही चिज गर्नुपर्छ भन्ने सरकारको नीति र बमोजिम आज रेमी परियोजना ल्याएको कार्यक्रम चाहिँ यो बहुत सफलपूर्वक यो चाहिँ कार्यक्रम चाहिँ भइरहेको छ।
यी संयुक्त प्रयासहरूले फर्किएका आप्रवासी श्रमिकहरूको जीवनमा सकारात्मक परिवर्तन ल्याइरहेका छन्। उनीहरूलाई आफ्नै समुदायमा योगदान पुर्याउँदै स्वदेशमै सुरक्षित र सम्मानजनक भविष्य निर्माण गर्न सक्षम बनाइरहेका छन्। रेमी परियोजना समृद्ध र सशक्त नेपाल निर्माणका लागि आप्रवासी युवा जनशक्ति, अवसर र निजी क्षेत्रसँगको साझेदारी जोड्ने अभियान।
अर्काको देशमा गएर त्यो अर्काको नोकरी गर्नुभन्दा आफ्नो देशमा केही व्यवसाय गर्यो भने धेरै युवा साथीहरूले धेरै राम्रो हुन्छ। मेरो नाम नेबिलाल चौधरी, मेरो व्यवसायको नाम चौधरी फुटवेयर एन्ड जर्नलिस्ट हो। म यो 4 वर्षदेखि गरिरहेको छु, 5औं वर्षमा भयो। मैले एउटा रोजगार गर्दाखेरि यहाँ गाउँको पसलहरूलाई पनि फाइदा भयो, तिनीहरूले किन सामान गर्यो र यहाँका महिला दिदीबहिनीहरूलाई पनि मैले काम लगाएको छु र केही बाहिरको मान्छेहरू पनि आउनुभएको छ काम गर्न छ। एउटाले गर्दा लगभग तपाईँको 70-80 जनाको परिवार चलिरहेछ। म अझै बढाउने विचार छ। अझै जस्तै पहिले 15-16 जना छ, अझै 25-30 जनालाई रोजगारी दिन पाएँ र मैले पनि अझै प्रोडक्सन केही मेसिनहरू अझै पनि ल्याउने प्लानिङमा छु। अहिले लगभग 3000 छ, तर त्यसको डबल गर्ने प्लानिङमा छु। यो लाइफ पहिलाको भन्दा धेरै राम्रो भएछ, किनभने पहिला विदेश बस्नुन्जेलसम्म मात्रै पैसा हुने, यहाँ व्यवसाय गर्दाखेरि 5-10 रुपियाँ जतिखेर पनि आइरहन्छ, किराइरहन्छ, त्यो राम्रो छ। मेरो फर्मको नाम चौधरी फुटवेयर एन्ड जनरल स्टोर हो, जसमा यहाँ लेडिज जुत्ता, चप्पल सबै आइटम तपाईँको सिसा हिलदेखि लिएर जुनसुकै डिजाइन अर्डर गर्न साथ पाइन्छ। नम्बर हो मेरो 98 19 61 50 17, ठेगाना हरियो नारपालिका 4।
सुनसरी रामधुनीका विष्णु पौडेल 2 पटक कतारमा बेकरीमा काम गरेर फर्किएका हुन्। फेरि विदेश जाने कि स्वदेशमै केही गर्ने भन्ने दोधारमा रहेका बेला रोजगार सेवा केन्द्रका सामाजिक परिचालक उनको गाउँमा पुगे। केन्द्रले सञ्चालन गरेको अभिमुखीकरण कार्यक्रम तथा उद्यमशीलता तालिम लिएपछि उनले सुरु गरे आफ्नै घरमा बेकरी उद्योग।
वैदेशिक रोजगारमा हुँदै गर्दा हामीले सबै मेजर कुराहरूलाई त थाहा थिएन। यहाँ आइसकेपछि उहाँहरूको त्यो तालिम त्यो तालिमबाट चाहिँ हामीहरूलाई एक तरिकाले कस्तो भन्नुहुन्छ भने व्यवसाय कसरी गर्ने र व्यवसायलाई कसरी सुचारू गर्ने र यहाँ कसरी स्टेबल हुन सकिन्छ भन्ने कुरालाई पनि उहाँहरूले त्यो खालको कार्यक्रम एउटा तालिम दिनुभएको थियो। त्यो लिइसके पछाडि चाहिँ अलिकति माइन्डमा के भयो भने म पनि नेपालमै व्यवसाय गर्न सक्छु है भन्ने खालको भावना चाहिँ ममा पनि आयो। नत्र त्योभन्दा अगाडि चाहिँ म पनि विदेशै जान्छु भन्ने भावना थियो।
वित्तीय साक्षरताको कमी वा भविष्य निर्माणको सही मार्गनिर्देशनको अभावमा अन्यलमा रहेका वैदेशिक रोजगारीबाट फर्किएका विष्णु जस्ता अनेकन श्रमिकहरूलाई स्थानीय तहको रोजगार सेवा केन्द्रले भरपर्दो सहयोगीका रूपमा साथ दिँदै आएको छ। रोजगार सेवा केन्द्र मार्फत सहयोग पाएका मध्ये एक हुन् इलामका कर्णबहादुर मुखिया। कर्णबहादुरले 12.5 वर्ष विदेशमा बिताउँदा अनेक हन्डर खाए। एक पटक त डिपोर्ट नै भए, तर अहिले आफ्नै भूमिमा सपरिवार कृषि कर्ममा रमाइरहेका छन्।
विदेशमा काम गर्दाको अर्काको अन्डरमा काम गर्नुपर्ने, हाम्रो नेपालमा भनेको आफ्नै काम आफै मालिक, आफै काम आफ्नै लगानी, त्यसमा धेरै फरक छ होइन। रेमीमा हामी आबद्ध भई त्यसमा हामी सिप विकास तालिम होइन, यो व्यवसाय तालिम सबै हामीले हासिल गरेर फेरि यो योजनाहरू बढाउँदै हामी काम गरिरहेछौँ। उहाँबाट हामीले केही लाभहरू पाए, त्यसबाट हामीले फेरि बढाएर अगाडि बढाइरहेका छौँ।
वैदेशिक रोजगारीबाट फर्किएका मध्ये रोजगार सेवा केन्द्रको सहजीकरणबाट आफ्नै गाउँमा आर्थिक रूपमा स्थापित भएका मध्ये एक हुन् इलामकै बिजु तामाङ। मलेसियामा पिज्जा बनाउने काम गरेर फर्किएका बिजु अहिले गाई पालनमा जमेका छन्।
सुरुमा के गर्ने, व्यावसायिक योजना बनाउने, तर्जुमा बनाउने हामीसँग ज्ञान थिएन, सिप थिएन। अनि सिप विकास तालिम अब पशुपालन कसरी गर्ने, के गर्ने, हामी त पौराणिक तरिकाले, पुरानो तरिकाले बाउबाजेदेखि गर्दै आएको गरिरहेछौँ। सिप विकास तालिम र 10 दिने व्यावसायिक योजना बनाउने तालिम पछाडि चाहिँ उहाँहरूले निर्व्याजी रूपमा चक्रीय बिउ पुँजी भनेर चाहिँ उहाँहरूले हामीलाई 1 लाख रुपियाँसम्म प्रोभाइड गराउनु भएको छ। उहाँहरूले चाहिँ बाहिरी फिल्डमा साउसँग लिनु पर्दाखेरि चाहिँ साउबाट लिइहाल्यो भने चाहिँ मेरो 3 रुपियाँ ब्याजले लाग्थ्यो। जस्तै मैले 3 वर्ष चलाउनु पऱ्यो भने त मैले ब्याज धेरै नै बुझाउनु पर्ने हुन्थ्यो। अब त्यो ब्याजबाट पनि सहुलियत पाइयो।
रेमी परियोजनाले सहयोग गर्दै आएका कोशी प्रदेश र मध्य प्रदेशका 20 स्थानीय तहका रोजगार सेवा केन्द्र मार्फत सञ्चालित कार्यक्रमका कारण विदेश जानै पर्ने बाध्यता क्रमशः कम हुँदै गएको छ। 18 वर्षसम्म विदेशी भूमिमा विभिन्न काम गर्दै सङ्घर्ष गरेका धनुषाका नन्दु यादव अहिले गाउँकै उदाहरण बनेका छन्। श्रीमतीको नाममा कृषि फार्म दर्ता गरेर सञ्चालन गरिरहेका यादवको सबै परिवार यही पेसामा संलग्न छन् र राम्रो आम्दानी गरिरहेका छन्।
उद्यमशीलताको तालिम पायो, 8 दिने तालिम पायो। त्यो तालिम कृषिको तालिम पायो। त्यहाँबाट पाउँदाखेरि मलाई पनि मनमा लाग्यो अब बुढो कालमा के जाने विदेश, यतै बरु काम गर्दा ठिक हुन्छ। अनि एउटा यो सानो फर्म खोलेर जिम्सी कृषि पशु पंक्षी तथा माछा पालन फर्मको नाम हो मेरो बुढीको नाम जिम्सी यादव हो। त्यसैको नाउँमा फर्म दर्ता गराएछु। यो फर्ममा मेरो गाई छ, भैँसी छ, बाख्रा छ, माछा छ, हाँस छ, परेवा छ, कृषि पनि चल्दैछ, तरकारी खेती मजाले चल्दैछ। अनि त्यो चलाएर अहिले म काम गर्दैछु।
रोजगार सेवा केन्द्रले वैदेशिक रोजगारीबाट फर्किएका व्यक्तिलाई आर्थिक रूपमा पुनः एकीकरण गर्नुका साथै सामाजिक तथा मनोसामाजिक रूपमा समस्यामा परेकाहरूलाई पनि सामाजिक पुनः एकीकरण गर्नका लागि सहयोग तथा समन्वय गर्दै आएको छ। त्यसै मध्येका एक हुन् राजकुमार यादव। धनुषाकी लीलम देवी यादवलाई आफ्ना श्रीमान राजकुमार यादव विदेशमा बिरामी भएर खाली हात फर्किँदा अब जिन्दगी कसरी चल्छ भन्ने चिन्ताले सताएको थियो। गाउँपालिकाको सम्पर्कमा आएका उनीहरूलाई रोजगार सेवा केन्द्रले परामर्श दिएर सम्बन्धित निकायसँग जोडिदियो। उनले अपाङ्गता परिचय पत्र, उपचार सेवा र सानो व्यवसाय सुरु गर्न आवश्यक सहयोग पाए। उनी अहिले परिवारको भविष्य केही सुरक्षित भएको महसुस गरिरहेकी छिन्।
पहले से तो बढ़िए है, अभी का सबका कुछ चलिए है, बहुत सब नंबर भ गई, पढ़े लिखे जाए है। तब अपने रहली मान लो जाल रखने छी तो घास भूसा कैलिए, कभी काल अपनो दुकान से ले, कभी काल हमहू रहली अपन सामान सब किन के लैलक, वही में से 1-2 रुपया बचा के सामानो किन के ले लिए कि ऊपरी मुँहे को बढ़ावे चाहली। दुकान में नहीं कछु रहे तो दुकानों में दिल की तो सामान सब भेलिए, सर सब दिल की तो चलेलिए। ओकर बुतन कैला से ये सब में रहली फोहर सहूँ तो वह सबके ढलान के लिए भैंसी रखने छिए, दूधो दही बेची छी तो ओहो बौआ सबके खियली पियली रखलिए दुकान केने छी तो वहू में से बेचली आरो सामानो सब कीन के ले लिए कीन बेच के लिए वही में से 4 गो बालो बच्चा के परवस्ती छ प्राणी के खर्चो चली है।
नेपालका अधिकांश गाउँ बस्तीका कथा उस्तै उस्तै छन्। स्वदेश फर्किएका श्रमिकलाई स्थानीय तहका रोजगार सेवा केन्द्रको सहयोगबाट उनीहरूको सामाजिक र आर्थिक अवस्था मजबुत हुँदै समाजमा उल्लेखनीय योगदान पुर्याउन सक्षम भएका छन्। वैदेशिक रोजगारीबाट फर्किएका व्यक्तिहरूको दिगो र सम्मानजनक पुनः एकीकरणका लागि नेपाल सरकारले सञ्चालन गरिरहेको स्थानीय तहमा आधारित प्रणालीको प्रमुख सेवा बिन्दु रोजगार सेवा केन्द्र हो। यस प्रणाली सुदृढीकरणका लागि रेमी परियोजनाले समन्वय र सहयोग गर्दै आएको छ। यो स्विस विकास तथा सहयोग नियोग SDC को आर्थिक तथा हेल्बेटास नेपालको प्राविधिक सहयोगमा नेपाल सरकार र स्विजरल्यान्ड सरकारको द्विपक्षीय पहलबाट सञ्चालित परियोजना हो।
आज हामी दिनमा 1000 देखि 5000 पिस मात्र उत्पादन गरेछौँ भने हामीलाई डिमान्ड अहिले 50,000 पिसको आइराखेको छ दिनमा। म जितेन्द्र कुमार महतो, मेरो उद्योगको नाम चाहिँ श्री भजु बाबा आधुनिक दुना टपरी तथा रेडिमेड पत्ता उद्योग हो। र म मधेसीको कल्चरको मान्छे, मलाई हाम्रो पूजा आजामा पनि दुना टपरी प्रयोग हुँदैन। त्यही भएर दुना टपरी के हो भनेर मलाई थाहा थिएन। अनि उद्यमी सिर्जनाको कार्यक्रम चलिराखेको रहेछ, नगरपालिकाले चलाएको थियो। म दुना टपरी बनाउने व्यवसाय गर्छु भनेर मैले सो कार्यक्रममा सहभागी भएँ। गर्दा गर्दै अहिले म 3 वर्षको अन्तरालमा 120 जना कामदार हाम्रो श्री भजु बाबा दुना टपरी उद्योगमा आधारित भएर काम गरिराख्नु भएको छ। 5 वर्षको अन्तरालमा केही नभए पनि 1000 जनालाई चाहिँ रोजगारी दिने मेरो लक्ष्य छ। किनभने यसले रोजगारी एकातिर सिर्जना गरिराखेको छ भने आफ्नो देशको पैसा देशमै प्रयोग भइराखेको छ। जस्तो कि यो तपाईँको दुना टपरी प्रयोग गऱ्यो भने कुहिएर जाने चिज हो, सडेर जहाँ राख्दा पनि सडेर जान्छ। प्लास्टिक पेपरहरूको प्रयोग गऱ्यो भने त्यो स्वास्थ्यको लागि पनि हानिकारक हो र त्यो कुहिएर पनि जाँदैन, वातावरणको लागि पनि हानिकारक हो। यो चाहिँ हाम्रो मकैको खोस्टाबाट अहिले दुना बनाउन गइराखेको छौँ। यो हेर्न सक्नुहुन्छ मकैको खोस्टाबाट तयार गरेको दुना हो।
यो चाहिँ हामीले खास गरेर वेस्टेज भए पनि यो न्यू हो, किनभने हामीले लगाएको लुगा प्रयोग गरेको यो कपडा होइन। नमस्ते, म सुनिल शाह, धोबनी गाउँपालिका वार्ड नम्बर 4 टोल लङ्गडी र हाम्रो उद्योगको नाम चाहिँ ग्रिन एसिया टेक्सटाइल रहेको छ। र यो उद्योगमा चाहिँ हामीले वेस्टेज गार्मेन्टबाट खेर गएको चाहिँ कपडाको टुक्राबाट हामीले चाहिँ कपास बनाउँछौँ, कपासबाट धागो बनाउँछौँ र त्यो धागोबाट चाहिँ कपडा बनाउँछौँ र कपडाबाट चाहिँ अब विभिन्न किसिमको प्रडक्टहरू बनाउँदै आइरहेछौँ। जस्तै डस्ना, सिरक, अन्य प्रडक्ट कुसनहरू पनि बनाउँछौँ र झोलाहरू अनि जे अर्डर आउँछ त्यो बनाएर चाहिँ बिक्री वितरण गर्छौँ। त्यो कपडाको जुन वेस्टेजहरू हुन्छन्, कतरनहरू हुन्छन्, फाल्ने कहाँ भनेर हाम्रो समस्या भयो। अनि त्यति बेला चाहिँ हामीले यो नगरपालिकालाई दिँदा पनि नगरपालिकाले पनि लैजान चाहिँ गाह्रो मान्ने र धेरै गार्मेन्टलाई हामी हेऱ्यौँ कि उसले जलाइदिन्छ कि। अहिले लास्टमा चाहिँ हामीले अब सोच्यौँ कि यसलाई चाहिँ केही बनाउन पायो भने यसलाई युटिलाइज गर्न सकिन्छ। अनि हामीले यसलाई चाहिँ कपास बनाउने चाहिँ एउटा कन्सेप्ट आयो। अनि त्यसको चाहिँ विज्ञहरूसँग केही हामी नेपालमा पनि केही इन्डियाहरूमा पनि सोध्यौँ भने हामी 1-2 जनासँग सल्लाह लिएर चाहिँ यो चाहिँ उद्योग स्थापना गरेका छौँ। सुरु कलेक्सनदेखि लिएर यहाँसम्म गऱ्यो भने लगभग यो उद्योगबाट लगभग 40 भन्दा बढी रोजगारी पाउँछ। यो रहेको छ वेस्टेज। हामीले यो वेस्टेजबाट जुन खेर गइरहेको थियो, मान्छेले जलाइदिन्थ्यो, इन्डस्ट्रीलाई जलाइदिन्थ्यो, जुन वातावरणमा प्रदूषण गर्थ्यो, धुवा निस्केर त्यो बाहिर जान्थ्यो, खोलाको छेउमा फाल्थ्यो, त्यस्तो वेस्टेजलाई हामीले प्रयोग गरेर चाहिँ अहिले हाललाई चाहिँ हामीले यस्तो किसिमको कपडा बनाएर चाहिँ मार्केटमा लिएर आएका छौँ र मार्केटमा बिक्री वितरण गर्दैछौँ। यदि कुनै कसैको गार्मेन्ट छ त्यसले चाहिँ बिक्री गर्न चाहन्छ भने हामीसँग सम्पर्क गर्दा पनि हुन्छ। किनभने हामी कपास मात्रै बिक्री गर्दैनौँ कि इन्डस्ट्रियल वेस्टेजबाट पनि हामी खरिद गर्छौँ। हाम्रो सम्पर्क नम्बर रहेको छ 98 691 070 58।
हरेक वर्ष लाखौं नेपाली श्रमिकहरू सिप, अनुभव र उज्जवल भविष्यको सपना बोकेर स्वदेश हरेक
यो चाहिँ हामीले खास गरेर वेस्टेज भए पनि यो न्यू हो, किनभने हामीले लगाएको लुगा प्रयोग गरेको यो कपडा होइन। नमस्ते, म सुनिल शाह, धोबनी गाउँपालिका वार्ड नम्बर 4 टोल लङ्गडी र हाम्रो उद्योगको नाम चाहिँ ग्रिन एसिया टेक्सटाइल रहेको छ। र यो उद्योगमा चाहिँ हामीले वेस्टेज गार्मेन्टबाट खेर गएको चाहिँ कपडाको टुक्राबाट हामीले चाहिँ कपास बनाउँछौँ, कपासबाट धागो बनाउँछौँ र त्यो धागोबाट चाहिँ कपडा बनाउँछौँ र कपडाबाट चाहिँ अब विभिन्न किसिमको प्रडक्टहरू बनाउँदै आइरहेछौँ। जस्तै डस्ना, सिरक, अन्य प्रडक्ट कुसनहरू पनि बनाउँछौँ र झोलाहरू अनि जे अर्डर आउँछ त्यो बनाएर चाहिँ बिक्री वितरण गर्छौँ। त्यो कपडाको जुन वेस्टेजहरू हुन्छन्, कतरनहरू हुन्छन्, फाल्ने कहाँ भनेर हाम्रो समस्या भयो। अनि त्यति बेला चाहिँ हामीले यो नगरपालिकालाई दिँदा पनि नगरपालिकाले पनि लिएर चाहिँ गाह्रो मान्ने र धेरै गार्मेन्टलाई हामी हेऱ्यौँ कि उसले जलाइदिन्छ कि। अहिले लास्टमा चाहिँ हामीले अब सोच्यौँ कि यसलाई चाहिँ केही बनाउन पायो भने यसलाई युटिलाइज गर्न सकिन्छ। अनि हामीले यसलाई चाहिँ कपास बनाउने चाहिँ एउटा कन्सेप्ट आयो। अनि त्यसको चाहिँ विज्ञहरूसँग केही हामी नेपालमा पनि केही इन्डियाहरूमा पनि सोध्यौँ भने हामी 1-2 जनासँग सल्लाह लिएर चाहिँ यो चाहिँ उद्योग स्थापना गरेका छौँ। सुरु कलेक्सनदेखि लिएर यहाँसम्म गऱ्यो भने लगभग यो उद्योगबाट लगभग 40भन्दा बढी रोजगारी पाउँछ। यो रहेको छ वेस्टेज। हामीले यो वेस्टेजबाट जुन खेर गइरहेको थियो, मान्छेले जलाइदिन्थ्यो, इन्डस्ट्रीलाई जलाइदिन्थ्यो, जुन वातावरणमा प्रदूषण गर्थ्यो, धुवाँ निस्केर त्यो बाहिर जान्थ्यो, खोलाको छेउमा फाल्थ्यो, त्यस्तो वेस्टेजलाई हामीले प्रयोग गरेर चाहिँ अहिले हाललाई चाहिँ हामीले यस्तो किसिमको कपडा बनाएर चाहिँ मार्केटमा लिएर आएको छौँ र मार्केटमा बिक्री वितरण गर्दैछौँ। यदि कुनै कसैको गार्मेन्ट छ त्यसले चाहिँ बिक्री गर्न चाहन्छ भने हामीसँग सम्पर्क गर्दा पनि हुन्छ, किनभने हामी कपास मात्र बिक्री गर्दैनौँ कि इन्डस्ट्रियल वेस्टेजबाट पनि हामी खरिद गर्छौँ। हाम्रो सम्पर्क नम्बर रहेको छ 98 691 070 58।
हरेक वर्ष लाखौं नेपाली श्रमिकहरू सिप, अनुभव र उज्जवल भविष्यको सपना बोकेर स्वदेश फर्कन्छन्। तर उनीहरूका लागि उपयुक्त रोजगारी र सम्मानजनक पुनः एकीकरण अझै पनि चुनौतीपूर्ण बनेको छ। वैदेशिक रोजगारीबाट फर्किएका व्यक्तिहरूका लागि पुनः एकीकरण परियोजना रेमी मार्फत स्थानीय सरकारहरूले रोजगार सेवा केन्द्रहरूलाई सुदृढ बनाइरहेका छन्। यसले फर्किएका आप्रवासीहरूलाई रोजगारीका अवसरसँग जोड्दै स्थानीय अर्थतन्त्रमा पुनस्थापित हुन सहयोग गरिरहेको छ। यसै क्रममा सुनसरीको डियर जिन्दगी क्याफेले पनि रोजगार सेवा केन्द्रबाट सिफारिस गरिएका वैदेशिक रोजगारीबाट फर्किएका व्यक्तिहरूलाई रोजगारीको अवसर प्रदान गर्दै उनीहरूको आर्थिक पुनस्थापनामा योगदान पुर्याइरहेको छ।
म चाहिँ मलेसिया 4 वर्ष काम गरेर अनि त्यसपछि 2 वर्ष फेरि रिटर्न घर फर्केर त्यसपछि कतार गएको हो। कतारमा पनि म होटल व्यवसायमै काम गरेर आफ्नै देशमा केही गर्छु भनेर डियर जिन्दगी क्याफे सञ्चालनमा ल्याएको अहिले 4 वर्ष भइसक्यो। हाम्रै विदेशमा रिटर्न आएको साथीहरूले धेरै साथ र सपोर्ट दिनुभयो उहाँहरूलाई होइन। उहाँहरूले पनि गर्दाखेरि बढाउँदै जाँदाखेरि हाम्रो अहिले झुम्नामा 3टा शाखा छ डियर जिन्दगीको। 2टा चाहिँ रेस्टुरेन्ट हो अनि एउटा चाहिँ हाम्रो बेकरी सञ्चालनमा ल्याएको छौँ। हालै त्यो बेकरी सञ्चालनमा ल्याउँदाखेरि हाम्रो रिमी शाखाबाट पनि सहयोगहरू गर्नुभएको छ। उहाँहरूले हामीलाई अलिकति धेरै साथ सपोर्ट गरेर एउटा डिप फ्रिज पनि यही हालसालमै दिनुभएको हो होइन। 15 जना रोजगार पनि दिनलाई अहिले सकिरहेको छु। त्यसमध्येमा 4 जना हाम्रो विदेशबाट रिटर्न भएको पनि हुनुहुन्छ र विदेशबाट रिटर्न भएको फ्यामिलीहरूलाई पनि रोजगार दिइरहेको छु अहिले।
अहिले म चाहिँ डियर जिन्दगी क्याफेमा जो सेफको काम गरिरहेको छु अहिले। त्यसमा चाहिँ बाहिर पनि बसेको, बाहिरबाट फर्केर आएर अहिले स्टिल फेरि जब पाइरहेको छु म यहाँ चाहिँ जस डियर जिन्दगी क्याफेमा। जस राम्रै लागिरहेछ, आफ्नै ठाउँमा काम गरेको, आफ्नै ठाउँमा जस राम्रो हुँदो रहेछ।
परियोजनाको एक प्रमुख पहल भनेको निजी क्षेत्रसँगको सहकार्य हो। रोजगार सेवा केन्द्रहरूले स्थानीय व्यवसायी तथा उद्योगीहरूसँग सक्रिय समन्वय गर्दै फर्किएका आप्रवासीहरूका लागि रोजगारीका अवसर सिर्जना गरिरहेका छन्। सुदर्शन सेक्युरिटी सर्भिसेज, रिलायन्स मिल्स तथा स्थानीय रेस्टुरेन्टहरू जस्ता धेरै निजी संस्थाहरूसँगको साझेदारीले उत्पादन, आतिथ्य सेवा र सुरक्षा क्षेत्र लगायत विभिन्न क्षेत्रमा रोजगारीको ढोका खोलेको छ।
जुन व्यक्तिहरू वैदेशिक रोजगारमा अनुभव प्राप्त गरेर आउनुभएको छ उहाँहरूको उपस्थितिमा उहाँहरूको सहकार्यमा हामीलाई काम गर्नु अलिक सहज भइरहेको छ, किनभने उहाँले विदेशमा यो सुरक्षा सेवामा सुरक्षा विभागमा काम गरेको कारणले गर्दा र उहाँको एक्सपिरियन्सको कारणले र कामप्रति डेडिकेटेड देखिने भएको हुँदा हामीहरूको काममा चाहिँ उहाँहरूले विशेष सुविधा प्राप्त गर्नुभएको छ अथवा हामीलाई थप सहजता भएको छ।
यी सहकारीहरूले केवल तत्काल रोजगारी मात्र प्रदान गरेका छैनन्, विदेशबाट फर्किएका श्रमिकहरूले आर्जन गरेको सिप, अनुभव र क्षमताको सम्मान समेत गरेको छ। दिगो पुनः एकीकरणका लागि रोजगारीसँगै वित्तीय पहुँच पनि अत्यन्त महत्त्वपूर्ण हुन्छ। यस परियोजनाले नबिल बैंक जस्ता वित्तीय संस्थाहरूसँग सहकारी गर्दै वित्तीय सेवामा पहुँच विस्तार गरिरहेको छ। फर्किएका आप्रवासीहरूलाई बैंक खाता खोल्न, व्यावसायिक ऋण प्रवाह गर्न तथा उद्यमशीलताका अवसरहरू खोज्न सहयोग पुर्याइएको छ, जसले उनीहरूको सिप, आर्थिक उपार्जन र बचत दीर्घकालीन जीविकोपार्जनमा रूपान्तरण गर्न मद्दत पुगेको छ।
रेमी प्रोजेक्ट अन्तर्गत सूर्योदय नगरपालिकासँग आबद्ध रहेको रोजगार सेवा केन्द्र मार्फत चाहिँ बाहिरबाट फर्किनु भएको युवाहरूलाई ब्याङ्कसँग कन्ट्याक्ट गराइदिनु भएको हुँदा हामीले त्यही अनुसारले लगानी गऱ्यौँ। उहाँहरूको आर्थिक उन्नति, उहाँहरूको सोच अनुसारको उत्पादनमूलक क्षेत्रमा लगानी गरेर त्यसलाई कसरी आर्थिक रूपमा उहाँहरूलाई विकासोन्मुख तर्फ अग्रसर गराउन सकिन्छ भन्ने हिसाबले हामीले स्थलगत निरीक्षण गरेर ब्याङ्कको हरेक नियमहरू पुरा गर्दै लगानी प्रवाह गरेका थियौँ। त्यो लगानीको सदुपयोग उहाँले यति मजाले गर्नुभयो कि उहाँहरू आर्थिक स्तरमा निकै राम्रो गर्दै अहिले पनि यस ब्याङ्कको सपोर्टलाई उहाँहरूले पनि रुचाउनु भएको छ। हामीले पनि सही सदुपयोग भएको देखेका छौँ।
नेपाल उद्योग वाणिज्य महासङ्घसँगको सहकारीले निजी क्षेत्रको सहभागितालाई अझ सशक्त बनाएको छ। यस साझेदारी मार्फत निजी क्षेत्रका विभिन्न संस्थाहरू सहभागी भएका छन्, जसले देशभर फर्किएका आप्रवासीहरूका लागि रोजगारीका अवसर विस्तार गर्न महत्त्वपूर्ण भूमिका खेलेको छ।
जुन वैदेशिक रोजगारबाट फर्केका युवाहरूलाई चाहिँ स्वदेशमै उद्योगहरूमा काम गर्न पाउने र उहाँले सिकेर आएका सिपहरू पनि यहाँ आएर प्रयोग गरेर भोलिको बेलामा रोजगारी पनि पाउन सक्ने र पछि स्वरोजगार पनि बन्न सक्ने खालका चाहिँ रिमी परियोजनाले ल्याएको कार्यक्रम चाहिँ यो चाहिँ आज कोशी प्रदेश एफएनसिसिआईसँग चाहिँ मिलेर चाहिँ हामीले यो कार्यक्रम गर्दै आइरहेका छौँ र यसमा हामीले 9वटा स्थानीय सरकारसँग बसेर पनि हामीले चाहिँ छलफल गरेर चाहिँ अगाडि बढाइसकेका छौँ। भनेदेखि एउटा कार्यक्रम हामीले चाहिँ 30वटा रोजगारदाताहरूलाई राखेर चाहिँ हामीले चाहिँ एउटा कार्यक्रम पनि गऱ्यौँ र उहाँहरूलाई कस्तो किसिमको चाहिँ आज युवाहरूको रोजगारीको लागि प्रदान गर्न सक्नुहुन्छ, रोजगारदाताहरूले दिन सक्नुहुन्छ काम श्रमिकहरूलाई भन्ने हिसाबले पनि हामीले उहाँसँग विस्तृत छलफल गरेर चाहिँ हामीले योजनाबद्ध रूपले चाहिँ यो कार्यक्रम चाहिँ अगाडि बढाएर लिएर गइरहेका छौँ। यस्तो कार्यक्रमले गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ हाम्रा आजको दिनमा वैदेशिक रोजगारमा गएका युवाहरूले आज स्वदेशमै आज केही चिज गर्नुपर्छ भन्ने सरकारको नीति र बमोजिम आज रेमी परियोजना ल्याएको कार्यक्रम चाहिँ यो बहुत सफलपूर्वक यो चाहिँ कार्यक्रम चाहिँ भइरहेको छ।
यी संयुक्त प्रयासहरूले फर्किएका आप्रवासी श्रमिकहरूको जीवनमा सकारात्मक परिवर्तन ल्याइरहेका छन्। उनीहरूलाई आफ्नै समुदायमा योगदान पुर्याउँदै स्वदेशमै सुरक्षित र सम्मानजनक भविष्य निर्माण गर्न सक्षम बनाइरहेका छन्। रेमी परियोजना समृद्ध र सशक्त नेपाल निर्माणका लागि आप्रवासी युवा जनशक्ति, अवसर र निजी क्षेत्रसँगको साझेदारी जोड्ने अभियान। सुनसरी रामधुनीका विष्णु पौडेल 2 पटक कतारमा बेकरीमा काम गरेर फर्किएका हुन्। फेरि विदेश जाने कि स्वदेशमै केही गर्ने भन्ने दोधारमा रहेका बेला रोजगार सेवा केन्द्रका सामाजिक परिचालक उनको गाउँमा पुगे। केन्द्रले सञ्चालन गरेको अभिमुखीकरण कार्यक्रम तथा उद्यमशीलता तालिम लिएपछि उनले सुरु गरे आफ्नै घरमा बेकरी उद्योग।
वैदेशिक रोजगारमा हुँदै गर्दा हामीले यी सबै मेजर कुराहरूलाई त थाहा थिएन। यहाँ आइसकेपछि उहाँहरूको त्यो तालिमबाट चाहिँ हामीलाई एक तरिकाले कस्तो भन्नुहुन्छ भने व्यवसाय कसरी गर्ने र व्यवसायलाई कसरी सुचारू गर्ने र यहाँ कसरी स्टेबल हुन सकिन्छ भन्ने कुरालाई पनि उहाँहरूले त्यो खालको कार्यक्रम एउटा तालिम दिनुभएको थियो। त्यो लिइसके पछाडि चाहिँ अलिकति माइन्डमा के भयो भने म पनि नेपालमै व्यवसाय गर्न सक्छु है भन्ने खालको भावना चाहिँ ममा पनि आयो। नत्र त्योभन्दा अगाडि चाहिँ म पनि विदेशै जान्छु भन्ने भावना थियो।
वित्तीय साक्षरताको कमी वा भविष्य निर्माणको सही मार्गनिर्देशनको अभावमा अन्यलमा रहेका वैदेशिक रोजगारीबाट फर्किएका विष्णु जस्ता अनेकन श्रमिकहरूलाई स्थानीय तहको रोजगार सेवा केन्द्रले भरपर्दो सहयोगीका रूपमा साथ दिँदै आएको छ। रोजगार सेवा केन्द्र मार्फत सहयोग पाएका मध्ये एक हुन् इलामका कर्णबहादुर मुखिया। कर्णबहादुरले 12.5 वर्ष विदेशमा बिताउँदा अनेक हन्डर खाए। एक पटक त डिपोर्ट नै भए, तर अहिले आफ्नै भूमिमा सपरिवार कृषि कर्ममा रमाइरहेका छन्।
विदेशमा काम गर्दाको अर्काको अन्डरमा काम गर्नुपर्ने, हाम्रो नेपालमा भनेको आफ्नै काम आफै मालिक, आफै काम आफ्नै लगानी, त्यसमा धेरै फरक छ होइन। रेमीमा हामी आबद्ध भई त्यसमा हामी सिप विकास तालिम होइन, यो व्यवसाय तालिम सबै हामीले हासिल गरेर फेरि यो योजनाहरू बढाउँदै हामी काम गरिरहेछौँ। उहाँबाट हामीले केही लाभहरू पाए, त्यसबाट हामीले फेरि बढाएर अगाडि बढाइरहेका छौँ।
वैदेशिक रोजगारीबाट फर्किएका मध्ये रोजगार सेवा केन्द्रको सहजीकरणबाट आफ्नै गाउँमा आर्थिक रूपमा स्थापित भएका मध्ये एक हुन् इलामकै बिजु तामाङ। मलेसियामा पिज्जा बनाउने काम गरेर फर्किएका बिजु अहिले गाई पालनमा जमेका छन्।
सुरुमा के गर्ने, व्यवसायिक योजना बनाउने, तर्जुमा बनाउने हामीसँग ज्ञान थिएन, सिप थिएन। अनि सिप विकास तालिम अब पशुपालन कसरी गर्ने, के गर्ने, हामी त पौराणिक तरिकाले, पुरानो तरिकाले बाबुबाजेदेखि गर्दै गरिरहेछौँ। सिप विकास तालिम र 10 दिने व्यावसायिक योजना बनाउने तालिम पछाडि चाहिँ उहाँहरूले निर्व्याजी रूपमा चक्रिय बिउ पुँजी भनेर चाहिँ उहाँहरूले हामीलाई 1 लाख रुपियाँसम्म प्रोभाइड गराउनु भएको छ। उहाँहरूले चाहिँ बाहिरी फिल्डमा साउसँग लिनु पर्दाखेरि चाहिँ साउबाट लिइहाल्यो भने चाहिँ मेरो 3 रुपियाँ ब्याजले लाग्थ्यो। जस्तै मैले 3 वर्ष चलाउनु पऱ्यो भने त मैले ब्याज धेरै नै बुझाउनु पर्ने हुन्थ्यो। अब त्यो ब्याजबाट पनि सहुलियत पाइयो।
रेमी परियोजनाले सहयोग गर्दै आएका कोशी प्रदेश र मध्य प्रदेशका 20 स्थानीय तहका रोजगार सेवा केन्द्र मार्फत सञ्चालित कार्यक्रमका कारण विदेश जानै पर्ने बाध्यता क्रमशः कम हुँदै गएको छ। 18 वर्षसम्म विदेशी भूमिमा विभिन्न काम गर्दै सङ्घर्ष गरेका धनुषाका नन्दु यादव अहिले गाउँकै उदाहरण बनेका छन्। श्रीमतीको नाममा कृषि फार्म दर्ता गरेर सञ्चालन गरिरहेका यादवको सबै परिवार यही पेसामा संलग्न छन् र राम्रो आम्दानी गरिरहेका छन्।
उद्यमशीलताको तालिम पायो, 8 दिने तालिम पायो, त्यो तालिम कृषिको तालिम पायो। त्यहाँबाट पाउँदाखेरि मलाई पनि मनमा लाग्यो अब बुढो कालमा के जाने विदेश, यतै बरु काम गर्दा ठिक हुन्छ। अनि एउटा यो सानो फर्म खोलेर जिम्सी कृषि पशुपन्छी तथा माछा पालन फर्मको नाम हो मेरो बुढीको नाम जिम्सी यादव हो। त्यसैको नाउँमा फर्म दर्ता गराएछु। यो फर्ममा मेरो गाई छ, भैँसी छ, बाख्रा छ, माछा छ, हाँस छ, परेवा छ, कृषि पनि चल्दैछ, तरकारी खेती मजाले चल्दैछ। अनि त्यो चलाएर अहिले म काम गर्दैछु।
रोजगार सेवा केन्द्रले वैदेशिक रोजगारीबाट फर्किएका व्यक्तिलाई आर्थिक रूपमा पुनः एकीकरण गर्नुका साथै सामाजिक तथा मनोसामाजिक रूपमा समस्यामा परेकाहरूलाई पनि सामाजिक पुनः एकीकरण गर्नका लागि सहयोग तथा समन्वय गर्दै आएको छ। त्यसै मध्येका एक हुन् राजकुमार यादव। धनुषाकी लीलम देवी यादवलाई आफ्ना श्रीमान राजकुमार यादव विदेशमा बिरामी भएर खाली हात फर्किँदा अब जिन्दगी कसरी चल्छ भन्ने चिन्ताले सताएको थियो। गाउँपालिकाको सम्पर्कमा आएका उनीहरूलाई रोजगार सेवा केन्द्रले परामर्श दिएर सम्बन्धित निकायसँग जोडिदियो। उनले अपाङ्गता परिचय पत्र, उपचार सेवा र सानो व्यवसाय सुरु गर्न आवश्यक सहयोग पाए। उनी अहिले परिवारको भविष्य केही सुरक्षित भएको महसुस गरिरहेकी छिन्।
पहले से तो ये बढ़िए है, अभी का सब कुछ चलिए है, बहुत सब नंबर भ गई, पढ़े लिखे जाए है। तब अपने रहलिए, मान लो जाल रखने छी तो घास भूसा कैलिए, कभी काल अपनो दुकान चले, कभी काल हमहूँ रहलिए, अपन सामान सब किन के लैलक, वही में से 1-2 रुपया बचा के सामानो किन के ले लिए। कि ऊपरी मुहे को बढ़ावे चाहलिए दुकान में नहीं कछु रहे तो दुकानों में देल की तो सामान सब भेलिए सर सब देल की तो चलेलिए ओकर बुतन कैला से इस सब में रहलिए फोहर सहूँ तो वहू सबके ढलान कैलिए भैंसी रखने छिए दूध दही बेची छी तो वह बौआ सबके खियली पियली रखलिए दुकान केने छी तो वहू में से बेचली और सामानो सब कीन के ले लिए कीन बेच के लिए वही में से 4 गो बालो बच्चा के परवस्ती 6 प्राणी के खर्चो चली है।
नेपालका अधिकांश गाउँ बस्तीका कथा उस्तै उस्तै छन्। स्वदेश फर्किएका श्रमिकलाई स्थानीय तहका रोजगार सेवा केन्द्रको सहयोगबाट उनीहरूको सामाजिक र आर्थिक अवस्था मजबुत हुँदै समाजमा उल्लेखनीय योगदान पुर्याउन सक्षम भएका छन्। वैदेशिक रोजगारीबाट फर्किएका व्यक्तिहरूको दिगो र सम्मानजनक पुनः एकीकरणका लागि नेपाल सरकारले सञ्चालन गरिरहेको स्थानीय तहमा आधारित प्रणालीको प्रमुख सेवाबिन्दु रोजगार सेवा केन्द्र हो। यस प्रणाली सुदृढीकरणका लागि रेमी परियोजनाले समन्वय र सहयोग गर्दै आएको छ। यो स्विस विकास तथा सहयोग नियोग SDC को आर्थिक तथा हेल्बेटास नेपालको प्राविधिक सहयोगमा नेपाल सरकार र स्विजरल्यान्ड सरकारको द्विपक्षीय पहलबाट सञ्चालित परियोजना हो।
Introducing the Nepal Labor Market Information System, or NLMIS, a visionary digital platform designed to transform labor market governance across Nepal. NLMIS offers an integrated, inclusive, and future-ready ecosystem that delivers real-time, accurate labor market insights to citizens, employers, policymakers, and partners. At its core, NLMIS covers the entire life cycle, from education and skills development to employment and reintegration. Supporting this transformative effort, REMI has developed a comprehensive digitalization blueprint. This blueprint guides the seamless integration of key labor and employment systems through interoperable, standards-based digital services while ensuring data security and privacy. REMI also supports the Returnee Management Information System, RMIS, enabling effective profiling and reintegration of returnee migrant workers. Complementing this, the AI-driven iLeader app, supported by REMI, is currently being piloted in selected locations, which empowers users to build essential soft skills. Together, these initiatives pave the way for modernizing Nepal's labor market governance, fostering transparency, efficiency, and inclusive growth.
आफ्नै केही गर्छु भन्ने सोचका साथ वीरेन्द्र शाहले 8 वर्ष अगाडि युवराज हर्बलको सुरुवात गर्नुभयो।
पहिला त केही हामी विदेश गएको थियौँ, मलेसियाबाट फर्केर आएर अब यस्तो काम गर्दा गर्दा अलि नै माथि गइरहेछ हैन।
पहिला जंगलमा खेर जाने र डरेलोले नष्ट गर्ने युक्यालिप्टसका पातहरू आज आय अर्जनको माध्यम बनेका छन्। तिनै पातहरूबाट निकालिने हर्बल ओइल विक्स, सन्चो जस्ता उत्पादनहरूमा प्रयोग हुन्छ।
अब पहिला त्यो गाडी साडी केही थिएन, अब लोनमा लिएर गाडी साडी सबै किनेर यस्तो यस्तो भइरहेछ। सबभन्दा खुसी कुरो के हो कि हामी 20 जनालाई यस्तो काम दिइरहेछौँ।
यस उद्योगले वीरेन्द्रजीका परिवारलाई मात्र होइन, गाउँका धेरै महिला दिदी बहिनीलाई समेत रोजगारीको अवसर प्रदान गरेको छ।
अब 2 कोई से 3 कोई के खटैली, 3 कोई से 4 कोई के खटैली, 4 कोई से 10 कोई 8 कोई, अब 15-20 कोई पुर गेली ना।
उत्पादन प्रक्रियामा संकलन गरिएका युक्यालिप्टसका पातहरूलाई सफा गरी डिस्टिलेसन प्लान्टमा राखिन्छ। बाफको माध्यमबाट पातभित्र रहेको प्राकृतिक तेल निकालिन्छ र त्यसलाई पानीबाट छुट्याएर शुद्धिकरण गरिन्छ। गुणस्तर परीक्षणपछि तयार भएको तेल बजारमा पठाइन्छ। स्थानीय स्रोतको सदुपयोग गर्दै सुरु भएको यो प्रयास आज सफल उद्यमको रूपमा अगाडि बढिरहेको छ। दस वर्ष अगाडि बुबाले सुरु गर्नुभएको यो व्यवसायलाई आज सुजन तिमल सिन्हाले अगाडि बढाइरहेका छन्।
हामीले खुवारी, जनकपुर, वीरगञ्ज, पोखरा र चितवन सबभन्दा बेसी जाने नि काठमाडौँ हो।
निजगढ 6 मा रहेको सर्वहितैषी डेरी उद्योगमा पहिला धेरै कामहरू परम्परागत तरिकाले गरिन्थ्यो।
पहिला जस्तो कहाँ हामी तपाईको धुवामा बसेर हैन, अब त्यही बस्नु पर्यो, अलिकति हातहरु बन्द राख्यो भने जोडिहाल्थ्यो।
तर समयसँगै अरू ठाउँमा भइरहेको प्रगति देखेर र नयाँ प्रविधिको बारेमा बुझ्दै सुजनले डेरीमा आधुनिक मसिनहरू भित्राउने निर्णय गरे।
घोड्नलाई हातमा गर्दा 10 जना मान्छे लाग्थ्यो भने मिसिनले गर्दा 1 जनाले भ्याइयो। खुवाहरू राम्रो निस्क्यो, सफा निस्क्यो।
आज तिनै मसिनहरूले उत्पादन बढाएको छ, काम सजिलो बनाएको छ र खुवाको गुणस्तर पनि झन् राम्रो र एक नासको बनाएको छ। तर यो सफलताको कथा फ्याक्ट्रीसम्म मात्र सीमित छैन। गाउँका धेरै किसानहरूको बिक्री हुन नसक्ने दुध जुन खेर जान्थे आज आम्दानीको भरपर्दो स्रोत बनेको छ।
अब यहाँ मिसिन झारियो, झारिएपछि अब किसानहरूले पनि अब मिसिन झारे यहाँ दुध सप्लाई हुने भयो भने किसानहरू एट्याच हुनुभयो।
प्रविधिको सही प्रयोग गर्दै सुजनले व्यवसाय मात्र होइन सम्पूर्ण समुदायलाई नै अगाडि बढ्ने बाटो देखाइरहेका छन्।
Introducing the Nepal Labor Market Information System, or NLMIS, a visionary digital platform designed to transform labor market governance across Nepal. NLMIS offers an integrated, inclusive, and future-ready ecosystem that delivers real-time, accurate labor market insights to citizens, employers, policymakers, and partners. At its core, NLMIS covers the entire life cycle, from education and skills development to employment and reintegration. Supporting this transformative effort, RIMI has developed a comprehensive digitalization blueprint. This blueprint guides the seamless integration of key labor and employment systems through interoperable, standards-based digital services while ensuring data security and privacy. RIMI also supports the Returnee Management Information System, RMIS, enabling effective profiling and reintegration of returnee migrant workers. Complementing this, the AI-driven iLeader app, supported by RIMI, is currently being piloted in selected locations, which empowers users to build essential soft skills. Together, these initiatives pave the way for modernizing Nepal's labor market governance, fostering transparency, efficiency, and inclusive growth.
हस्बैंड वाइफ मिल के काम करे नहीं सन तो अच्छा लागेला कैसे कि ये बाहर ना गई नहीं ओकर खुशी अलगे रहेला आज बाहर चल गई रहती तो आज हमरा साथे ना रहती अकेले रहती सन सब परिवार।
मेरो नाम संदीप कुमार पंडित हो। मैले चाहिँ सरकारी ब्याचलर सकेपछि मैले मेरो
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a much-needed break and an opportunity to explore the marketplace and connect with fellow participants. And I really hope we have not lost many faces after the lunch. We now resume with the conference with our third thematic session. And to moderate this discussion, it's my pleasure to invite Dr. Rajesh Kumar Rai, professor at Tribhuvan University. Dr. Rai is a professor of forestry at the Institute of Forestry, Tribhuvan University, with more than 2 decades of experience in forest management and environmental economics. His expertise lies in green economy approaches and in linking natural resource management with market mechanisms to promote sustainable development. He has extensive experience across academia, research institutions, and non-governmental organizations at both national and international level. Please welcome Dr. Rai to the stage, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Shraddhaji. Good afternoon, all. I know this session will be challenging always after lunch, and also the warm weather, but we will try to make this session very interactive. And main theme of this session is sustainable economy. So when we talk about the business, we always think about the growth, and we always talk about the growth, technology growth, economic growth, and everything, there is the growth. But Earth has limits to sustain this growth. When we see the role of the Earth ecosystem on the economic development, we can find the 2 major roles of the ecosystem on economy. The first one, it provides the inputs for the economy, like the raw materials and energy. And second one, that when the economy, during its process, generate the waste, and the Earth plays the role in the assimilation of these roles. So when there is the more use of the resources or the more waste generated, then it assimilates, then there will be the problem in the sustainable development. So we want to develop the sustainable, we want to achieve the sustainable development goals. So in this 90 minutes, we will discuss about the sustainable economy. So this session will have the two segments. The first, we will have the two presentations from Nepal and Bhutan. Then the second segment will have the panel discussion with our very intellectual and wide experienced panelists. So without further delay, we will have in the session two presentations which will more focus on, one is the bioeconomy and another is the circular economy. Both this bioeconomy and circular economy will make the green economy. And without further delay, I would like to invite Vivekananda Mishra from the Gayatri Pasupati Pasmina Private Limited. He will present on the enterprise on textile recycling. So Mishra ji is an engineer and he is working in this textile to textile recycling business since over more than the 2 decades. And I will hand over this forum to Vivekananda ji. You will have 10 minutes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Rai sir. And thank you, Helvetas and CNI for giving opportunity to be here. And before giving my presentation, I would like to have a small video. At least you know what is the circular economy in textile. Please.
यो चाहिँ हामीले खास गरेर वेस्टेज भए पनि यो न्यू हो किनभने हामीले लगाएको लुगा प्रयोग गरेको यो कपडा होइन। नमस्ते, म सुनिल शाह, धोबनी गाउँपालिका वार्ड नम्बर 4 टोल लङ्गडी र हाम्रो उद्योगको नाम चाहिँ ग्रीन एसिया टेक्सटाइल रहेको छ। र यो उद्योगमा चाहिँ हामीले वेस्टेज गार्मेन्टबाट खेर गएको चाहिँ कपडाको टुक्राबाट हामीले चाहिँ कपास बनाउँछौँ, कपासबाट धागो बनाउँछौँ र त्यो धागोबाट चाहिँ कपडा बनाउँछौँ र कपडाबाट चाहिँ अब विभिन्न किसिमका प्रडक्टहरू बनाउँदै आइरहेछौँ। जस्तै डस्ना, सिरक, अन्य प्रडक्ट कुसनहरू पनि बनाउँछौँ र झोलाहरू अनि जे अर्डर आउँछ त्यो बनाएर चाहिँ बिक्री वितरण गर्छौँ। त्यो कपडाको जुन वेस्टेजहरू हुन्छन्, कतरनहरू हुन्छन्, फाल्ने कहाँ भनेर हाम्रो समस्या भयो। अनि त्यति बेला चाहिँ हामीले यो नगरपालिकालाई दिँदा पनि नगरपालिकाले पनि लिजान चाहिँ गाह्रो मान्ने र धेरै गार्मेन्टलाई हामी हेऱ्यौँ कि उसले जलाइदिन्छ कि। अहिले लास्टमा चाहिँ हामीले अब सोच्यौँ कि यसलाई चाहिँ केही बनाउन पायो भने यसलाई युटिलाइज गर्न सकिन्छ। अनि हामीले यसलाई चाहिँ कपास बनाउने चाहिँ एउटा कन्सेप्ट आयो। अनि त्यसको चाहिँ विज्ञहरूसँग केही हामी नेपालमा पनि केही इन्डियाहरूमा पनि सोध्यौँ भने हामी 1-2 जनासँग सल्लाह लिएर चाहिँ यो चाहिँ उद्योग स्थापना गरेका छौँ। सुरु कलेक्सनदेखि लिएर यहाँसम्म गऱ्यो भने लगभग यो उद्योगबाट लगभग 40 भन्दा बढी रोजगारी पाउँछ। यो रहेको छ वेस्टेज। हामीले यो वेस्टेजबाट जुन खेर गइरहेको थियो, मान्छेले जलाइदिन्थ्यो, इन्डस्ट्रीलाई जलाइदिन्थ्यो, जुन वातावरणमा प्रदूषण गर्थ्यो, धुवा निस्केर त्यो बाहिर जान्थ्यो, खोलाको छेउमा फाल्थ्यो, त्यस्तो वेस्टेजलाई हामीले प्रयोग गरेर चाहिँ अहिले हाललाई चाहिँ हामीले यस्तो किसिमको कपडा बनाएर चाहिँ मार्केटमा लिएर आएको छौँ र मार्केटमा बिक्री वितरण गर्दैछौँ। यदि कुनै कसैको गार्मेन्ट छ त्यसले चाहिँ बिक्री गर्न चाहन्छ भने हामीसँग सम्पर्क गर्दा पनि हुन्छ। किनभने हामी कपास मात्रै बिक्री गर्दैनौँ कि इन्डस्ट्रियल वेस्टेजबाट पनि हामी खरिद गर्छौँ। हाम्रो सम्पर्क नम्बर रहेको छ 98 691 070 58।
Thank you. So, do you know to produce one T-shirt, how much water is consumed from harvesting to final product? I think it is very good things to know about the circular economy in textile. Generally, 27,000 liters of water required to produce one T-shirt from cotton growing to final finishing product. And almost 9,000 to 10,000 liters for one pair of jeans. 25,000 liters of water per kg of the cotton fiber. So this is the alarming. So to make the one T-shirt, almost people consume whatever water in the 2.5 years it is required to produce one t-shirt. So this is the concept behind the circular textile. Similarly, to make the even one t-shirt, I'm giving just example of the one product. One t-shirt, before coming to the market, almost 44% of the raw material used as a waste. I used here the word used, not the wastage, because wastage is not the wastage till we discard, either as an incinerator or as the landfill site. So in circular textile economy, that wastage we are reusing. So our target in the circular textile economy, zero visible wastage. Here I am using some word visible, because invisible loss is always there in any manufacturing industry. So I am using zero visible wastage. This is the concept behind the circular textile economy. So let's have, sorry. Yeah. So what is the importance of the circular economy in the case of the Nepal? In Nepal, municipal waste is increasing day by day, and there is no recycling facility. So all the wastage, either it is go in the dumping site or it burned by the people who wear it. And also in the case of local ecosystem, there is the lack of coordination policy of the collection, utilization, even upgradation. In circular textile, when we heard, this is the technological words, that's why I'm giving more emphasis on this. There is one word recycling, and other word is the upcycling. There is two terminology used in that circular textile. Recycling means the complete recycling of the wastage to the virgin position, like a virgin position. So making from the fabric, again we are making the raw material like a fiber, and then again spinning the yarn, weaving the fabric and making the garment. Whereas in the case of the upcycling, discarded or defective product, we are just giving some value addition. Suppose there is the one hole on any fabric. So what we'll do, we'll just do patchwork or embroidery. So this work is known as the upcycling. Whereas in case of the recycling, completely we are moving back and making fiber and again yarn fabric product. So I'm a little bit fast because, so waste is not waste until we waste it. So there is two type of the textile manufacturing system. One is the linear system. In linear system, raw material, production, consumption, and disposal. Whereas in the circular textile industry, raw material, production, use, collection, again remanufacturing, reuse, recycling. So this is the difference between traditional textile industry and circular textile industry. In circular textile industry also, there is opportunity and challenge. Recycling and upcycling, converting old textile into new product, circular textile product, recycle of waste for the designing cloth, innovation, development of sustainable fiber and textile products, recycling technology, job creation, collection, recycling, processing, enterprises, yarn, weaving, textile garment industry can create employment. Economic aspects is there, reduce collection and disposable cost for municipal, generate multiple jobs, and environmental impact, of course, reduce carbon footprints. As per the studies done by the Norwegian scholar, fashion industry is responsible for approximately 10% of the global greenhouse gas emission, which is significantly more than sky-air travel. So textile is one of the major polluting industry in the world. At the same time, there is challenges also. The processing technology of waste cloth is expensive and need more space. Lack of recycling policy, registration, support service, transportation of waste clothes, lack the skill and experienced human resources. Fabric made from multiple fibers are harder to process. High collection and sorting cost, environmental impact, landfill waste, pollution, and greenhouse gas emission. Also, one more thing. It is very difficult to convince human people as a recycled product. So we are not going to use the recycled textile. We are going to use the circular textile. Just terminology we are changing. Otherwise, there is a human psychology. Old product, especially in the South Asian region, old product, discard. Don't buy it. So this is our implementation model of the fiber to garment and again recycling. At the source, the price of the raw material, that is the wastage. Actually, this is the wastage, but it is raw material for us. Its price is almost 3 to 10 rupees per kg. After collection, it comes to the factory. Factory side, it is 8 to 18 rupees, inclusive of the transportation cost. After that, it goes to the mechanical recycling and fiberization section. It costs up to 40 to 60 rupees. And after that, when we make the yarn, it costs almost about 150 to 200 rupees per kg. And after weaving, knitting, and final product, it is up 350 to 450 rupees. So the raw material cost in this case is only 3 to 10 rupees. Out of 450 rupees, all the money goes to the community. So this is the benefit of the circular textile. Now, why private sector engagement matters? Identify market opportunity, create sustainable employment, connect community to the market, invest in innovation, scale successful solution. Because private industry know the opportunity, they want to catch the opportunity. So what we achieved the result, technical outcome, recycled yarn sample produced, circular textile product developed, waste reuse system demonstrated, environmental outcome, reduced textile waste disposable, improved material utilization, reduced carbon footprint, social outcome, enhanced artisan engagement, increased awareness of the circular economy concept, economic output, increased income of 511 houses processing, farming wastage, increased youth and women entrepreneurship, business transaction increased. So evidence of the changes. So what worked and what didn't work? Why? What worked and why? Success factors, private sector leadership, market-oriented approach, a strong partnership, flexible implementation, local resource utilization. And why? Business incentive aligned with sustainability objectives. What did not work and why? Challenges. Limited recycling machinery, inconsistent waste quality, limited testing facility, market barriers, certification challenges, and why? The supporting ecosystem for circular manufacturing is still developing. Yes. What is transferable? Recommendation for scaling. Government side, we want circular economy policy, green manufacturing incentives, machinery support. From the developing partners, innovation financing, technical assistance, market linkage support, and from the industry side, obviously, shared recycling infrastructure, collaboration, innovations. And thank you. Our risers limited for the time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ji, for very interesting presentation. Indeed, that the cloth you are wearing is your competitor for the water, you know. So every resources are limited, and we have to consider this. So for the next presentation, I would like to invite Tuang Nguyen from Helvetas, Vietnam, on private sector engagement in circular economy. Sorry that I spell out previously Bhutan. So it's Vietnam. Thank you. So you have also 10 minutes.
Thank you very much for the organizers for giving me a chance to be here to present on what we have been doing in Vietnam. And I'm also very lucky that we have the presentations of Professors Misra. That's in his presentations. He already mentions, he already defined very carefully, describe the concepts of a circular economy very, very clear in his presentations. And this also brings us, all of us, to be on board on the circular economy. So now in my presentation, so I will give one more case study and one more examples of the circular economy and the private sector engagements in agriculture in Vietnam. So there's a few points about the habitats in Vietnam. So we have been working in Vietnam for more than 30 years, one of the first NGOs in Vietnam. We mainly work in agriculture, in circular economy, in biodiversities, and also in export promotion, etc. Recently, we developed a project funded from the EU's European Union. We work on promote the circular economy approach in cocoa sectors, with the main objective is to improve the economic growth and reduce the negative impact. So I think to save the time, I will go straight to the point of the main issues of the cocoa sectors in Vietnam. So at the global context, there is the increasing demand from the important market on the requirement of the sustainable agriculture, sustainable products, and many requirements on environmental and social and governance issues. For example, like the EUDR and deforestation regulations. So it's also the challenges, but also the opportunities for the agricultural products of the Asia to export in the modern market. So the main problems of the cacao industry in Vietnam is that there is a significant amount of the waste that has been generated into the environment. I will give you very clear examples right now. Another challenge is very limited awareness from the communities, from the government in terms of the circular economies. So when you think about the cacao products, the main product of the cacao is to producing chocolate, and but you know that chocolate was made from the beans of the cocoa only. And the bean of the cocoa fruit is only weight for about 20% of the whole fruit. You can see the pictures here. This is the compositions of one cacao fruit. So the rest is 80% of the waste is coming from the pod of the cacao, comes from the pulp of the cacaos, and there is also others biomass in this production, such as the leaves, the branches. Normally, it has been thrown out to the environments by the producers, and it is bringing the pollutions to the environment. So what we are doing here in Vietnam is we're trying to transform the agri-waste to the value products. For the first solutions, we create some kind of cycles in the productions. So we take we use the cocoa pod here as the food, the feed for the husband-dried industries. We give it for the animals to eat, and then we have the main product of this one is going to be the meat with the milk. But in this animals rising, you also have the side product of this. This should be the manures of the animals. And for the next step, this can be also used in the aquaculture productions. So the manures of the animals can go for the fish risings. And we got the main product is the fish, of course. And then we also have the secondary side product of it. This is the water from the pond, and the water will be coming back to the cacao gardens. So this is both traditional and typical cycles of the materials flow in industry. But beside of this one, the waste from the cacao can has many other functions. We can also use to produce like other bio products, bio-friendly products, a side product, byproduct from this one. For example, we produce biochar, or we produce a bioplastic or biopallet from that. And also beside the cocoa pot, there is the sticky things, the white things, and sweet in the middle of the pot and the bin. We call it the cocoa pump. It can be used in the food and beverage industry. Can produce some kind of juices, some kind of drinks, wines, etc. And we also have some scientific evidences that the cocoa pot also has the medicinal functions that can be used in the pharmaceutical industry. So why the private sector matters in this context? Because in Vietnam we have many types of, because this value chain is relied deeply on the private sectors. So the enterprises is the key actors in the value chain. They are the most influenced actor in the value chain. So all our interventions will be starting from the private sectors. So in Vietnam, you see here, there is many kinds of companies also involving in this industry. We have also foreign direct investment enterprises. For example, the Grand Prutos place is the Belgian's chocolate producers working in Vietnam. We also have the French origins, Maru Chocolate, they're working in this industry. And beside them, we have many others, small and medium Vietnamese companies who are working in the producing of the cocoa products and the chocolates also. And there is also some other international traders that are also involving in this business besides some state-owned enterprise. So for different kinds of companies, we also have different approach and different intervention strategy. So at the beginning, for all when we design the activities and design the interventions, we start with the two basics, scientific assessment, scientific study. That is the value chains analysis and the life cycle assessment. Why we conduct this one? This one is to have to understand very carefully all the aspects of the value chains. We know exactly who is the roles of each actors in the value chain. We know how the income was distributed along the value chains. We also know to produce 1 kilogram of your chocolates, how many CO2 emissions will be extracted to the environment at each phase of the productions. So this is the foundation on the interventions. And then we identify that the enterprises, the small, medium enterprises, will be the key actors to make change in this circular economy context. So our activities, we're starting with build up capacity for them, and from the company, and then go into the cooperatives, it is farmer organizations, and then it's going to indirectly benefit the farmers. So we create and develop some pilot innovations. We develop the demonstrations models in the practice to show this to all the communities and the people, and then we're expecting to get it scaling up in the future. So the key points of the success in our activities here is the commitment from the private sectors. So when we work in the cacao sectors, we understand all the important players in the system, and that we have in establishing the partnership with them, we go through a very careful due diligence process in order to make sure that they are really committed in sustainable agriculture, in sustainable practice, in social and environmental values, etc. Here is the typical value chains of the cacao, but maybe I will skip this one because I just mentioned it before. Here is that ecosystem of the cacao industry in Vietnam. We also apply the market system method approach, because we work not only with the enterprises, but also with the government and the scientific and other stakeholders. Here's some key results of the project, but I think I will skip this one. So maybe you have a question that what is the change, what is the before and after our intervention. So we see that after 3 years, there are many innovations, many practical circular economy solutions has been piloted and demonstrated and starting to be scaled up in Vietnam in the cacao sectors already. And we also see the awareness of the people, of the communities increasing about the circular economies. We can see also the bigger investment from the private sectors in the circular economies. So here, this is some very practical solutions that we applied in the cacao sector in Vietnam. Here is that the farmer is using the cocoa pods as a feed mills for the goat. And then in some cases, they also invested in some small equipment to produce better quality of the feed mills from the cocoa pod here. Here is we can also produce the organic fertilizers from the waste of the cacao here, mixing with some other technical solutions like cow's manures, like using earthworm or black soldier fly and that. We also produce biochar from the waste of it. This biochar is very good for the soil's health. At the different levels of the companies, we have different solutions. Here are some bigger versions of the equipment to produce biochar and also converting heat from the waste using for the drying system of the cacao. Here is even the biggest equipment using the gasification technologies. And then the biochar, in which we bring it back to the farms for the farmers to use to mix with fertilizers. Here are some biological pesticides and pesticide and weedicides we use bio-friendly to reduce the chemicals in the use in agriculture in cocoa. So here's another bio-friendly solutions that we are raising the black ants and red ant in order to reduce the harms of the insects here, because the ant here, they can eat the eggs of the insects. Here you can see that the can is here, the beer can here is the house of the ant. We also create some kind of bridge between the trees and the tree for the ants to go between the tree and the gardens. And here is the pallet that we produce from the cacao pot and also from the pot of the coconut products. It can be replaced for the plastic and the wooden pallet in the logistic industry. Here is the bioplastic from the cocoa base, from the cocoa and from the coffee base grounds. And here you can also produce the biopaper from the husk of the cocoa bean. So you can imagine that you have a chocolate bar, but it is packaging by a cocoa-based paper. Yeah, here's some drinks from the cocoa irrigations. And also we also have this here that we use solar energies in the system. We also have some digital platform that have the companies to manage their data management with the farmers. Yeah. Here's some pictures of communications. So I think that we also have the main challenge, like in other countries, that we're facing the barriers of the financings. We have the market fluctuations. We also have some partner commitment issues, etc. And so the main message of all our activities here is that true understanding of the issues of the value chain and the private sector. And the key point is to create the incentives, create the motivations for the people to make change. And you see that the things that we can share with others in other contexts here, I think the key point is that interventional logic. It is that we're starting from scientific evidence and then motivations and then innovations, and then we create the commitments and then the interventions. Yeah. So thank you very much for listening.
Mishraji, you can come here. So thank you very much, Noeng. So it's very interesting presentation that you can see that how this industry is using both bioeconomy and the circular economy, using the whole concept of the green economy. So we will take 2 questions from this presentation. If you want to ask a question related to these 2 presentations, you may ask. Then please be brief and point out that whom you are asking. Any hands? Yeah, one, yeah.
Thank you so much, both presenters. I'm Usha Bandari, working in Swiss Contact as a regional TVET advisor for South and Southeast Asia. Thank you so much. Very exciting presentations and very, very relevant for the context of Nepal. I really wanted to know from both of you, because one case is from Nepal and one case is from Vietnam. So how is government's laws, rules, policies, are enabling all this environment? I wanted to know from Nepal also whether there are any laws, any binding rules for such companies apply, and whether these are, feasible or contributing, or to be, to say directly, or these are not really contributing to grow such companies. That is one question to Nepal, Nepali presenter, and to Vietnamese presenter also more or less similar. So how it is helping you or contributing to grow such business? Maybe not only this one, there are several others as well. So that is what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I will take one more question if there is any hand. Okay, yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Suman Shakya. I love both the presentation. My question is for Mr. Yugen from Vietnam. I hope I pronounce your name properly. What you showed was wonderful in terms of how we pronounce here cocoa. I don't know how it is done. So you said that at each value chain, you have different private sector actors helping and supporting, right? So is it the cocoa grower who actually takes up that responsibility, or are there different actors or different companies who works on, say, fertilizer, or who works on, you name so many materials and other byproducts that is used apart from the seed. So who does that? That's my question.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah. Ms. Ruji, yeah, you can.
So in case of the Nepal, there is no any special environmental law for the recycled textile or recycled industry. Very sorry to say, there is no any effluent law, effluent standard generated for the textile industry in Nepal. At present, we are following the effluent norms as a general city effluent. Industrial norms and city norms, obviously it should be different, but there is no law. One thing. And another thing, we have to make a standardization for the recycled product also. One part is the effluent and one part is the recycled product. So till date, there is no any recycled product standards. We cannot sell this recycled product to the local market because there is no any composition we can guarantee. Because all the material, whatever we are collecting, it is from either from the garment industry or from the textile industry or from the spinning industry or from the after the use of the customer. That is the final user. So we don't know exactly what is the composition of the final product. So testing facility service is not available in Nepal, as well as there is no any things what we can guarantee the composition of the product. And as per the new law of that Leveling Act of the Nepal, Now it will be very difficult for us to sell recycled product in the market because without composition, I think we cannot sell in the market. This is the challenges for us. Thank you.
I go back with the questions on the public regulations that you have asked. So in the case of Vietnam, so we don't have the law too. And, but at the local levels, we have some kind of decisions, some kind of policies from government that is supporting for the circular economy in overall. But this is still at the, still in the paper at the central levels, but it's not yet specific to the practice at the private sectors. I would take an example like if any companies in Vietnam who invested in circular economy in agriculture, they can get like 2% of the bank interest lower than the commercial interest. But when now it is getting stuck at the banks because the bank don't know how to identify what is circular. They don't have any criteria to quantify and to identify it. They don't have the a green taxonomy list of the actions that can consider as circular economy. So basically, we also not receive much support from the government policy in this context. Yeah. And that, for the second questions of you, so you mentioned yes, there is many actors along the value chains, and that we, for example, we have the international traders, we have the processors. We also have a small processor who do the primary processing. We also have the farmer organizations, this is cooperatives. So each of them have certain functions in that value chains. And once we have to develop the new things, we should adapt with the scale of their production, and also we're going to create the incentive for them to do that. And outside of the supply chain, there is also some like a service providers is also working in that. But yeah, it's still a lot of things that have to be done, because that for any new things, I think the key important point is to create the economical benefit, and we should have like a strong financial business models to make it work, and this is a more challenging thing.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Raji and Tuan, for your insightful presentations on green economy and also this recycling economy. You have very clearly shows the example that how sustainability can be a business. So these are really very good examples, and also the eye-opening for our next panel discussion. So first, I would like to request you to join me to give them a warm round of applause for sharing this wonderful experience. Thank you very much. Yeah. So we have these two presentations which highlight the significant opportunities in the resource efficiency and also the inclusive economy, that we can see that too many value chain actors are engaged and involved in all these processes, which is really interesting and support the inclusive growth. So at the same time, this is also pointed to common challenge in the high technological cost, and also the capital, and also the policy issues to incentivize all these initiatives. With highlighting this, we will have the panel discussion. Maybe we will have 40 minutes more panel discussions, that how the government, development sectors, organizations, and the financial institutions can work together to enhance and to promote this kind of sustainable economy. For this, I would like to invite our distinguished panelists. First, I would like to invite Sabanam Sivakoti. She is a Joint Secretary of the Government of Nepal and currently heads the Agriculture Information and Training Center under the Ministry of Agriculture, Forest and Environment. With over 25 years of the government experience, she has served in different capacities, including Province Secretary in Gandaki Province, and as a Chief of the Agribusiness Promotion Division prior to her current role. So please join me in welcoming Ms. Sabanam Sivakoti. So our next panelist is Ms. Anu Joshi Shrestha. She is a rural enterprise and value chain development specialist and also a Nepal focal person at ISMOD with over 20 years of experience in climate resilient enterprise development, private sector engagement, and inclusive economic growth across the Hindu Kush Himalayan region. She leads in initiatives on green and resilient entrepreneurship ecosystems, value chain development, and policy engagement, working closely with the government's private sectors, actors, and the development partners. Please welcome Ms. Anu Joshi. So our third, but not least, panelist is Ms. Ritu Pradhan. She is the co-head of the NIBL Equity Partners, the largest SIF fund managed by NIMBS Capital, where she leads the firm's strategy across private equity, investment management, and sustainable finance. She oversees ESG integrated investment frameworks, portfolio performance, and the development of innovative financing solutions to drive long-term growth in the Nepal high potential sectors. I think I will also join there. It's easy. Ajay? Okay, thank you and welcome everybody that's in this panel discussion. We'll try to close this session on time. So we have these two examples, and also this COCOA examples demonstrate that how bioeconomy-based enterprise can create jobs, income, while promoting sustainable use of natural resources. I will go to Sabnam Shivakoti ma'am, that from the government perspective, that how Nepal is integrating green and inclusive economic development into its national development priorities and policies, and what did work and what did not work to promote the sustainable economy and participate private sector in the past and now.
Hello. Thank you, Rajesh sir. First of all, thank you, organizers, for inviting us to this very important workshop and also in this panel. Listening to the two presentations and then linking it with what are the policies that really is supporting sustainable green economic development in Nepal. So I'll try to summarize it. I'll be speaking more from the agri-business perspective, because that is where I've been working with the Ministry of Agriculture. Because now this is the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Environment. So one of the largest sector contributing to the economy is also the agriculture. You know, AGDP is largely contributing. That means there's a large number of smallholder farmers who are engaged in agribusinesses. And when we are talking about the overall green economic development, I think there have been plenty of policies that really are in support of those promoting the sustainable economy. Just to name a few, because we have been members to various international commitments, various international treaties like the UNFCCC for the climate change and sustainable development goals. So based on these various instruments, international instruments, Nepal has developed many policies that are really supporting the green sustainable economic development in the country. But just to name a few, there has been the climate change policy, which deals with the various sectors which are prioritized, various sectors including the agriculture and forestry, and what could be the key interventions that are needed for the sustainable development of these agribusiness and other sectors. So one has been the policies, and also there is recently the Nationally Determined Contributions 3, the NDC 3 has also adequately prioritized the sectors where to invest and how to adapt to the changing climate change, and also how to mitigate some of the sectors like waste or others. And then also there is the National Adaptation Plan of Action. So I'm just citing some of them. And in terms of agriculture also, there is a long-term agriculture development strategy, so which emphasizes on the sustainable development for the agriculture sector. So various activities, various priorities has been set under those policy regimes. But there are also other mechanisms like supporting the agri-business and other forestry enterprises are through the various, these kind of policies. One would be in the policy itself, and another would be, I would say, on the investment part also, because the government has prioritized the deprived sector lending, focusing on the agriculture and energy. The 15% lending, priority lending has been directed for the BFIs and MFIs. And also, recently, the Nepal Rashtra Bank has brought out this green taxonomy, which also has indicated that which are the sectors that really contribute for the sustainable development. So it has guided the banking, the financing institutions to direct their financing on the green sectors and also focusing on the maybe the embers where the transition is needed. So these are some of the examples that has really helped for the sustainable development of the sectors. And also there has been many programmatic approach to address, to implement those policies into the programs. There has been several individual programs also, prioritized programs, focusing on the climate change, climate sector, climate smart villages, climate smart agriculture practices. So these, and focusing on the local crop production programs, bringing the value chain of these production, working on the value chain of the local crop production. So these are some of the indicative programs that has been in the implementation. And while indulging in those programs, the government also focuses that how we can work with the private sectors, closely work with the private sectors. Well, when I talk about the ministry, I think for us, the farmers are also a larger private sector, because sometimes we do not really count on the farmers as the private investment, but when more than 60% of the farmers are engaged in agriculture, I think that is a large number of investment is coming from the farmers itself. So how government is really focusing on this is one area that I want to emphasize on, that through the policy and program support, there has been plenty of this support. But to your question on what worked and what didn't work is maybe just to highlight on, because many of in the instances, we see that the government work with the private sector, but sometimes, as we could see the good example from cocoa from Vietnam, like where there is a multiple actor in the value chain, which, multiple private sectors that are engaged in the value chains, but sometimes government focuses more on the production side and work with the actors that are really working on the production side, maybe the supply chain actors only. But one of the gap that I feel is how we have missed to work on the value chain itself, with the various private sectors. So that is, I think, that has not really worked well, I would say. Just to give an example of when, also because many of the productions focus programs or policies focused on the production side, but when we really work with the private sector, apart from the farmers, I would say, apart from the farmers, when we work with the other private sectors, that has really brought out a good result. Just to give you an example is, we have worked for the rice is the major staple food here, and government has invested a lot in the rice research and rice sector development. So most of our interventions used to be, working with the farmers, increasing the production and productivity, and so maybe announcing some policy, the price support measures like minimum support policy to benefit again the farmers. But what we missed here was what was the commercial meal that were really, what kind of varieties the meal were really wanting to, or when we talk about the meals, so what are the feed, because the large feed industries here, so what are the kind of varieties or the product that a meal wants, the processing industry wants. So through the various programs, we have worked closely with the private sectors in bringing that, bridging that gap on what are the need of the private sectors and how the production programs could be aligned with the private sector. So these are, which has worked in some of our policies, but what we missed is also that we have not really been implementing those. And just to add one more, like we mentioned about the priority sector lending. This is a good initiative of the government, the 15% to the deprived sector. But if we go deeper into it, we have not been able to target the right targeting, because very few of the large entrepreneurs or the corporate business house, they are able to access those priority, the subsidized loans, and then whatever loan they are under the purview of this priority sector lending. But actually, we're not able to reach to the targets without to the farmers where the access to finance is the largest constraint. So maybe I'll stop here now and I'll come back again.
So I will just add on this question that if you see that from the government program that in the past that it used to provide the subsidies to the smallholders also, right? But from this budget that we can see that it is targeting the large investment, like more than 20 million rupees, right? So why is this shift in this policy that?
I think the shift has been that the government has not really mentioned that they are not supporting the smallholder farmers. They are emphasizing maybe on the middle level farmers as well, larger farmers as well. But because the subsidized loan that is targeted by the government, it has a provision of providing the loan in 3% interest rate. And the cap of that loan is about maybe 1 to 1.5 crore of the investment maximum. So that means that normally for the big houses, this loan is not really lucrative. So in that sense, the government, I think, has also tried to invest on the bigger entrepreneurs as well. But this has not really limited the government's priorities on the smallholder farmers, that I would say.
Okay, thank you. So I will go to Anuji, that you work in Isimod, that Isimod has a large regional experience in the Hindu Kush region. So you are working since last 2 decades in enterprise development, mainly in the rural area. So what are the successful examples that you can see that where the green economy approaches have translated into the tangible benefits for local communities and strengthen the value chain? And what lesson from those experience can the private sector learn from this experience?
Thank you so much, Asdai, and also to the organizer. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I think it is quite a good question, because at Isimod, what we do is basically to see how each country has a success stories and how we can share that in other countries as well. I would just give you one example of Sibakthon in China, how we have actually helped Sibakthon farmers and the enterprise and the community there. In terms of Sibakthon, the restoration of Sibakthon plants was very, very important, because in the highlands of China, water was scarcity, and there were only few plants that they could grow. And Sibakthon happened to be one of them, which actually takes lesser groundwater for their growth, and also can grow in that area. So when government realized that the economic development angle could be promoting Sibakthon in those areas, together with the municipality and the community, they focused on how do we promote Sibakthon plantation. So they provided the land, they provided the support, they have enabling policies that was already there for Sibakthon plantation. And the technical know-how and the technologies was also provided by the government in China. Now, how they really worked on was, at one hand, government was supporting the community and the municipality and the government bodies to grow. And in the other hand, they were also supporting private sector to promote their products, brand their products, and also take that to the market. So scale, as for private sector, is an important angle. So they were also looking at how do they scale it, how do they really develop new products, how does innovation comes in. And at the same time, they also worked with the universities. Now, as private sector was trying to really look into what are the products that can come out of it, apart from juice, there were like byproducts. You saw in Vietnam's example, like in how many byproducts comes out of one product. So basically, for Sibakthon, when they were looking at juice, they also realized that it can be a pharmaceutical and nutraceutical products. So private sector were looking at how do they look into those pharmaceutical, nutraceutical products, very good for skin, so skincare and cosmetic products. So there were n number of products that could come out of the waste from the Sibakthon plant after the juice comes out. So we have this university really relentlessly working on new product development, design, and innovation and research. They were working on wine of Sibakthon, they were working on cosmetic products on Sibakthon, they were working on pharmaceutical and nutraceutical products from Sibakthon. So basically, the learning for all HKH, Hindu Kush Himalaya, is why the conversions and collaboration is very, very important. We also heard in previous discussion that we can't work in silos. There are dots that needs to be connected. Who's going to connect those dots? For China, it was the government. For Nepal, probably with the community forest users group, you're talking about bioeconomy and how medicinal plants could be promoted at a large scale. Government is conducive in terms of providing more fund to a larger private sector, because it is very important that large private sector comes in, because they are the engine of the economy. They create jobs, they create small enterprises, and therefore, poverty elevation and all those SDG goals that we're focusing on could really happen. So I think one learning could be how China really functions, which could be a very good example to the world. Another example that I would really like to give is with Bhutan. In both the cases, the focus was also how the intent and the policy can actually support and become in a driving seat. When we talk about, yes, private sector should be leading the economy, but then you heard in the presentation that there are no policies. They are they're tied up in so many areas. So I think conducive policy becomes very important. And when we're talking about ecosystem level development, then at each level, the policy from bigger policy of the government, as well as the smaller policies in terms of implementation becomes very, very important. So in Bhutan, what we tried to really showcase, or it was a proof of concept that we developed together with government of Bhutan, was access to benefits sharing mechanism, where with that policy, how does small enterprises also comes into play? How these small enterprises are taken care of by the government to really support them in terms of production, processing, and taking that to the market, and how they also, the enterprises committed to giving back to the society and the conservation angle, and 5% benefit going to the community, another 10% going to restoration and preservation of the resources. And it becomes very important because private sector does know that resources are limited. And in bioeconomy, resources are limited, and you have to restore, revitalize, and also really protect those resources that are bread and butter for us. And for that to happen, it has to be the trust between all three sectors coming together: community understanding and respecting private sector understanding and respecting the government, and also university coming in and supporting each of the node in the value chain in terms of research, development, and design. I think if we don't work in the tandem with all these four sectors, we call it triple helix, I'd like to call it quadruple helix, because community should be in the center of everything that we do. I think that's where sustainability and inclusion really comes into play. So I think those are a few of the examples. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Anuji. Yes, there are a lot of opportunities, and also private sector knows it. But the problem that we saw from these two presentations also, the finance, that I will go to Rituji, that we can see that many enterprises, they are struggling to access to the finance. And from this private equity perspective, what characteristics make enterprises investment ready? And what are the most common gaps that prevent this business from attracting this equity funding finance?
Thank you, Rajeshi. So having worked in the industry for over 14 years plus, I've seen how the private equity financing landscape has really changed and evolved in Nepal. Because when I started in 2015, when private equity in itself was very early in Nepal, businesses or founders or entrepreneurs only knew two forms of financing. One was bank debt, another was grant. So when we when I sat down in meeting, or me and my team sat down in meeting for assessing businesses, the question that used to be asked was, what is my cost of debt and how do I repay? Another used to be like, is this a free money? But now industry has really changed because we have over 28 funds working in the market right now. Private equity fund has committed, has made investment up to 2025 of $165 million. And there are around or over 136 companies who have received private equity financing or risk capital financing from domestic as well as international private equity funds in the market right now. So the market has really evolved. But to go back to your question, going back to your question of what are the challenges right now and what do enterprises need? Basically, like when, as a banker, I used to look at any credit application. The main thing I used to look at was how do I hedge the risk of the money that I was going to mobilize into that portfolio. So I used to look at the value of the asset. I looked at how much the business you can make and what was the debt service coverage ratio of the company and whether I would get my EMI on time either through the person's personal income or through the business income. So the main thing that I used to look at was how do I make sure that the EMI is paid. But going back to the investment side of things, things are very different because we look at like whether the business is scalable, whether it's viable, whether the business has a good governance. We really study the entrepreneur or the founders, how the governance is being built in the organization, how is the team, what is the market size, can the business go outside of Nepal, can business make any export revenue, which is very tough in the country right now, but still we are trying to do that, and whether the companies have maintained clear and clean set of books. Because when we look at any businesses from a risk capital standpoint, we invest in the enterprise and we invest on the founders. And going back to the major challenges while investing in Nepal right now is like whether it's a small to medium enterprises and even at times at larger enterprises, one of the major challenges is maintaining single books of account. We have the practice of maintaining dual books of account. So when you maintain dual books of account, the enterprise value or the free cash flow that the business generates and has the ability to generate, that picture becomes very blurred, because of which when investor or the investment analyst looks at the file, the decision that he or she might make might be wrong because the books are not maintained in a transparent manner. Another thing is governance. Governance is like, because most of the decisions are not recorded, even if we all see in the market, when most of the businesses have failed, it's because of lack of governance, because decisions are not being recorded or properly made or properly recorded in the books of account, because of which the balance sheet does not show the actual picture of the company. The other is what does private equity market in itself is still nascent in Nepal. Even though it was started in 2015, the law was only introduced in 2019. People still get confused about whether they should compare this with debt or whether they should compare it with like grant or free money, because when we ask for what is the return that we are going to make from our investment in 4 to 5 years of time, and we ask for if the business can give us a very good IRR, then the questions are raised as in like, why do we need to give such a good return? When an investor makes an investment taking 100% risk, as a shareholder, they look for upside, they look for making returns, a financial return. And I personally think that if we can show a good return, then only more foreign investors will also come and invest in Nepal. So showing commercial viability is very, very important, not just social returns. So which, of course, is the key detrimental factor determining the sustainability of business, because sustainable finance is not just important, having a sustainable business is equally important. So on these factors sometimes, because it's all a learning learning phase. I think our market has really grown from where it stood in 2015. And we are seeing exits that are going to be made through IPO and various forms of exits in the market slowly. And, but still, there are a lot of lessons to be learned. And I think it's a progress.
Okay, thank you. So, but Rituji, that if you see this kind of business that which are based on this agriculture and forestry products, the recycling, you can see that they might have low IRR. So in this case, can they get this equity finance?
Coming back to your question, to answer it clearly, because I have worked on few deals in the past where we tried to make investments in these kind of climate mitigation, adaptation, or agricultural kind of projects. So one of the risks that I've seen for private self is there has to be a blend of both debt and equity while doing these larger projects. And when we look at the debt side of things, we don't have the right form of financial instruments yet in the market, because of which, because most of the times these are greenfield projects, or at times these projects are very small, or at times these businesses, when they go for loan, they don't have the kind of loan that is available that could help them support their growth. Going back to IRR side of the thing, as an equity investors, there are a few equity investors who have invested taking risk, betting on the lower IRR, understanding the economic impact that it can make the market. But in these kind of businesses, the real risk or challenges that lies for the private sector is on, like, let's go for waste to energy project. Waste to energy project, if we see in the market, most of them have failed. Why have they failed? It's because how do these businesses survive? Government spends on an annual basis around 32 million, or if I'm correct, 32 billion rupees for chemical fertilizer. But how much of that is spent on organic fertilizer? Not even 100 million. So it's like, these kind of challenges, sometimes it makes the businesses very difficult to survive, and it impacts the bottom line of businesses, because of which it impacts the equity investors as well as private sector to come and invest in these kind of businesses, and not just like the IRR becomes negative, because of which they are not incentivized to do this. So there's a lot of policy level challenges, as well as the challenges that I think both private sector, government, as well as financiers, as well as multilateral institutions needs to come and work together to create a thriving environment, because of which these kind of investments can take place.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So I will go to Anuji, that if you see that this kind of business, if we see only from this enterprise perspective, they might not be financially attractive, right? So in this case, what do you think that how we can attract the private sector?
I think what Ritu said, it is so important that the private sectors are also incentivized, and therefore the government policies and the investment that they want to do are very, very important, and that's the key to how do we incentivize such kind of sustainable, economically viable, as well as environmentally friendly products. So therefore, the rule of the game here is government having the intent to really promote such kind of businesses, private sectors and bank being incentivized by the government to really support such kind of, and then government probably hedging some of the bad loans. So here we also look into the development sectors. It is important that when we're talking about this ecosystem, where does these development sector comes in? IFC, World Bank. We heard Sumanji in the morning that even Global IME has a lot of portfolios that they are looking at, and they're working on different verticals in trying to support the private sectors, trying to make them more greener, more inclusive, more resilient. And Sumanda actually asked the question, if there are so many portfolios and so many plans and so many instruments, where is the money? You know, and the money is not being floated on with the public and the small enterprises, MSME, which actually contributes to a larger employment generation in this country, is because there are no policies that protects the bank. There are no policies that protects the private sector. There are no policies implemented in a way that everybody has the confidence over. I think that's the reason why we are not, we have to just focus on IRR and nothing else, because the money that the banks are also looking at, it's not their money, it's a public money, So they have to be very careful in terms of how do they get the return. Bad debt is something that they really cannot afford to have many. But then with the government saying, oh no, you have to really get into this prioritized lending and etc., have they created a conducive policy environment for the banks to operate, for them to mobilize the fund that they have, for them to roll it out? And is there a mechanism, policy mechanism to really float those kind of funds on the ground is something that is required.
Okay, thank you. So I will go to Sabnam ma'am, that we see that this green enterprise is very attractive to hear. It sounds attractive, but somewhere they have the cost, that they have to bear the cost, right? Because of this sustainability that we can also see, we also hear from this textile industry that they have the risks in the market also, because people, they don't want to have this something like second hand or something close, right? So there are some incentives, like you already mentioned that there are the subsidies, there are the subsidized interest rate also. But beyond this, what are other policy intensive that this kind of enterprises can be promoted and encouraged?
Okay, I think just coming to what Rituji earlier mentioned about the challenges of investing on the smallholders, of when whether it's equity financing or debt, it's a really challenge. That is a reality that we cannot really get away with. But I think from the government perspective, how we make those enterprises more cost effective, more technology friendly, and be competitive in the market. So I think that in that area, the government can really support the smallholders. Again, maybe through the subsidy for the innovation, for the adoption of innovative technologies, so that their cost of production is reduced, their product are competitive. That is one area that we really need to thrust upon, because if the product is really competitive in the market, I think that will have will raise the credibility for the bank to invest probably from the financing sector. That will be one thing. Another is that we find the challenges with these kind of small businesses is that it's very difficult for them to get an assured market and the price for their produce. They get the limited share of the margin, the profit margin, I would say. So maybe government should also need to work with the private companies where they act as the aggregator or the collectors, not only as a trader, but as a aggregating companies which bring those produce to the market with the minimum level of intermediaries in the place. So and then also support in the marketing and branding of those produce. So maybe that is where the private sector can and government support those private sectors in taking up those initiatives. Second, and about the support to the banks or the private sector and how they can really invest on, I think but that is something really not my, not on my prerogative, the work from the ministry. But I think again, there is during the subsidized policy also, the agriculture loan also, there is this DCGF where the credit guarantee funding is there. So even if the bank are not able to, the government's finance, the 3% of the loan the interest is subsidized by the government, but in that case there is the credit, DCGF is also there to secure those loans. I think so maybe if that portfolio can be increased, that would be also one area, and probably other financial instrument like the refinancing, longer term refinancing or other measures that I think the banking sector to really incentivize the banking sector.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So now that I will go to the floor, that I will take maybe 3 to 4 questions. If any hands to ask the question, one is there. Yeah. Please be brief and point out that whom you are asking the question. Any microphone there?
Good afternoon. My name is Ujjwal Chapagai. I'm from Nobel Bank. I'm representing Nobel School of Social Entrepreneurship Program. My question is to Shabnam ma'am. So I have been very closely following your works and a great fan of yours. In terms of the efforts that our government has been putting forward, so I would be interested to know if there are any programs and if we have already best examples that has demonstrated competitiveness in our agriculture value chain. So, like you said, our focus is on, our government should have focused on building research, implementing research that really produces competitiveness and yields better outcomes. But when we see it into the real ground, it's really missing. So do we have such examples? And and the next question is, are there any plans by the government to enhance the competitiveness in agriculture industry as well as other enterprises? Because most of the areas entrepreneurs are facing is they lack competitiveness to fight with the other products that are being imported because of lack of competitiveness in terms of cost of production, in terms of quality. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any more hands? Any questions? No? No more hands? Okay. Okay, so thanks. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Ojolji, for your question. I think because this competitiveness, lack of competitiveness is major constraint for the, especially for the agribusiness sector. The competitiveness, lack of competitiveness in various sectors. For example, it is with the price, because our cost of production is increasing. Most of we are dependent on many of the external inputs that are imported, be it hybrid seeds or machineries or the input, the chemical fertilizer, I would say. So because of that also, the dependency has also created a lot of increasing our cost of production. Another is because we have very large number of smallholder farmers. So because of the unit size, the economic of scale also, they're not really competitive. And another would be on the quality side also, because since we have a dispersed farmers and they have their own production system, so sometimes it's very difficult to retain the quality and to trace back if there is a poor quality. So these are some of the areas that are linked with the competitiveness. So what government is working towards is to reducing the cost through the various use of various technologies. So one example I would like to give is through the mechanization, because government has really supported massively in terms of mechanization of the agriculture sector. So there is one is about the introducing the various technologies, also enhancing the capacity of the farmers to use those technologies. Research has also developed many technologies that are cost effective. And then also government provides subsidy for the adoption of those technologies. For the mechanization also, there's a lot of subsidies are there. And also the measures like custom hiring centers, so that the farmers are able to cut down their cost, the labor cost primarily. That is one area. And also they are subsidizing on various inputs, so that we're able to minimize the cost of production primarily. Because one of the major importing, the agriculture import is from our neighboring country, which provide a large amount of subsidies in various items. So one is that, although we're not able to compete with the subsidies, in the scale of subsidies, but this is the way that we're really promoting, one. And another is also to ensure the quality, because the government has been putting sufficient emphasis on enhancing the quality, especially the safer food, with the safer food approaches. So that means reducing the harmful pesticides in the production of whether it's a crop or livestock, reducing the sorry, yeah. So, I mean, these are some of the, in terms of those inputs also, government is really focusing on use the safer inputs, safer food production, and bringing that to the market. So these are interventions, and also for some of the commodities that are exported exported to other countries, there is also government providing a lot of emphasis on in enhancing the quality, improving the traceability system, for example, with the tea, and also investing on our laboratory infrastructures, so that we're able to compete in terms of sanitary and phytosanitary measures. So these are series of interventions, but I know that this is not really sufficient, because the challenges are still there, and with the current global context, I think we're becoming less competitive, I would say, because the vulnerability is growing. So for that matter, we're trying to bring in, one, with the smallholder farmers, working with the smallholder farmers, trying to increase their productivity through the use of improved technology, minimizing their cost of production, and also trying to bring them to the market, connecting them to the market. So these are a couple of interventions, I would say, that is also in the plan.
Thanks. We are almost running out of time. So I will go for the last closing question from Anuji, that if you want to see more private sector investment in this sustainable business, from your perspective, that what is the single most important action that all the stakeholders should take? Only one.
If you just want one thing that is required, I would say synergy is energy. It brings that energy to the platform, and then, something would happen. So the intent is in terms of how do all the stakeholder comes in, a stable government, trusting private sector, community very positive. So that energy is required for us to grow further.
Okay, same question, Savanamya. That if you want to have more private sector engagement in this sustainable business, what single most important thing that you want to see from all the stakeholders?
I think that will be the coordination with the private sector. I mean, government can play as the bridge between the private sector and the producer, the smallholder producers. Again, through the various coordination approaches in terms of policy and programs.
Okay, same, Rituji.
I think one of the most important factors is because we do face a very huge financing gap. Like in terms of climate financing, we face a gap of $107 billion. For SDG goal, we need to invest around $7.5 trillion per annum in Nepal. So the question is, we are announcing policies, but again, the harmonization, I think that's very important between policies. And also, we need to promote patient capital, because businesses do need patient capital, and we do need to create projects that are scalable, and also de-risk project, which is going to incentivize risk capital investors or private equity investors to invest in the market, because capital, as we see in the current market, is not the constraint. It is the right kind of financing instrument, which is the major constraint.
Okay, thank you much. So now we have almost consumed the time given to us by the organizer. So in summary, that what I can conclude from these two presentations and this panel discussion is that sustainable development is not only the environmental obligation, that it is increasing as a business also. So it's the business opportunity also, that what we can see from this discussion and also the presentation also. If we encourage, enhance this circular and bioeconomy both approaches, then it helps to create the jobs, improve resources, efficiency, and strengthen the livelihoods, because there are too many actors in the value chain, from the producers to the consumers also. And scaling these models require the coordinated action on policy, technology, skills development, market access, and the finance. And for this, we need the strong partnerships among the government, financial institutions, development organizations, and the private sectors. So the challenge before us is not whether the sustainability and profitability can coexist or not, but the thing that We need the enabling condition that allow them to enforce one another. With this, I would like to thank all our distinguished panelists, two presenters, and all of you for your active participation and patience. Thank you all.
May I please request all the panelists and moderator to stay on stage, please. We have yet to provide a small token of love to you. Thank you to our presenters, panelists, and moderators for a very highly engaging discussion. The discussion revolved around finding byproduct and developing products and economies based on and around commodities. And we also covered a lot of challenges that an entrepreneur faces when the entrepreneur wants to start or sustain the business or enterprise on green economy. And in general, we also learned there's so much to learn from each other. Now, to present the small token of love to our distinguished panelist and moderator, may I please request Mr. Divas Nyopani, Senior Vice President, CBPI, to kindly come forward and present token of appreciation to our panelist and moderator. And I would also like to request our presenters to please come on stage, Mr. Vivekananda Mishra and Mr. Tuan Nguyen. In case everyone's curious in what do we have inside the basket, there's a coffee, there's herbal essential oil, there's honey, there's walnut, there's a ceramic burner, and all of these products are developed by our entrepreneurs. Can we have one group photograph? Thank you so much. Thanks to all our presenters, panelists, and moderator. We had a wonderful session with you all. Now, with that, we conclude the thematic discussion for today's conference. And throughout the day, we've heard valuable perspectives on skills development, entrepreneurship promotion, and sustainable economic growth. And with that thought, now I announce that we've proceeded to the closing session. Ladies and gentlemen, as we discussed skill development and enterprising inside of this hall, a lot of people were competing outside, and the skill competition were being demonstrated and celebrated outside of the hall, which I'm sure you might have had a chance of going and observing during the lunch break. Now we'll take a moment to present award for the categories, and I would request the winners and the presenters to be on stage as I call their names. First, we will recognize an apprentice who has demonstrated exceptional academic excellence. To present this award, may I kindly invite former President Lekhraj Pokhrel, Confederation of Bagmati Province Industries, to the stage to do the honor. Now, we are proud to present the Presidential Award to Amrita Praza in recognition of achieving the highest marks in apprentice examination. Ms. Amrita, can we have you on stage? She's also presented with a cash prize of NPR 10,000, sponsored by CBPI. And Ms. Praza is from IT Occupation. We sincerely thank CBPI for their valuable support in encouraging and recognizing skilled youth. Now to present the award for the skill competition in hotel management category, I would like to respectfully invite Mr. Yuvraj Shrestha, Treasurer of Hotel Association Nepal, on the stage. Mr. Yuvraj Shrestha. May I also request the winner of the hotel management skill competition, Mr. Sudeep Waiva. Can we have you on stage, please? Mr. Sudeep Waiva is presented with a certificate of achievement and a cash prize of NPR 10,000. Mr. Waiva is currently an apprentice in hotel management at Nepal Bonepap Polytechnic Institute. A big round of applause for our winner. We will now proceed to recognize excellence in the information technology skill competition. And to present the award, I'd like to invite Ms. Anita Lama, Deputy Mayor, Buralingkonta Municipality. Ms. Lama, can we kindly have you on stage? May I also request the winner of the information technology skill competition, Ms. Sushma Tamang, to kindly come forward and join us on stage to receive the award. Ms. Sushma. Do we have Ms. Sushma inside this room? Oh. Ms. Sushma Tamang is also presented with a certificate of achievement and a cash prize of 10,000 rupees. And she is currently an apprentice in information technology at Buralingkonta School. A big round of applause for our winner, please. Thank you so much. We now move on to the presentation of the award for the automobile skill competition. And to present the award, I would like to invite Mr. Surendra Kumar Upreti, President, NADA Automobile Association of Nepal. May I also request the winner of the automobile skill competition, Mr. Prem Gole, to kindly come forward and join us on the stage to receive the award. Mr. Prem Gole, can we kindly have you on stage, please? Mr. Prem Gole is presented with a certificate of achievement and a cash prize of 10,000 rupees. He is currently an apprentice in information technology at Panauti Technical School. A big round of applause for our winner, please. Now we have a special category for our award, and we would like to take a moment to acknowledge and appreciate one of our valued industry partners for their significant contribution to the implementation of the apprenticeship program. And to present this award, may I kindly invite Mr. Virendra Raj Pandey, President CNI, to please come forward and join us on stage. Along with Mr. Pandey, I would also like to request Mr. Yadav Ghimire, Managing Director of Softy Hygiene, to please come forward and join us on stage. In recognition of their continued support and commitment, we are pleased to present a letter of appreciation to Softy Hygiene Private Limited. By opening their workplace as a learning environment and providing valuable opportunities for industry-based learning, Softy Hygiene Private Limited has played a vital role in bridging the gap between classroom instruction and real-world industry practice. We sincerely thank Mr. Yadav Ghimire and Mr. Virendra Pandey to accompany us here on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached the final segment of today's conference. On behalf of Helvetas Nepal and the Confederation of Nepalese Industries, I would like to thank all our distinguished speakers, moderators, panelists, partners, and participants for contributing to today's meaningful dialogue. And to formally close the conference, it is my honor to invite Mr. Manish Pradhan, Country Director, Helvetas Nepal, to deliver the closing remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Manish Pradhan.
Thank you, Shraddhaji. Good afternoon, and namaste. Especially, it's really good to see so many of you till the very end. And thank you for having the courage and have the patience to stay till the very end. I'll just be very brief. We've come, as we come to the close of this conference, I could say that this has been a very rich and timely conversation. We have had an opportunity to hear from, not only from different parts of the ecosystem, I think from the government, from the business, from the private sector, from the academia in Nepal, but also we had the opportunity to hear from interesting perspectives from beyond Nepal and from Bangladesh, Myanmar, Vietnam, and through our colleagues from Ishimode, examples from Bhutan, China, and beyond as well. What I would like to really say, I was thinking when I was listening to all these presentations and the discussions from different countries and from Nepal as well, though our contexts vary a lot, we are having a different context in Vietnam, and our colleague Reddy mentioned about a very difficult context in Myanmar, but it seems it's quite strikingly interesting that many of the questions that we are asking strikingly, remarkably similar, right? I think what we are asking is how do we scale up growth, or how do we create scalable jobs? How do we grow our enterprises and make our enterprises more inclusive, right? And how do we create opportunities? And also, how do you make our economies resilient and of course, inclusive, right? And all those questions, most importantly, how do we bring in the private sector in all of this in a more meaningful way, right? So this is what I thought came across in all the discussions that we had. These shared questions are not just only reflections. I think they demand actions. The insights and experiences that we heard today, and I think we would hope that it will help us to strengthen our work, and in particularly when we are working with markets, we're working with enterprises and farms and factories where people are working, where production is happening, and where value is being created, right? And I really hope that this is going to add there. As we have heard today, businesses grow when skills, capital, innovation, and investment come together. While governments can create the enabling environment, development partners can support in bringing in innovation as well as strengthening systems. It is ultimately the private sector who is at the center of making this economic transformation. One message that has come through clearly is that private sector engagement must move beyond intent. Now, when I entered the development sector almost 25 years ago, and the corporate social accountability or responsibility used to be a big buzz, right? I think now we have 2 decades on, I think we've clearly moved on from just I think it is important, but it's beyond the CSR. The more meaningful space is where we engage businesses as partners, where there is both commercial logic and at the same time development value, and where incentives are aligned in a practical way. And many of the examples that were shared today so that this is not only possible, that is actually happening in a different ways, right? From Nepalese perspective, this conversation is particularly very relevant. We are at the moment of transition, but also at the moment of opportunity. And as we all know, the transitions that the country has faced. And we are currently have a very young and dynamic and digitally literate, but also exceptionally aspirational young population in the country. But at the same time, we continue to face structural challenges of employment, labor mobility, and the need for stronger domestic economic opportunities. So the question actually is not about whether we should invest in skills, enterprises, and sustainability. That is quite clear. I think the real question is how do we connect this? Now, how do we connect all of this in a meaningful way so that it actually works for people, work for businesses, and work for the overall economy? And the second session, I remember that we talked a lot about connecting the dots, different dots, small dots, larger dots. I think it's whole about how do we connect the dots in a meaningful way. I think that's one of the takeaways I thought I took it from today's conversation. 3 thematic themes that we discussed today, quite all relevant and all connected, and some clear directions I could sense. On skills, it is quite evident that training on its own is not only, it's not enough, and it needs to be connected with real demand, real jobs, and real opportunities. On enterprise and entrepreneurship, we heard a lot that it's not only about investing or supporting individual businesses, it's about supporting the holistic entrepreneurial ecosystems. And on sustainability, and increasingly we are realizing, and this is shared understanding now that the future growth must contribute to production, but at the same time be more green. And there are some examples that green opportunities can also be a good opportunity, right? And across all these 3 thematic themes, we clearly saw how critical the role of private sector is, and it is already playing. And of course, there's expectation that the role will be bigger. And then, of course, there's a space for the private sector to play that bigger role as well. And if I may briefly reflect, putting on a hat of Helvetas as well, I was just wanting to think about how Helvetas is engaged in private sector over almost we are actually celebrating 70 years of our journey in Nepal. So over 70 years, I was just reflecting how we have come across and how we have shifted our approaches and what we have learned from the journey. What we can say is going back to almost 6 decades, I would say, from supporting the establishment of the Balaju Yantrasala. I think and during that time, I'm not sure, most of us here may not even have been born. I'm just trying to see how it has shifted from there, the 70 years journey of supporting different enterprises, employment in different ways, through coffee value chain, through bananas, through more recently through walnuts. I think the whole shift we could see in Helvetas as well, moving from a more project-based specific aspect to a more longer-term and sustainable engagement with the private sector, right? And some of the examples we heard a lot, from Ensure, which is supporting in skills and private sector, and we also heard from our colleagues from Elam, which is supporting on enterprise development in many ways. So that shift is quite clear, right? And I'm also quite proud, and I'm fairly new to Helvetas, compared to many of our colleagues who have contributed in this journey. And I hope I can collectively share your pride. We're quite proud that through Ensure project and with the support of our Swiss government, almost 1,800 industry partners have, we've worked with 1,800 industry partners, which is quite an incredible number, I would say. CNI, of course, being, and I could see it right in front of me, Birinda sir, CNI being one of the prominent ones, but also other industry associations like the Hotel Association of Nepal, NADA, and many more. Right? And through in Elam, we are also equally proud that our colleague presented earlier that we've reached more than 1,700 small and medium income, SMEs in different ways, supporting their growth, supporting their acceleration, supporting the incubation in so many different ways. And more recently, we are also engaging in the tourism sector through development of in destination areas, different SMEs, but also supporting labor integration, in particularly also focusing on returning migrants who bring different resources, different ideas, different experiences from abroad. So this is what I think a significant shift and the learning that the Helvetas has also done over 70 years. If there is one lesson from what I also heard from some of our colleagues that presented from global experiences, but also from my past experiences as well, and it is that an effective private sector engagement is not about transactions alone. It is about relationships that align incentives, share risks, and build trust over time. This also means being clear about roles and helping make the markets work better, but also making it more inclusive. Sometimes that may mean that we work together and supporting early stage innovation, and sometimes bringing different actors who may not necessarily be working together, right? And this, I think this is all about playing a role of a facilitator and a connector, and that's what Helvetas has been playing for the last few decades, right? And we're hoping that we could play that role going ahead even more strongly. And then again, the metaphor of what that was used earlier of connecting the dots. This conversation is also important in the context of how development cooperation itself is evolving in the last few years, I would say. We are seeing a clear shift towards co-investment, more market-oriented approaches, and stronger engagement with the private sector. And platforms like this conference, of course, do matter, because they help us move from dialogue to collaboration. Before I close, let me sincerely thank all of those who have made this conference a success. For and foremost, our appreciation to CNI for co-hosting this together with us, and of course being a long-standing and a partner with Helvetas in contributing to economic development of this country. Thank you also to all the panelists, presenters, moderators, and those colleagues who have been there in the marketplaces, and particularly all of you who have joined from the government, from the different businesses, from the media, from the academia. Thank you, everyone, for joining, sharing your perspectives, and hopefully carrying this message forward and converting the dialogue from here to actual concrete actions and collaborations. Right? And also thank you especially for our colleagues who have traveled all the way for this particular, just a single day from Vietnam, Myanmar, and Bangladesh. Thank you so much, and for bringing that international perspective. And I could see that there are a lot of interests and learnings that people have felt from your presentations, and I'm sure I saw people grabbing ready, and our Tuan to know more about the initiative. Thank you so much for bringing that international perspective, but I think it enriched our conversation. Let me leave you with just one last thought. I would say that Nepal does not lack ideas, we do not lack energy, and of course we do not lack entrepreneurial spirit. And what may need to be strengthened is the alignment, bringing the alignment between these three, right? Between skills and jobs, between investment and impact, and between business incentives and development outcomes, which, as you all know, is the theme of today's conversation. In particular, in the current context where we have increasingly these climate risks are challenging our livelihoods, but at the same time, very rapid technological advances are putting threat to threat to our traditional works. I think this whole alignment seems to be even more important than before. Right? From Helveta's side, we look forward to continuing this journey together with the private sector, with the government, with the civil society, with the development actors, with the academia, and we hope to convert these conversations which we have started through this conference into meaningful collaborations and some collective actions going ahead. Thank you once again, and let us keep this momentum going. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pradhan, for summing up the entire session quite comprehensively. With that, we come to the end of the Regional Conference on Private Sector Engagement for Inclusive Growth. Thank you for all your meaningful participation, engagement, and contribution throughout the day. We wish you a safe journey back home and look forward to continuing this conversation and partnership in future. Have a wonderful evening, everybody. Thank you so much. Can I request all the partners from CNI to please remain back for a group photograph? All the organizers. All the organizers of the event, including valued